It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday show with everyone's favorite casual wear of prickly things.
I knew you were. I totally primed you for that. You're like sticker in the underwear.
I wasn't gonna say that part. Adam, frankly.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing? We're just waiting here patiently for President Sunday to join the stream.
Yes. So we figured we'll wait together.
Yeah.
With you. Yes.
Yeah. We were talking mad shit about something before the stream began. What
we
was
weren't.
it?
Well, first of all, we were saying thank you so much to our surrogate father.
Oh, I know. J-Mac, stop it already.
J-Mac gave us 100 gifted memberships. Oh my God. Thank you so much, J-Mac.
Oh,
it's incredibly generous of you.
Yeah. That's awesome. Welcome new members.
Welcome new members. Yeah.
Yes.
Click that button quickly. But no, we were talking about, it was yesterday. Yeah. It was last night.
Yep.
Destiny and Sneeko were on Fresh and Fit with Rollo in person.
Yeah.
I don't know in-person debate.
I don't know Rollo's partner's name. I don't know it. But
yeah,
he does a
He's
podcast.
Married.
Rollo does a podcast with another guy.
Oh, podcast.
Yeah. And it's kind of a Fresh and Fit, whatever style podcast.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. And, yeah. So they do a podcast together, and they were on Fresh and Fit, and I guess this was a live debate Rollo was wanting, right?
Yes.
But
so it was a live debate he wanted.
Destiny was supposed to come to him, but he went to Destiny.
There you go. It all worked out.
Rollo is a big fan, I know, of the book 48 Laws of Power. I know because I've read half of Rollo's book now. I haven't finished the book. It's kind of stream of consciousness. One of his books.
Doesn't he have 5 books?
He has 5 books, yeah. I'm reading the game book, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Which I kind of wish I would have got the Rational Mail, but I don't know that I'm going to read multiple books here. The Player's Handbook, A Red Pill Guide to Game, is the book I'm reading because I'm interested in like the red pill thing. So, yeah. And he lists different things from 48 Laws of Power. Like he cites 48 Laws of Power a lot in the book. And one of the 48 Laws of Power is make them come to you.
Come to you, yeah.
You've read 48 Laws of Power.
No, but everyone knows. I mean, I've heard that one before.
Make them come to you, right?
Yep. So we were listening to the conversation. Well, first of all, it was a lot more cordial than Rollo's Colin conversation.
Yeah, what happened there?
The Colin conversation was basically just Sneeko and Destiny kind of crapping on Rollo. But though he crapped on them, I don't know who started it, but it was definitely a very contentious conversation. In person, everything was very cordial. It was a little bit, I'd say it was a decently productive conversation, I think. But there's a big problem in the conversation, which was sort of addressed, but not really, which is that, in the beginning of the conversation, everyone kind of defines what they mean by high value man, right? Because it's always hear from the red pill, high value man. Right. It seems like everyone kind of agreed that a high value man is a man who's able to acquire a lot of resources. Right. And you say, okay, well, that makes sense why a woman would be attracted to someone who has that ability. But the problem is that with the dual mating strategy, or the alpha fox beta buck strategy, as Rollo likes to call it, that doesn't really align because the whole dual mating strategy is supposed to be that the quote beta is the person who can acquire a lot of these resources.
The high value man?
Yeah, high value man, but maybe they're not physically fit, maybe they're not as attractive, maybe they're not as, I don't know, sexually voracious or something. So it's like, the woman will marry Bill Gates, right? But then she'll screw the pool boy, right? Who, as Destiny kept bringing up in the conversation, the pool boy, like even if he looks attractive from a high value status male perspective, he's going to be like at the bottom level.
Right. Yeah, he's low status.
He's a pool boy, right? And so it doesn't really make sense. It seems like there's kind of this contradiction or problem with the sort of dual mating strategy melding together with the high value male thing that Rollo was pushing. And I don't think that was ever untangled in the stream. it was brought up, but I don't think Rollo ever really explained how it doesn't contradict itself. And I don't know why he's so attached to this idea, because the whole high value male thing and the whole dual mating strategy thing, that's what causes the doomerism, I think, for the red pill. Because if you tell people, hey, you can get a good job, you can work out, you can groom yourself, and you can get like a
Groom.
attractive, yeah, right. They'll do a little bit of grooming, you know. Um, Take a shower once in a while, wash your bed sheets at least once a
Mhm.
month.
Get all the stickers out of your underwear.
Get all the stickers out of your underwear. Um, so, but if you do all these things, you can land yourself, some, decently attractive, nice woman with a good personality who won't cheat on you. But then it's like, well, under dual mating strategy, that's not the case, because under dual mating strategy, she's always going to be looking for someone else,
Right. Yeah.
unless you're like the 9 out of 10, 10, 10, Chad, yes, man with a giant chin and a giant body, which, you can't control to a large degree. The woman's going to cheat on you. And I think that's what's creating the doomerism for so many guys. So I don't understand what the point is of marrying himself to the dual mating strategy idea.
Right. Yeah, I don't buy the dual mating strategy. I think we pushed back on it on the show quite a bit. Maybe we should have pushed back a little bit more. And that's
Mm-hmm.
the thing in the comments that everyone was saying, "No, Adam, you're getting it incorrect." He's saying you can get that all in one package. But I'm not 100% sure that that's his position. But
Well,
his position is
mhm,
very unclear in a lot of these
right.
debates. So I don't necessarily know that we're going to get a solid "this is my position" out of him.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of saying both, because on one hand, he does say, yes, every woman would like to, have both of these things. Um, in one person. But then that within itself seems to contradict dual mating strategy, from at least how I thought it was understood. That's
Look,
like
if
the
you're
entire point was that like the entire point I thought with dual mating strategy, and I was actually trying to read the original research paper that this came from. I read a little bits of it. And it seems like it was supposed to be like, oh, the woman wants the genetic material from some like, you know, psychopathic killer guy, right?
hmm yeah,
But once like, the reliable, safe person to raise
parental
them up.
investment. Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know. It doesn't, I'm kind of skimming the research paper because I have a feeling I should actually read it like closely, because I have a feeling that it's being misinterpreted by a lot of the red pill people. That's my sense of it, because that seems to be the case when people kind of casually talk about these scientific papers and kind of spin broader political ideological narratives around them.
Right.
So,
Yeah. No.
but it was like a 3 hour conversation. It was kind of interesting, a little long. I know it's funny coming from us to say that, but
The
found
stream was
fresh
a
and
little
fit.
long. How long was it?
It was like 3 or 4 hours or something.
That's it?
That's it. Yeah. Yep. That's it.
You couldn't even stomach that? I got through
Well,
I went
yeah.
through the beginning, but I just
Hmm.
it was they so wander off of topic. I did
Yeah.
like what Destiny did in the beginning, where he said, "Here, let me bring out these 6 kind of debating rules that we should try to follow." And the
Hmm.
one, I don't know about the other 6 rules, but the one that really stuck out to me was don't fucking monologue for 25 minutes.
Right. Right. Yeah.
It's like, I hate it when these live
We'll
streams
we'll
turn
bring
into
out that
topic
rule.
bingo.
Yeah,
Oh
we need to
yeah,
bring out that
yeah,
rule.
yeah.
Yeah.
You and I both, I mean, we try to interrogate a position and we stay focused on that position, really trying to understand it. And I really feel like a lot of people, they don't want to do that. They're like,
No.
why? It's more of a political position that they're coming from, because in politics, you want to kind of keep things vague, just like Trump did with the abortion thing. He's like,
Hmm.
I don't want to be stuck to some position that I can't change, right? So let's just keep it kind of vague here. Let
Well,
my position
mhm.
evolve.
I don't think it's intentional. I think that's the way that most normal people have these sorts of conversations.
Hmm
I'm sure people in the chat can attest to this when you're talking to like someone about politics. I feel like most people, when they talk about politics, at least in my experience, who are not like internet debaters, they all talk about politics using the analogy of Homer Simpson's makeup shotgun. Do you remember?
Yes.
Homer Simpson has the makeup shotgun. It's just like they kind of like come at you with like, they have like 20-ish sort of vague points and they just shoot them all at you. And they're hoping one of those points, lands and hits you. And that's kind of the way that when I've talked to like random people, it seems to be how they kind of engage in these conversations. And so that can kind of happen when we're talking to someone, they just monologue forever. And it's like me and you, we're trying to like focus in on something very specific, we're trying to get to like the bottom of the issue. So.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Which I think that's why people like our show much better than a lot of these other shows. They're like, why do I want to hear vague platitudes about positions that are completely unclear and vague?
Uh-huh.
Well, I
hey,
guess...
Short Fat Talkie, what's up?
Oh, I thought President Sunday finally joined us.
No, he's not here yet.
I have a video we could watch. What's up? What are you laughing about?
Because I know what video you're talking about.
No, I have a different video, actually.
Oh, okay. Mr. Anderson. Oh, that's why you were doing Mr. Anderson when I came in. As soon as I came in the Zoom call, Adam was doing Agent Smith.
You did the Agent Smith. You sounded like Mr. Agent Smith when you started talking to me.
No, I did. What did I? The first thing I said, oh, did I? I don't know. I said, hello, Adam.
That's it. How
are you doing?
Hello, Adam.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
For 1 month. Says, I don't care what anyone says. I like how President Sunday speaks like a Victorian lord.
Yeah, I think President Sunday is funny, which I'm always inclined to, have a soft spot in my heart for people who are funny. So I understand that he's a lot of times abrasive, but I think that's part of his comedy. So I don't know.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I had an idea. We should start doing, or I should do this, or you could do it, but I don't think you're gonna do it.
Maybe I might do it. You never know.
I want to get.
Could happen.
I want to set up. I think was it Whisper? No, Whisper's the text to speech thing. The 11 labs. I want to set up 11 labs, so I have a bunch of like funny celebrity voices that I could put on a soundboard, and just instead of me doing my terrible impression, I can have like, Agent Smith ready to go.
That'd be cool.
And just have all these little celebrity voices. You could have Shrek, you could have Agent Smith, you could have whoever you want. It could be fun.
Yeah.
We could have Vosh. We could have President Sunday. We could have a conversation with President Sunday before he even arrives. So
it's basically a sound modulator that changes your voice to.
No, it's the machine learning thing that lets you do any voice that you want. Can you send me the 11 Labs website?
It lets you do what?
The 11 Labs. How do you not know about this?
Oh, yeah, I did send it to you.
Yeah.
I do know about it.
Hey, President Sunday, what's up?
Oh, you can't.
I am so sorry for the delay. I, for some reason, was on a completely different stream schedule, which is dumb. I'm just trying to figure out how to get you guys onto the screen here.
Oh, no problem. Just talking about random stuff.
Did you see the Fresh and Fit debate with your arch nemesis, Destiny? Are you still
my unrequited love, Stephen? No.
Are you still pursuing your stalking of Stephen Bonnell? Look, that was a joke. I shouldn't have.
Oh, that's okay.
Look, I don't want to get
if I was less tired, I'd have thought of something clever, but the time passed. No.
Look, are we going to have a decent are we going to have an honest conversation here?
That depends if I can get you guys onto the fucking screen. I don't know why OBS doesn't like Zoom so much.
Last time a great song came out of it, but I don't actually, I think
I saw that actually. That was
I know, I saw your comment on it. You were like, "This is amazing."
I think I said this is beautiful.
Okay.
Close enough. Zoom EXE. So it would be the Zoom meeting, and oh, there you go. And why are you huge? Let's fix that. Can't have you bigger than me.
Because Adam is larger than life.
Yes, I am. That is true.
All right.
Can you turn yourself down a little bit, Sunday? Like just a little bit.
Sure. I don't know if that's on the Zoom end.
Yeah, I mean, there's a way to turn yourself down on Zoom.
I'll turn my gain down here.
Okay.
Oh, it's going through OBS. That's why. Oh, I see what's going on. Why is the gain up? There we go. That explains why you were saying I was so loud. Okay. How's that? Is that better?
Sounds exactly the same.
How about now?
That's
Better?
the same.
Same? Same?
Yeah. Oh, okay, wait. Can you say something again?
Looks
Okay, there
fine.
you
It
go.
looks fine
Fairy
on my
butter.
end. So I
Okay,
mean,
that
you
sounds-
both sound equally,
All right.
and you look the same on the levels. So Sunday, are you doing a panel in an hour and a half? Is that your schedule?
There's a possibility. Wick said it might be possible for me to get it on a our centrists bad panel at 3.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
Who's going to be on that panel?
Are you going to be on there with Katie? Katie's a friend
no.
of the show now, so be sure to say hi.
Yeah, I was watching a few seconds of that last night. That was
Mm-hmm.
that was a thing. I actually have no idea who's. I don't know if Katie's on it or who. So that's you may know more than me.
Shouldn't we be on the why centrists are bad panel? I feel like we should.
Well,
I feel like that's kind of unfair to the nay side. No,
Well, who's on the?
I mean it's
well,
like that's like having an abortion debate with like surgery images all over the stage.
okay. So, Sitch, do you?
That was a joke. Don't worry.
No, it was good.
got
I liked
It's
it.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you have anything you want to talk about specifically Sunday?
Well,
go ahead,
well,
Sitch.
I was going to say. I was curious if you had a take on the whole Jordon Kneely situation.
I do have a take on the whole Jordon Kneely situation.
What is your
but it's actually the only part of the Tim Pool and Lance conversation that I've seen because we got stun locked on it when we were talking with when I was talking with Wick and Kidology last time we streamed. It's manslaughter at best. I would lean towards murder.
Really?
Yeah, I think there were two key moments that distinguish this from a noble attempt to protect the public gone wrong. The first is when he grabbed the man from behind. My understanding is legally, and I would say ethically and responsibly as well, it's not appropriate to interfere with someone who is being verbally menacing, to reach up behind them and grab them around the neck. That is instigating a physical altercation that can escalate very quickly to somebody being seriously injured or dead. And in that context, he is the aggressor. Unfortunately, he would not have been trained to do that in his military schooling, is what I've been told by people who are in a position to know. And that was all around an unwise and reckless decision. And then afterwards, he had
was it
held
any
him
kind
down.
of grabbing, or is it just the neck that strikes you? Is the problem?
I would be much more kindly disposed if he had walked in front of the man and tried to interfere with him harassing other passengers.
What if you give him a bear hug or something, right?
A bear hug?
Yeah, like I'm just saying, is it the neck
wouldn't
specifically, or is it just touching him? That's
the neck is like a particularly dangerous place to grab. I would not recommend grabbing a man from behind at all, period. Of course, the guy's going to struggle at that point. He has no idea what you're doing. And as it turns out, it did indeed lead to his death long after he was unresponsive. Following from that, he then held the person down around the neck while other passengers were telling him, hey, it's been a long time. I know people who know about this kind of thing, and they would say you're going to kill the guy. Continued to hold him around the neck. He's unresponsive. He's limp. He's twitching, maybe struggling a bit, but you're allowed to struggle when someone has you in a chokehold. It's nothing that Kneely was doing on that train was okay, but that doesn't do anything whatsoever to absolve. What was the guy's name again? The guy who grabbed him?
Daniel Penny.
Daniel Penny, thank you. Doesn't absolve him of any of that. So
I thought when I can't remember, because from the video, I thought when someone said like, oh, we should loosen up on him, that he did, and then they put him in the recovery position pretty quickly.
What's this?
When they put it in the video, when someone said like, oh, he's not moving, or you should let up on him, he did let go of him, and they put him in, they rolled him on his side.
Yeah. So here's the okay. I didn't see past that point, but the problem is the section of the video in which he is being told this. The man is unresponsive and in that chokehold for upwards of 2 minutes. and he's unresponsive from go, which means that he's been held before then for a certain length of time. So even that is far too long. So maybe he did, and great, I guess, past the point of no return, they made some vain attempt to resuscitate him, but doesn't particularly matter.
I don't remember him being unresponsive for 2 minutes.
You should watch the footage again. We went over that over and over and over again. It was grueling.
You mean like unresponsive because he was moving? You mean unresponsive to like talking or
a person dangling from a noose will twitch. The point is that he is
okay.
he is not actively conscious. He's
Well,
not
but
he's
you
not
can't-
fighting.
I mean,
his arms
right.
are like still for long periods of time. His eyes are closed. He's not kicking. He's not really anything. He seems to roll and twist at various points. It's kind of like he's, you know, dying of oxygen deprivation. But
Okay, I'll have to look at it again because I remember him looking pretty conscious from my estimation until the very end. So
Supposedly there is a video of the entire event that the police have access to. Yeah, but they have not released it yet. So I guess they're also I guess it has to go before a grand jury before they can indict them. So this Alvin Bragg, you know, obviously put in, what do they call it, charges or whatever, but those are a placeholder until the grand jury meets. And since there's so many people that the grand jury needs to hear testimony from, it's going to take a while. So he might not even end up being prosecuted if the grand jury looks at the evidence and says, oh, there's really not enough to do anything with here. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like Sunday's saying that if someone gives a verbal threat and only gives a verbal threat, you don't think you should be allowed to touch them. Is that what your position is?
no, I think cutting off someone's carotid artery from behind is a mistake, especially since no physical altercation has taken place. We have verbal confirmation he was being menacing in various ways.
Right.
But there's nothing there to make that the appropriate action.
Well, but okay, that's why I asked about like the bear hug. Would there have been some kind of physical restraint that he could have put on?
I would say stepping in front of him, getting in his face, and telling him to back off.
Well, that's not a physical restraint.
No, it's not. I wouldn't physically restrain a man who's yelling.
Right. No, but that's what I'm asking. So do you think any type of physical restraint from just a verbal threat wouldn't be warranted? Is that your position?
It depends upon the context. I think in this particular case, you're talking about a public situation. A guy is clearly not all there. Like if we're talking about someone who is like patting a gun and is menacing like a family sitting down or something like that, it'd be a different story if you grabbed that person from behind than a person who is just having an episode and is walking
well, I
around.
said just a verbal. Like I would say, patting a gun is more than just a verbal threat, right? You're showing that you have a weapon.
I would say in general, a verbal threat pending some really outstanding addition to the situation would not be a good pretext for grabbing someone from behind, period.
Or really,
well, I mean, case in point,
grabbing
like in terms of like give him a bear hug. Okay, well, one of the problems with a bear hug is that now you've also attacked this person, but you haven't incapacitated him. So you've certainly risked yourself, or at least like an altercation spiraling out from there. So it's just an unwise move generally, unless you absolutely have to.
Right, but I think that's exactly the problem. I think that's why he went for the headlock, is because it's like if you're going to grab someone and try to put them in a hold.
But he shouldn't have grabbed him in the first place, is what I would say.
So, but that kind of leads to the problem where do you have to wait for the person to actually attack someone before you act? You do.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's
unless there's such a clear a clear and imminent attempt being made to attack somebody, and you perceive that like seconds before, that doesn't work for me, and that'd be difficult to prove. But I'm not seeing a situation on this train that would justify him grabbing from behind at all.
Well, okay, but this is your moral position, right? Because legally you can attack someone or restrain someone.
Actually, I'm not
verbal threat.
I'm actually not sure that that's true, and it also depends on the nature of the verbal threat.
Obviously not all verbal threats are the same, right?
Somebody sent me something to the effect that it wasn't. I'll have to double check to see if that actually applies in this case. I'd have to know more about the legal situation there to make a comment about that. But either way, the principal issue I have isn't with the grabbing. That's what instigated the situation. The principal issue I have is once this goofball decided to grab the guy, he then held onto him around the throat tightly for an extensive period of time. And we don't need the full footage to determine that it was an extensive period of time, because even the small snippets we have are in excess of what you should be holding somebody like that for. And in the one that we have, he is unresponsive from go, which means he'd been held for significantly longer before then, at least.
Well, the initial grabbing to me is kind of what does matter the most, because if you don't think that you can grab someone for a verbal threat, then the way you grab them.
I think. Well, no. Hang on. Look. If it should be illegal to punch someone if they insult you, right?
Sure.
Yeah. But that's a different thing than if you punch somebody and they have a fat lip, and if you punch somebody and they die. So that's accidental. Now, what if the difference though is between punching someone hard enough that they only have a fat lip, or hard enough that you cave in their face or something? Like these are radically different acts. Similarly, like it's one thing to make an error in judgment, in my judgment, and try to chokehold a guy on a train. Okay. And it's another thing to chokehold him for upwards of 2, 5, some say 15 minutes, to the point where he's dead. These are different acts. So that's that part's the one that's the sticking point for me.
So like if Penny instead of grabbing by the neck, I don't know, say he grabbed them, he like put his arms under his arms and like held them, not around the neck, but was holding them by the shoulders, and he just held them there for the full 15 minutes until the police showed up. Would you say like, oh well, I don't think Daniel Penny should be charged with anything?
Probably not, but I don't. But that would be if the situation didn't spiral out into something worse.
That's what I'm saying. Like he holds them, but he doesn't die, right?
He's lucky in that case, because other things can happen then, which again, as you point out, is why he would have chosen the chokehold.
Right.
He could kick, he could flail, he could knock people to the ground. Either one of them could get severely injured. Kneely could die anyways, just by getting, like, for whatever reason. And at that point, we would be talking about a different situation than just a benign holding in place of somebody until they get to the next stop and they can remove them from the train, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem. Is it seems like it's kind of very dangerous if you literally have to wait for someone to attack someone, before you can engage with them physically.
Well, I mean, the alternative wasn't less dangerous. He killed a man.
Yeah, but the man who was instigating the situation in the first place.
But the situation that was no, because there are two situations here. There's a situation where you have Kneely ranting on the bus in a way that people are perceiving as menacing, maybe indeed are objectively menacing, and then you have this Penny person walking up behind him, putting him into a chokehold and killing him. One is an actual lethal assault. The other one is a person disturbing the peace, essentially, as far as I know. Unless we have some confirmation that he was actually specifically threatening someone in particular, saying, hey, if you don't stop me right now, I'm going to kill you. Unless we have some evidence of that, and I think that's very unlikely.
But what he said
Penny
was
is the only instigator of a violent altercation on that train.
He said, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I'm not going to take no for an answer. And I don't care if I go to jail for life. And to me, when someone says something like that, that sounds like they're about to rob you. Because I don't know how else to interpret, I'm not going to take no for an answer.
Well, remind me never to be hungry around you, Sitch.
Well, if we were out and you said, I'm really hungry, Sitch, and I'm not going to take no for an answer, I'd be like, okay, he's
what if I'm
incoming sexual assault here?
If a crazy homeless person shouts it to me on a subway, I'm thinking, oh my God, this guy's about to rob me.
I got a better one. Let's take us back to the Wild West, okay? And you and I are passing by a cattle rancher, and I go, gee, Sitch, I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow. Okay. Now, if the sheriff suddenly came out and shot me because he thought I was cattle wrangling, I don't think that would really qualify as justification.
Okay, but if we were riding past the cattle ranch and you said, I'm so hungry, I could eat a whole cow, and
I don't care.
And I don't care if I go to jail.
His angels,
and I don't take a no for an answer. And you say that at the cattle rancher, then I think he's right to be like, oh, this guy's going to try to steal all my cows.
Well, he's a very stupid cattle rancher, and if he kills somebody on the grounds of them saying they're hungry, he would be rightfully penalized by a court.
So what do you think? So if someone says they don't care if they're going to go to jail and they're not taking no for an answer, what does that mean to you?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean?
You need something. I'm sorry. We're not going to lit class, and we're talking about somebody finding justification to strangle one of their fellow citizens on public transit.
I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean?
What I mean is that him being able to imagine a scenario in which this could be translated in the mind of some author into a specific threat against a specific person, that's not justification for strangling a man to death on a train.
Legally. What do you mean? The whole question is
No, we agreed that that's ambiguous. We haven't actually looked at the
well,
law.
Wait. The whole standard legally, and I'd also argue morally, is a reasonable person going to perceive this as a threat against them, right?
I don't think I think a reasonable person can perceive it as threatening or menacing. Like, hey, this guy's not acting right. This guy's not acting right. I'm going to avoid this person. I don't think that's a justification for treating it as if he is pointing a gun at somebody on the train. Wherein, if that was the case, there would be no ambiguity. Of course, grab the guy and incapacitate him however you want to. We're talking about a man who is having an episode. He is ranting. I don't think we have specific confirmation of what he was saying because I don't know if the actual.
We just have witness. We don't have like a video.
Yeah, I've seen a video of him of the ranting, and
there's a video of him saying the specific words.
Yeah, and it's pretty incoherent. Oh, okay. There's a lot of train noise. You can't really hear in the video what he's saying.
Yeah, see, that's no good. What I would need to see is a specific statement that I intend to harm X. Okay, unless we have that, we do not have a imminent threat this person is responding to. He needs a
signed affidavit that says I'm going to kill all of you. Signed Jordon Kneely.
With two witnesses and in accordance with chronic law, they can't be
public notary.
Now listen, Jordon Kneely has to call up the governor of Georgia and tell him he's looking to rob someone and he needs 10,000 votes to stop. But no, seriously. I'm trying. Where were we?
Actually, one sec, quick. Hey, Chad, can you guys find me the law about that? Like, under what conditions is a verbal statement grounds for physically interfering with someone?
Right. It's a reasonable person standard,
right? Well, there's two different things. So, like, if Daniel Penny, if he pulled out a gun and shot Kneely, that would not be justified because that would be him intentionally using deadly force on someone.
Actually,
who didn't know that you're using deadly
force. Actually, at the point where that guy grabbed him around the neck, there might be a case for that. Had he shot him after he had grabbed him around the neck?
No.
Potentially.
Well, no, but that's what we'll get into that. That's a different thing. I'm saying if Daniel Penny pulled out a gun and shot Jordan, that wouldn't be covered because you have to be showing that he was directly going to do something in sort of a deadly threatening way. But just the way that he was talking did show, I believe, that it was.
Oh wait, New York's a no carry state, right?
The people in the train car seemed to agree that they all felt like that this man was threatening and that you could use some type of physical force to try and stop him. And I don't think it was intentional. And it seems like you agree. I don't think it was intentional that he didn't intend to kill this guy.
I don't know that it wasn't intentional. At the point where you're holding down a man around his neck and you have training, so you know not to do this. At the point where he's unconscious, he's on the ground for multiple minutes. I can't imagine doing that and not expecting to kill somebody.
Well, okay, but there's a difference between like you holding someone with your arm in a headlock, right? And you choke.
No, Your Honor, I didn't hang this man. I just tied a rope around his neck. I guess a little too tight.
Okay, so you think that putting your arm around someone's neck is the equivalent of putting a rope around someone's neck?
Yeah, that's why you do it.
Okay, so you've never roughhoused as a kid? You've never been in a headlock before?
I never strangled one of my siblings to death. No.
Wow, I can't believe this. You've never. Wow, like all the time we were kids, you're putting people in the headlocks. I've been in headlocks. It's not, you don't like instantly die the second someone puts you in a headlock. And usually when you put someone in a headlock, you're not actually being choked.
Well, Sitch, if this was a mere headlock, the man wouldn't be dead, would he?
Well, it's because he put him in a headlock and then he starts struggling, obviously, then they fall, and then it goes on and on and on.
A headlock is just the motion of holding somebody around their head so they can't move without twisting their neck in an uncomfortable or dangerous way. When you're strangling someone, you're actually compressing their throat so that blood and oxygen are not reaching their brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so these are different acts. It's once again, it's like the difference between the
difference is the amount of pressure that you put on it, right?
And the duration.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So once again, like if he intended to knock the person out and he had accidentally killed him,
we're going to get a statement from Daniel Penny on this. I'm certain of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think maybe he put him in a chokehold because. Or I think they call it a blood choke, where he's literally intending to cut off the oxygen just so he passes out.
Well, blood would be circulation, not the oxygen, right?
Well, oxygen is in the blood.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's also preventing you from breathing as well, but yeah.
Well, he's not trying to prevent the breathing, though. The chokehold is
you
cutting off the
really-
blood flow to the
Hey,
brain,
Adam.
so the person becomes unconscious.
I've
That's
got
the point of it.
No, but I got a trivia question for you. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Why is it called a chokehold?
Because you're choking off the blood.
Yes.
The blood supply to the brain.
No, you're not. It's not because you're choking off the blood.
Not the air supply to the oxygen.
Well, let me ask. We have some Brazilian jiu-jitsu people in our chat. If you do a blood choke in your jiu-jitsu classes, does that automatically cut off people's air supplies? Because my understanding was that it doesn't. So
look, you're putting pressure on the carotid artery. You're trying to prevent blood flow to the brains to render the person unconscious. Well, oxygen is carried in the blood. You understand how it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I only meant to stop.
Remember the pass out game I told you about, Sitch? Remember the pass out game? Look, I've done this.
Yes.
I've done this before. Okay,
we have lots of experience, being knocked out. Apparently,
it works. It totally works.
Look, if the sticking point here is he only intended to cut off the blood flow to his brain and not the oxygen to his lungs, that's not a hill I need to die on. Okay, you can have that
this is why remember we talked about how the bone wasn't broken in Kneely? And this is why, because he wasn't cutting off the flow of oxygen, he was cutting off the flow of blood to the brain. That's what I think his statement will say. His statement will say he grabbed him and he would have just held him steady if he didn't continue to resist. He's probably saying in his ear the whole time, stop resisting, I'm not going to hurt you, right?
Sure.
But he's still resisting, he's still acting crazy. So he puts pressure on his carotid artery to cut off flow of blood to the brain to knock him out. That's the intended purpose. As soon as they go unconscious, you let off.
Indeed, I agree. So for how many minutes do you hold them down before you interpret it?
That depends. I mean, he could have held him down for 8 minutes before he actually put pressure on the carotid artery. Have you not horsed around with other guys? Like, look, I don't go for the carotid artery immediately when I'm fucking around with my friend. But then when he
after a couple of minutes,
when he starts punching me in the nuts, then I go for the carotid artery.
Okay, well, consider the possibility that maybe you were just very fortunate. Maybe you've actually been engaging in really reckless behavior, and that could have resulted in something very serious.
Sitch thinks I got brain damage.
I did that stuff too. So, well, I didn't do the pass out game, but no, I mean we put each other in headlocks all the time without choking at that.
We would make each other pass out, you pussy.
Well, that's true. I didn't do that, but so people in the chat who do jujitsu are telling me that if you do a blood choke, you can still
hang on. Wait, slow down, cowboy.
Cutting off the air.
Wait. Aren't you guys like libertarians or whatnot?
No,
not really. No.
We have a lot of libertarians in our chat that get mad at us because we're not. But
what are you then?
We're discussing centrists.
What are you talking about?
We're discussing enlightened centrists.
I mean,
that doesn't tell me anything.
We're definitely
centrism is just a cope. Come on, what are you actually?
We're liberals.
We're disgusting moderate.
You're not liberals. Look. You guys immediately go to the guy was justified to strangle someone to death because a person was speaking in a menacing way on a train. That's not.
How's that not liberal? What do you mean?
That's not liberal at all. That's not self-defense. For one thing, it wasn't. He came from behind, which means he wasn't the person being menaced. Defending
someone else. Yeah.
Look, the way I describe it is self-defense. So obviously, he didn't intend to kill him. He was trying to subdue him.
But
at what point another person?
But at what point was he defending himself?
No. Yeah, it's self-defense, but in terms of you can use the same justification.
So
he's defending another person,
of somebody else.
Right.
That's not self-defense.
Okay, we can call it. I don't know what the specific legal term is for that.
Not self-defense. Yes. Self-defense.
Defense of another. Right.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why it's very difficult to put stipulations on the limits to which you can defend yourself is because at the point where you can't defend yourself, the law has no sway over you. What's the incentive to obey the rules if you end up dead or injured?
I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that you can't reasonably call it self-defense if the man had to sneak up behind him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's whatever. I don't know what the legal term is for defense of another, but you're allowed to do that legally, and I'd argue morally. So,
well, who was he defending then?
The people on the train. I thought they were
just all of them.
Mugged. Yeah,
all of them.
Whoever was close.
Defending society.
Yes. What do you mean?
Defending society.
So wait. If someone says I'm going to rob a random person on this train, but they don't specify who, you think that's
really so when
you
this
can't defend that person.
So if we look at this footage that Adam is able to provide, I'm sure since you cited it, if we look at this footage, we are going to see him saying, "All right, y'all, this is a stick up. I'm going to rob one random person on this train for every stop.
That's not what I asked you. You seem to be saying that the fact that he didn't specifically threaten a specific
Did you ask me a
person
question? I didn't realize you asked me a question.
Yeah, because you seem to be saying that unless he threatened a specific person as opposed to threatening an area of people or a group of people, that therefore it's not justified.
Well, we need a specific threat. I'm going to rob the people on this train.
Yeah, but you can have right. But you can have a specific threat to a group of people.
No. But we need not. I'm going to rob the people on this train. I'm going to rob the people on this train. Not. I'm so hungry I could rob somebody and I don't care if I go to jail. That's not a pretext.
What?
I'm sorry.
I don't know. It depends how they say that.
I think you do. I think
no,
do.
wait, I don't, because if someone says it like in that tone of voice that you said it, right? And I look at that person and they look to be dressed normally and they don't look to be in the middle of having a crazy schizophrenic breakdown, then I'd say yes. But if they're looking homeless, if they're muttering themselves, if they're shirtless, if they look like they're in the middle of a schizophrenic throes and they say what you said in a menacing voice, then I think, oh, this person is literally about to rob someone. Shit's about to go down.
Look,
especially after they throw their jacket on the floor.
I have the quotes.
Sign for story.
Has his shirt off. This is train robbing garb. Yeah.
I have the quotes right here. He says, "I want food. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'll hurt anyone on this train. I'm ready to go back to jail."
He said, "I'll hurt anyone on this train."
Yeah, he literally says, "I'll hurt anyone on this train."
Okay, well,
okay.
I'm ready to go back to jail.
He was proved wrong because really it was Kneely who was ready to hurt anybody on that train. Apparently. What was
but you acknowledge that's a much stronger threat.
Well, here's an additional question. That doesn't really change anything. Here's an additional question. How much
I'll hurt anyone on this train doesn't change anything. That's a threat against everyone on the train.
It's threatening. Here's my question though. How much time transpired between him saying that and between Kneely sneaking up on him and grabbing him around the neck?
I have no clue. I thought
what was said? What was said in between?
Well, I thought it was pretty quick. We don't know.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Well, do you have the footage? That'd be useful.
I don't think the footage of him initiating the headlock exists in public yet.
No, but the footage of Kneely on the train is him saying these things hypothetically, but I can't really make these things out of the footage, so.
Well, listen, we're just operating under the witness testimony for the sake of the conversation. If the video comes out and he didn't say those things, obviously it's going to change our opinion on the situation.
Yeah, of course.
But you seem to be saying that even with him saying those things.
Yes, I don't think that should be what determines your judgment on this case.
What actually happened shouldn't be what determines our judgment.
No. I think we have confirmation of what actually happened after that altercation, and the nature of the hypothetical that we're entertaining here. Is not such that it overrides him choking him out for upwards of 2, 5, potentially 15 minutes. That full footage might have him holding him down for like 10 or so minutes around the neck with him being unresponsive for a large portion of that. That is indefensible.
Well, I don't think he's unresponsive for a large portion. I think as soon as he knocked him out, he stopped choking him. So.
We actually do have the footage for that, proving that that's not true. Because he had to be told, and we have this on record, that, hey, you're going to have, I'm paraphrasing, you're going to have like trouble with the law if you continue holding him down.
You're going to catch yourself a murder charge.
My wife, exactly. My wife is somehow trained in this. You're not supposed to do this for more than however long. And the section that we watched on stream, and anybody here, I don't necessarily recommend it, but if you want to see for yourself, on the last show I did with Wick and Kidology, we see him holding him down for 2 minutes prior to that being said. He doesn't let up after that point. That's if you're compressing someone's carotid artery, that can very easily cause permanent brain damage or kill them. And he was limp at the beginning of that footage, which tells me that this is not a representation of how long he was actually holding on to him for. So this becomes very much more serious than somebody recklessly being a vigilante and grabbing somebody on the train to be a hero. This now becomes something a little bit darker, because after incapacitating him, because he is incapacitated in that footage, he is held down by multiple people. He is not resisting. He's not even conscious as far as we can tell. He is still wrapped around his throat tightly. And we know how tightly it was because he's dead.
Do you have I can't find a link to the video. I keep getting news articles. Do you have one offhand?
I don't know the video.
I do.
Look,
I definitely have it.
The stream's going to get flagged.
We don't have to watch it on stream. I just want to see it, off stream.
I think we should just move to like closing thoughts.
Well, there was something. Well, no, there was something else that you brought up You said that we shouldn't be judging our opinion on this based on what Kneely said beforehand, right?
No, I think that regardless of what Kneely said beforehand, frankly, even if he did directly threaten someone, at the point where he is incapacitated and unconscious, the bare fact that he did that before as the instigating event does not give carte blanche to Penny to strangle him until the point where he's dead.
Right. So theoretically, if Kneely said, he looked at a person and said, "I'm going to kill you," and then then Penny did what he did, you'd still say it was unjustified because he did it for too long.
No.
Okay.
Interesting. You have any final thoughts, Sitch, before we move on?
Well, I mean, to me, the situation is, I don't think Penny did this. I don't think he meant to kill him. I think that there was.
Well, that's why I say manslaughter at the
okay,
worst.
I understand
at the best. Yeah, I'm entertaining the possibility that he's a big dumb idiot, and he.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I don't think he's going to get the manslaughter charge either, because if everyone on the train, for the most part, seemed to be on board with it and didn't see it as a threat, it wouldn't be, or didn't see what he was doing as potentially going to kill him, it wouldn't be conceived.
Well, that's not true because we have footage of people pointing it out to him, right?
Yeah, and then he stops.
It doesn't stop fast enough. He has to be. Not only that, but he's also trained. So he should know better.
Are you saying that there's a person that says, "Oh, you need to stop," and then he ignores them?
Adam just acknowledged it. Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
That's when he stopped.
He stops as soon as the guy says something. Yeah.
That was the video I saw. That's why I was trying to refine the video again.
Well, he's holding on to him while this is being said to him after 2 minutes of time.
Yeah, but then as soon as someone says it to him, he stops.
Well, the problem that you're looking at here is you have a person who was trained to do this being told by somebody who wasn't trained to do this, which means that is common sense at this juncture that what he's doing will kill the man. That's not going to look good.
Well, he's not a reasonable person. You're saying it's not common sense. You're saying that his training should have superseded common sense.
The guy's training goes above the reasonable standard.
His training should have superseded common sense. Right. However, common sense at that point, the perception of people on the train who were not specialists in this was that, hang on, this is going on for too long. Something's wrong here.
Right. Yeah. So a single person. So going back.
So when you say, for example, that the people on the train approved of this, I find that a little bit of a strange statement, given the fact that we have one of the few things we have clear footage of is people on the train actually interfering, telling him that what he's doing is bad.
There was more than one person, because I saw there was one person who said one thing to him, and that's when he stopped.
If our only point of reference here is one person's statement, that means all the evidence that we have points in the opposite direction.
Well, no, wait a minute. I just don't know the basis of that statement. Wait. There's multiple witnesses that said this on camera, saying that they thought that he was a hero for doing this, and I thought he was completely justified for doing this. They didn't have any problem with what he's doing this, including a woman who went up to him after the incident and thanked him after the incident.
Okay.
So that there isn't just one person. There's multiple people that all think he did the right thing in the situation. I don't know if there's a single person on that train.
I don't think we even know if
that was going against what he.
I don't think we even know if. I don't think we even know if any of these people who came to congratulate him afterwards even saw any of the event take place. They may have heard it down the train. People may have been crowding around. It's a train. It's difficult to see down a train when people are busy in the aisles as opposed to sitting in their seats.
Okay, well, I can't rely on just the speculation, right, to discredit a witness.
I agree.
We don't know anything
I saw
about.
3 other people in the video where he's chanting.
I agree. So we have one witness for sure that we saw on camera who was standing right over top, and he says this is going too far.
I was curious how many people on the train in the video that I saw of him talking to the train car. There's 3 people sitting behind him, and 2 people look like they don't know each other but are sitting right next to each other, which leads you to believe it's a full car, obviously, because you got strangers sitting.
There was a time in the history. There was a time in the history of your country where people would go up to thank a bus driver who had removed a black man from a bus. Okay.
Oh my God!
Someday.
Let's not go.
No.
Let's not go full bad faith here.
The point I'm making.
What are we doing here?
The point I'm making here is that the bare fact that people exist who will approve of recklessly killing a man is not justification for the action at all.
Do you think black people should be allowed to ride on a bus President Sunday? I have to ask now that you brought this up.
Yes, I believe that black people should be allowed to ride on a bus.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I thought you were praising the bus driver for removing the black man.
No, you misunderstood me completely. What I'm saying is that
we don't like racists on our show, so Anyway,
I wish that were true.
Should we move on?
No.
Well, we have had
no,
FD
no,
signifier on before,
I
but
need
that's
to
you know,
explain the
Okay.
point now.
Sitch likes
I need
it.
to explain that now very quickly.
Yes.
I'm astonished that went over your head. The point is that people
Well,
approving.
you brought it up. You seemed gleeful about it.
The point is that people approving of an action
Mm-hmm.
is not by itself justification for that action, either legally or morally. There, you could have a situation in which, for instance, a society is saturated with people who have a racial animus towards some people,
Right.
such that no matter how unjust the behavior towards them, they'll approve it just because
You're
they hate
saying
them.
that the lady
Or
who
by-
thanked
or-
him is the
or-
bus driver.
Or
She's the racist. Yeah.
Or
Right.
or maybe there's a similar animus towards homeless people. Same deal. No empathy for them whatsoever. No concern. Anything that happens to them, as long as it removes them from our sight, hero.
Right. So, right. So you don't believe that there should be a reasonable person standard in these situations at all, is what you're saying. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, I don't think that was a reasonable judgment on his part.
No, but if everyone around you and everyone around the incident in
But
that
that's not
situation has the
true.
same opinion, then it would be a reasonable thing to
didn't,
have.
But they didn't, though.
They did. One person.
No, they didn't.
One person
that
at
man,
one
by
time said,
sheer-
"Hey, you
yes,
should let him
by
up," and he
sheer-
did when he said that.
By sheer luck,
Yes.
one person was bold enough to go up and say, "Hey, you need to stop holding on to this person." Or it's
The
very
one
bad."
bold person.
Yes.
One person says, "Hey, maybe you should let him go," and
Yeah, at
when
the
he said
point
that,
where-
he immediately does.
But when
Okay.
he said that,
Right.
it was too late.
I understand.
You understand the problem here. We aren't talking about someone in like the heat of the moment holding him down and squeezing too hard and somebody else going, "Hey, stop." We're talking about someone who had been holding on to him for multiple minutes still.
Well, technically, the whole thing's the heat of the moment because he's struggling the whole time, right?
but
It's
he's
like
not.
it's-
He's not.
Well,
you
he
can see the
was.
footage.
The video
no,
that's what I'm
he
saying. I was
wasn't.
trying to find the video again because the video I saw.
You
he
get
was
your
struggling
eyes
the whole time.
checked.
I guess we have
Do
a
you
bunch
the-
of super chats
Did anyone
on this,
send
so
me
we
the
should probably
this
read
link to
those.
this video that I can't find? Because
No, who
Why are you
cares?
looking for? Hey, hang on, slow down. Where are you looking for the video when you
literally
say you can already?
everywhere. I just keep
But why?
getting
No.
clips of it
I
from
didn't
news
say
sources.
how. I didn't say how. I said or where. I said, why are you looking for the video? You're describing to me the contents of it. You don't have this to hand.
No, because I saw it. I don't have the video open right now.
Let's bring up.
That's why I asked you for it earlier. Remember?
Well, it's on my channel. Chat,
Okay.
if somebody wants to link it to
No,
me.
but do you pause it or do you just play it so I can just look at it?
Christian Baller for $20 says, as an expert in restraining people, putting someone in a chokehold is the #1 best way to control someone safely. It is 100 times better than using physical blows or a joint lock of some kind. So Christian Baller is weighing in here saying, yeah, my intuition is, yeah, you want to be able to control the, well, obviously from horsing around with my friends,
Right.
I understand the value of the chokehold. Christian Baller for another $5 says, this guy knows absolutely nothing about grappling. It's hilarious. Okay, Christian, I shouldn't have read that one, but
No, but I assume
Patrick
you have
for
to,
No, that's
$2
fine.
says,
you
"Pres-
have to disagree with that, though, right? You don't think. What if that is the case? That is the best way to restrain someone safely is to put them in that headlock.
yeah, he's trying
Well,
to
clearly
keep him alive.
Clearly not that headlock because he wasn't keeping him alive.
Well, no, obviously there
Yeah, but
was
wait.
a
If
mishap.
someone wait, that's irrelevant because if someone tries to put someone in a move that's supposed to be the safest way to do it, but then it fucks up for some reason, that shows that they weren't acting recklessly. They just made a mistake.
What if he shot him in the leg? Because he saw in a bunch of movies that if you shoot someone in the leg, they're okay in the next
Wait,
episode.
why you're adding extra things to it?
Because you're the one who's fixating on some speculative intent that he had for
Well,
holding
no,
him
wait.
down
Christian
around the neck.
Baller, who studies
when he was-
jujitsu and has always been
I
trying to
don't-
get you to do it, brings forward this
I'm-
example. And I'm saying if
Well,
it turns out
hopefully-
that according to his training, they
hopefully-
say this is a good way to restrain someone.
Well, hopefully Christian Baller's jiu-jitsu is better than Penny's.
right.
um,
So okay, but
because
so
Good,
if it turns
here's
out
good
wait,
faith
wait,
Gary.
right,
Good
so
faith
if
Gary.
wait, hold on. So if it turns out that when this goes to trial and they say, well, actually, according to his training, they did say this is the best way to restrain someone without killing them, but then for whatever reason it got messed up, does that change your opinion on the situation?
If he was actually trained to hold him in that particular way for that long and to interfere in a situation of that manner with
Well,
that
no.
move-
Okay, so you're adding a bunch of
No, I'm
extra
not.
elements.
Stop adding things.
No,
Right.
no,
Yeah.
because martial arts training is not just about like the particular things you enact on another body to incapacitate them. It's also about like, when is it appropriate to deploy this? I don't think it's he will have been trained to see, oh, if a homeless man is ranting on the bus and they mention other people, or they mention something that smacks of potential illegal behavior or potential threatening behavior or even of potential violent behavior, that it is therefore appropriate to creep up behind them Metal Gear Solid style, choke them around the neck and hold them down for 15 minutes.
I'm sure that'll come up in the
here's the problem, is that when we were talking about each individual element, we first talked about, whether it was okay for him.
I'm also told that most police departments ban chokeholds.
Okay.
Not that that's material here.
So when we were talking about this incident, we were talking specifically about was he justified in grabbing him in the first place? And then you were saying, well, focus more on this other thing. And so then once I focus more on this other thing about the actual chokehold, you're saying, well, no, let's focus more, let's go back and focus more on the fact that he should never done it.
No, both.
That's why I'm saying that you keep adding elements here. I'm trying to just single down to one thing first.
Not exactly. See, what you're doing is actually the reverse of that. You're using the one to justify the other. I'm saying these are both unrelated, but both are unjustified. So the instigating action of putting the person into like initiating strangling him, because that's what it was.
Right. Okay. So you're saying
I would contend that's unjustified, but that's a separate act from holding the hold for as long as he did, to the point of death.
Right. So you're saying that even if he was trained to hold this person in the specific way that he did, that wouldn't matter, because number one, you don't think he should have grabbed them in the first place, and then number two, you think that the length of time makes the action unjustified, right?
These are your
three reasons.
If he was trained to do precisely that action for that length of time, then I would put less responsibility on him for the killing and more for the instigating. So that would be a good example of a manslaughter defense.
Right. So so even if hypothetically they said you should hold a guy for this and you should hold him until he stops moving,
that doesn't justify the interference.
You would still say that he should still be charged with manslaughter, because he should have never instigated the situation in the first place.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good faith.
Well, that's why in the beginning of the conversation I was trying to hone in on that, because to me, that's if we don't agree on that, then we don't agree. It doesn't matter like what happens after the fact.
Well, it really does, though, because that's a very big if he was actually trained to hold him down for that long. And once again, we have other people on the train, at least one, who recognized even just through osmosis from knowing other people who were trained in this, that you can't do this for that long, that this gets really dangerous at this juncture. And moreover, I think most people would recognize that holding somebody when they're clearly unconscious in that particular way for that long will kill them. This is how you choke people to death.
If you're actively trying to choke someone to death. Good Faith Gary for $20 says, I served in the Marines. What Perry was attempting to do was a blood choke, which we were trained to do. The purpose is to cut off the blood circulation to make them pass off while allowing one to still breathe. Yeah, that's my understanding of a chokehold too. And I mean, I did that I literally did that as a kid. Keaton
hang on,
Kitsune. No, hold on. This other one.
No.
Look, I think this one might be contradictory though. So let's hear them. Keaton Kitsune for $50 says, a lot of talk about Penny's training comes off as idiotic to me. I was in the Army and I had combative training, and we never really covered chokeholds and such. I doubt the Marines went in too much further. Plus, he put him in the recovery position. So, but the Marines could do it, and the Army doesn't. So they're not necessarily.
But go back to the previous one. Okay?
Go ahead. You want to respond?
So the purpose of that hold is to cut off blood flow so the person passes out.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Andy, not Andy. Adam. How long can a brain live without blood flow to it?
3 weeks. I've seen it in Futurama. You just got to have it in the right jar, so everything works out fine.
The best outcome of that, once he's incapacitated, once he's knocked out, and you are continuing to cut off blood flow to the brain, is severe brain damage.
Yeah, but look, he's got him in his arms. He knows when he stops struggling, he's passed out.
No, he doesn't, clearly, because he died.
Well, no, wait.
He died, Adam. We're talking about somebody who died in hospital
not what happened.
Afterwards.
Right? You're saying he knows because he died. That doesn't mean he knows anything.
But it does actually, because that tells us precisely what he was doing to Neely's body.
No, but you understand that you could be holding someone and they could be dying and you wouldn't realize it. I assume
Yeah.
you agree with that.
He can't tell the difference between him going unconscious
well,
and dying.
no. We aren't talking about you finding somebody on the beach and running to the ambulance and they died in your arms. You didn't notice.
I didn't.
We're talking about you found somebody at the beach who was alive, grabbed them around the neck and pulled them to the ambulance, and then you didn't notice that they were dead afterwards. He's the one who's holding him on the ground with his arm around his throat. He's the one who's stopping his pulse.
Okay, I understand that. But what I'm saying is I would assume you'd agree that someone could be holding someone in some kind of submission hold and they die or are be dying and the person holding them doesn't realize they're dying.
He was not clear the precise point at which his extended cutting off of this person's blood supply to his brain killed him. Yeah, possibly. He probably didn't know the exact point of organic brain death either.
Well, unconsciousness and death seem very similar. So obviously, if he died,
Indeed. You know what happens to a body when
let's not get
dies,
into that.
Right?
Let's
let's get into that. This is very interesting.
Yeah, rigor mortis. I know about all this stuff, but it's completely off topic.
No, not rigor mortis. That's later. What happens? They twitch, Adam. They convulse. They move around. They're sending weird random signals to different parts of the brain or different parts of the body because the brain is shutting down. What we see in that footage of him quote unquote resisting is him limply, well, yes, because he died. We see him limply squirming. His hands are like this. Okay, like he's out.
J-Mac for $20. All those masks.
Here's the problem, because I found the live stream that you were on with Kidology. I assume where you're talking about, you're watching the video. And it's like Kneely is laying there and he seems to be pretty motionless. And you're like, oh, okay, like maybe they're going on for too long. But then all of a sudden he starts fighting back like super hard. So the idea that like, oh,
no,
the second he stops moving, they should just wait. But so the idea that the second he stops moving, they should just let him go.
So he did a fake out.
This is proven to be not the case because he starts moving immediately afterwards.
But this wasn't the second though, because I actually timed it on stream. How long he goes without moving to when he starts his death squirms. Okay,
he did a fake out. I used to do that too. You got to do the fake out when your buddy's got you and you're like, oh, I'm dead.
Adam, it's not a fake out if he actually died.
It's a fake out before that though. That's why he kept going.
But that's my point. Is he doesn't know. The guy, people holding him don't know that he's actually dying.
Do you understand that?
They don't know if it's a fake out. They don't know what's going on there.
Do you understand that a fake out took place before the death? Do you understand that? Do you understand? Like he's saying basically.
What do you mean? You don't understand that?
Look, he's trying to subdue him.
What? No, hang on. Slow down. Hey, wait. What fake out? What are you referring to?
Look, when you're trying to subdue somebody,
are we inventing footage now? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about.
He's convulsing seconds before he's told by somebody else, hey, if you keep on holding on to him, he's going to die. And he did.
Look,
no.
Are you going to pay attention?
Wait, that's not what happened. Wait, I'm looking at it. What happens is they're holding him. He's not moving. He seems to be restrained. All of a sudden he starts moving.
I'm not scared of losing monetization. I'll put it on screen.
He starts moving up very violently. And then they're holding him. And then after he stops moving, then the person says like, oh, you should let him go. And
that's the fake out.
Right.
Yeah, I got you covered, fam. Hang on 1 sec.
None of this matters though.
Oh, but this is essential. This is actually the sole evidence that we have. This is of principal importance.
Right, but the evidence could be. I mean, obviously,
well, I would be curious when they see. You said if they have the full video.
They're going to match it up with the.
Well, we don't need the full video. I can show you precisely what we've been discussing here. I have it on screen.
Well, in terms of the inciting incident, because you have problems with the inciting incident as well. That's what I'm referring to.
No. Watch this. It's going to blow your minds, okay?
Oh, okay. My mind is going to be blown.
Yeah. So we got
excited delirium.
J-Mac for $20 says, all those mass murderers in MMA shaking my damn head. That's right. Yeah. Those chokeholds. You don't know. They die a couple days later, but they bury it under the rug.
That's true.
Sitch, are you watching a video or something?
I was going to see if I could find it, but.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know where Sunday's bringing it up.
I'm bringing it up on my stream.
Patrick for $2 says New York has the duty to retreat. It sucks. So Patrick is saying self-defense is. Patrick also asks for $2. President Sunday ever been attacked or threatened in real life?
Have you ever been in a fight or not even a fight? Have you ever done like rough and tumble play as a kid?
Hang on, you're off my screen.
Rough and tumble play. You ever roughhouse with your girlfriend, President Sunday?
Wow, that maybe not with your girlfriend, but
Orca for 5. Oh, let me read it
Where
first.
the hell? Oh, it's game capture. What's that up? Hang on, I lost. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Okay, so that's that, and then
Orca for
No,
$5
that's
says
capture.
President Sunday claiming cope, then proceeding to downplay Jordan's quotes hurt my soul. Sick 'em, Wormy. Watch out, Wormy's after you, President
there
Sunday.
you go.
I fortunately don't know what a wormy is, but I'll.
That's Adam's cat.
That's my cat.
Okay.
Christian
So
Baller
hang
for
on, hang on one
$10
sec.
says the banning of the
Don't worry.
chokehold in the police
You'll have a chance to read him in a
departments.
second. So hang on. So check this out. So you can see my screen now. Yes.
No,
Yeah.
Really?
no.
Okay.
If you're looking at a YouTube video, you can just put the link and I'll look at it independently.
Or I think I
Or
better
Twitter
idea.
or whatever.
Open
Christian
up
Baller
my
for
stream.
$10 says the banning of the
Adam, I
chokehold.
promise you, they'll still pay you. Just chill. Look on my stream, and you can just watch it live with me. We're delayed by a couple seconds.
Okay, it's like 15 seconds, but okay, I'll try.
Yeah.
It looks so fuzzy on your screen for some reason.
It is a little fuzzy. I mean, the original footage
What
is
does
fuzzy.
this matter? What does this
What do you mean?
really
What does this
matter?
matter? This is the only evidence we have of the case, Adam.
I want to see the claim.
Well, you don't even understand the logic of someone like
I don't. You're right.
The logic of trying to
agree.
subdue somebody. Here, just answer me this. You're trying to subdue somebody, President Sunday, somebody that you believe is actively trying to murder you, okay?
Yeah.
If you get behind them and you put them in a chokehold, what is your goal in putting them in the chokehold?
To incapacitate him.
To incapacitate them, right?
No, that's
so. If they
this is
so
a
if
bit of
they
an
act
analogous
like
scenario.
look, no, you said it perfectly. To incapacitate
but
them.
you're also
so if
loading
they,
in the idea that this person is specifically actively trying to
President Sunday.
Neely is not actively trying to murder someone.
Mr. Sunday, you be in Daniel Penny's role. Don't think about. Obviously, I understand that Neely could think he's trying to murder him. Okay,
hang on.
But you are only trying to incapacitate the person. If the person goes limp, and you let up a bit, and then the person starts thrashing and kicking, what are you going to do? You're going to go, you're a faker, motherfucker.
No, he's not. He's not thrashing and kicking in this footage. He's not thrashing and kicking in this footage. He's at worst squirming in the middle. He's limp through the majority of it. He's not thrashing and kicking. He's not punching the people holding him down. And the man died afterwards, so we know exactly what that was we were looking at. This is the person.
Yeah, he's limp until he's not limp. Right.
Body
he's limp and then he starts thrashing around. And then
Since you understand the logic of what I'm saying.
Yeah, because
correct?
he was
I mean,
unconscious.
it's pretty simple.
And then because he was unconscious, and then Penny continued to compress his throat until he died.
Right. So again, in terms of the charge here,
this is very funny to you too.
It's funny to me
the way that you're arguing
simple.
This is funny. Okay, because I keep saying that you have to show that he knew what he was doing was reckless and dangerous and didn't care.
That would be the training
part.
That would be the training part. If he was indeed trained,
if he's restraining a person and the person stops moving and then the person starts moving violently again, he's going to think, oh, this guy was just faking it. I have to hold on to him to prevent him from doing that. He's not necessarily, you're assuming that he's like, oh, this person's in the death throes. I'm going to fucking kill this guy.
No, it is not appropriate in an act of restraining somebody to stop their bodies from moving at all.
That's why the people grabbed his legs.
Look,
like,
again,
this guy's a faker.
Wait,
hang on. So his legs were also grabbed as he was strangled to death. This is an additional thing that we're seeing.
Yeah, because there were like 3 people trying to hold this guy down.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah,
right.
Legs and arms held down. Yeah, as he's being strangled to death. Yes. So
all
now,
3 of them conspired
now
to
we
kill
accept
him.
that he's being held down by 3 people. Now we want to justify him continuing to compress his carotid artery. How? For upwards of 2 minutes at least.
You don't
it's actually
know
probably
that,
closer to 15.
You don't know that happened. Okay?
We do. We have it on camera. I just actually showed it on screen. Chat, find me the original copy that we looked at so we have it in higher resolution.
I think we should move on, Sitch, but
no,
I want to see this video because like no one has sent it to me. It's like impossible to find. Apparently, I don't
understand. Chat, send
why.
it in the Discord server.
No one
I can't
has
see links in the chat.
Yes.
Why can't you see? Just have one of your mods put it in the chat.
That's what I'm doing, but they're not.
One of our mods could grab it out of Sunday's chat and put it on our chat. So,
right.
But anyway, Christian Baller for $10 says the banning of the chokeholds in police departments is 100% political. Most law enforcement, military know nothing about how to properly control or hold someone properly.
True.
Are you hard for cash or something? I'm skipping my
should be
super
mandatory in police departments.
And as PC for $5 says, the video isn't the only evidence. There's a bunch of witnesses that are giving their testimony.
Yeah.
Are you guys like hard for cash right now? Because I'm not reading my super chats because we're talking.
Well, these are relevant.
They're relevant.
These are relevant to the conversation, obviously.
And first of all, I love money.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with that?
You got a problem with money? They want to be involved in the conversation.
We're not lefty. We're not socialists. This is a good old capitalist enterprise.
Keating Kitsune for another $5 says, Didn't Kneely die at the hospital? Yeah, what about that, President Sunday?
Did he die at the hospital or did he die at the scene? I don't know the answer to that question.
I think he was pronounced dead at the hospital, but I don't know if he died at the scene.
Right. Well, that's a little bit different.
I don't know. Let's see. Jordon Kneely pronounced dead.
You should read. Why don't you read some super chats?
Pronounced dead after being because this is a serious conversation, and I'm not reading a bunch of random comments while I'm talking to you.
They're not random. They're relevant to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm only.
You don't know that until you've read them.
I'm only reading the.
He reads them. I'm assuming Adam is reading the comments before in his head before he reads them out.
Rico Zorro for $20 says chokeholds. Isn't this why the MMA have to tap out? Because the one holding the choke can't tell where the threshold is. That's exactly right. And they kept waiting for Kneely to tap out.
They were waiting for him to tap out.
Kneely
tapped out.
Really?
Kneely tapped out.
Really?
And he faked it. Kneely tapped out.
But
and
Your
then
Honor,
he was like,
MMA rules.
Look, I'm still in the game.
Wait a minute. So according to NBC, he was pronounced dead at the hospital, not at the scene specifically.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he wasn't dead.
I understand, but we don't say but
brain damage there.
I understand that, but you can't make the assumption that he died right there. He could have died at the hospital.
We've been making assumptions this entire conversation.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. Because when the paramedics check him, we saw the paramedics check him
by the city's medical examiner on Wednesday.
When the paramedics check him on the scene, if he was dead, they would have pronounced him dead on the scene. What do you mean?
Yeah, the paramedics probably messed up because they didn't give him CPR. It's probably the paramedics' fault.
There you go. It's the paramedics' fault. No, but seriously.
Look, these firemen,
Wait, no, stop. Okay, just stop. Okay. I'm being serious.
A 24-year-old Marine who has not been named publicly then stepped in to subdue the man, placing his arms around his neck until Kneely went limp. The nearly 4-minute-long video filmed by Vacquez shows the two men struggling and other passengers stepping in to hold Kneely down. Guy was released afterwards, and we should have something about where he was declared dead.
Well, I can send it to you. It's an NBC article.
Sure. Send it to me in DMs.
I'll put in the Zoom chats here.
Okay, here we go. I found the footage.
Dodgem Hacks for $50 says, isn't it pretty clear from the video that Penny isn't applying? Oh, no, it's pretty clear from the video that Penny isn't applying pressure in the hold and his arms aren't even in the position to do so properly. Rear naked chokehold renders unconscious in 6 seconds, not 15 minutes. Kneely probably died from excited delirium. Thank you.
Okay, look at this. 3 minutes long, okay?
Where are you putting it?
I'm putting it on my screen. So
can you put a link in the Zoom chat?
Oh, fuck, right, we're on Zoom. Okay, hang on one sec.
Oh, wait. I think someone finally, thank you.
I noticed in your conversation
someone finally sent it to me. Thank you.
Where is the...
I don't know how to say your name. Elokio. Thank you so much.
I was listening to your conversation with Wick and Lav, and I think Wick's Discord dropped out like twice. And I was thinking, Discord.
Hang on. I have to do a thing quickly.
Clyde, a member for 6 months, says, would President Sunday's opinion change if an autopsy showed that his death was not related to the chokehold?
I need to reset my stream. 1 sec.
Okay.
Would it obviously change, Sitch?
I would hope.
Yeah, I would hope too, but we could have President Sunday. Obviously, your position would change if the autopsy was against you, correct?
I'm resetting 1 moment.
Okay.
This is important.
Resetting is always important. I try to reset at least once every 6 months.
Right.
No, oh, the stream finished. Fuck. Okay, hang on. We're continuing on this one. Give me a moment. God damn it.
Adam,
I was copy. Jesus Christ, Adam. I was copy and pasting the link, and
the super chats are more relevant than link talk, though.
Watermelon for $20 says Vasquez, the man who recorded the video, said in an interview that Kneely was fighting back the whole time, and once he passed out, he was released and put into recovery position.
Yeah,
the reason why it matters is because when I was copying and pasting the link, for some reason my clipboard didn't update, so I copied.
Well, we don't need to hear. We don't need to hear about the behind the scenes stuff.
That's not
good. I know, Adam.
Oh, you put your you put your stream key into your chat.
into the chat here briefly for a split second.
Oh my god!
So I need to reset that. So that wasn't
right. Okay,
that sucks.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
that's a good idea. The restart after that.
Adam Gadbow for $5 says, U.S. Marine here. Flattered Sunday thinks that we're all trained killers, but most of us who don't have combat jobs only know very basic self-defense. Well, thank you, Adam, for weighing in. Yeah, Adam's like, I'm an IT guy.
I was specifying Penny's training.
That's what this person was talking about. They were a Marine and they were trained too, and they said unless you have
wait 5 seconds for my stream to come up. Okay, you're gonna make me sit through super chats while we're talking. You can wait 2 seconds for my stream to go up.
Well, if you want to read some super chat Sunday, we're more than happy.
I really don't.
Okay,
this is basic courtesy when you're having an interview with somebody. You don't randomly interject with comments from your chat because they gave you $2.
Is it? Well, hold on. This one was $50, so. I mean, that's
fair.
Would we do the $50 ones? No.
There's a limit.
I thought that was nice of you. Sunday, I do appreciate. That was very honest.
See,
and
Adam reading the super chats is his not so subtle way of trying to get us to move to a different topic, which he seems to be wanting us to move.
He really wants to for some reason. He must have something really interesting in mind.
No, I mean not really, but how much can we talk about the Kneely stuff? Yeah, he's got.
Well, we can talk about it quite a bit. I have the footage right on screen, so we can watch exactly how long he holds him in a carotid chokehold for, while the man is limp. Do you want to see?
He's got 30 minutes more, Sitch. If he's going on Wick's panel in 30 minutes, he's got.
I'm not. I don't. I think I'm prioritizing.
You can invite Wick on if you want to invite Wick on here. You can. Wick's a great guy.
Wick's got a panel to run. I was a last minute addition at best. Yes.
Okay, I thought. Okay, good, cool. Stick around.
So here, watch. We're gonna observe on stream. Okay.
Yeah, he holds him. It looks like he holds him for 30 seconds after he stops moving.
That's a long hold after he stops moving. But the thing is, after he's pretended to go limp and then fought back.
You say he's pretended to go limp, but I don't think he's pretended to go limp because he died afterwards.
At the hospital.
Why are you insisting he's pretended to go limp? Where's this coming from?
Well, no, because if the guy's limp, right, he stops moving and then he starts moving violently. Okay, and
he's
then they restrain him,
out.
and then he stops moving.
Watch how he's moving though.
Sunday, you have to understand this. It's so basic. Anyone can understand this.
Look how weak his arms are.
You're trying to subdue the person. If they pretend to be subdued and then fight back, you then have no assurance that when they stop moving again, that they're really going to be subdued. Do you understand that?
Adam, you instigating a situation in which somebody is fighting back because you grab them around the throat.
That is irrelevant.
Wait.
Does not give you carte blanche to then hold on to him into perpetuity.
Kneely instigated the situation.
You feel threatened.
Kneely instigated the situation with his verbal threat.
No. With his verbal threat.
Yes.
We're on board with the whole words are violence thing now. That's where we're going.
Well, if they're violent words, if they're I'm going to kill you.
They're violent words. They're violent. They're violent words. Okay.
Wait. I don't know why you're making this argument. Are you saying that no matter what he said, he could say anything in the entire history of existence, and that wouldn't justify you trying to restrain him?
No.
Okay, then why did you make that argument?
Because he didn't say the kind of thing that would.
No. Then why'd you make the words or violence argument? It's a BS argument. Come on.
Well, it's a BS argument for you.
Well, no,
this
because it's a
spells
BS argument for
whole lot of
you. Wait,
problems
it's a BS argument for you. It's a BS argument for you because you just said yourself said he could say something that justified the use of force.
I agree, except could say something that justifies the use of force. Yeah.
Okay, so then we could stick to the real argument.
Threats of violence.
Like for example, an employer refusing to use the proper pronouns of an employee.
You think that's justifiable?
That's violence?
In a state in which that is actually the law that you're actually required to respect these. I think it is perfectly appropriate for
maybe
the forces of the state,
Daniel Penny.
for the force of the state to penalize the person for doing so.
Right, but okay, so you don't think the employees should be able to put them in a chokehold when they don't use their proper pronouns?
Well, hang on. If that person refuses to pay a fine or refuses to go to court or refuses to go to prison, that person will be forced to by somebody who is entitled by law,
by the state,
enough to kill them.
Right. Yes, of course.
The state will, yes.
Okay. I don't understand what that has anything to do with what we're talking about.
Oh, you're cool with that, though, is where I'm going with this.
Am I cool with the state using power, physical force to enforce their laws? Yes, I'm cool with that, yeah.
Really, even against people who are being, whose free speech is being limited because they are not using the proper pronouns.
Well, I would disagree with that law, obviously, but you have to follow the law, right? Unless you get it changed. Like, if you want to protest the law, try to get it changed, then you can do that. But you still have to, like, it's the thing, like with the civil rights movement, when they're protesting the unjust laws, they still end up going to jail, but that's part of the protest.
Read Grendel.
By the way, we're 47 seconds in, so it continues.
What do you want me to read out?
Grendel Vivat. It's relevant, and it's...
Look how hard he is holding his neck.
Grendel Vivat for $50 says, New York is a minority jurisdiction which imposes duty to retreat before use of deadly force. However, case law has caveats that person must have actual knowledge of ability to retreat safely. Here, passengers were trapped in a moving car with sealed doors.
Yeah.
Adam.
Daniel Penny didn't have a way to retreat. He's literally under the guy.
No one on the train would physically.
Penny had no... Adam, you were suggesting earlier, rather hilariously, that they were waiting for Penny to tap out. But it was you who introduced, even before I put the footage on the screen, that he had been held down arms and legs by 3 people. How is he supposed to tap out precisely? Wouldn't that count as struggling by your lights?
Well,
no, you can tap out. What do you mean? You don't know the universal sign for tapping out? You tap their
You can't. What do you tap out with?
You yell uncle.
Or you say
Well, you can't yell uncle if your throat's being constricted. What do you tap out with?
Well, that's true. He should have. You know what? I agree. The one guy... the black guy that was holding
Neely
his
had
arm down,
precisely
he should have not have held his arm down so that he could have tapped out.
Neely had precisely one action that he could do that would satisfy the both of you, judging by what you said here.
Holding still.
Die quietly.
No, holding still.
Yeah, he could have just held still.
Which would make him what? He was being strangled.
He wasn't being strangled the entire time, obviously.
Yes.
He would have died long ago.
Well, he was, clearly. Because
No, because
he was rendered limp.
When Penny's on his back, when Penny's on his back and he's holding Neely, he's obviously not dying at that moment.
What do you mean he's obviously not dying at that moment?
This is the moment where he passes.
No,
because the moment when he passes out is once they roll over, and Penny's on his side and Neely's on his side. That's when he passes out. When he's on his back, he's not passed out.
Yes, he is passed out when he's on his back. This is the end of the altercation.
No. He's on his... No, why do you say... What are you basing that off of?
The footage.
In the footage, that's when he's moving, and his eyes even open up at that point.
I think everyone knows our positions. We could probably move on. So
I guess we could, but...
We'll see what happens.
Anyway.
Look,
we'll see what happens. Maybe additional evidence will come on. It'll change someone's mind, but I doubt anyone's mind will be changed in this situation. So...
My mind will be changed if the...
Look, hang on. He's limp. 2 minutes and 48 seconds left. He's not even squirming anymore.
That's the fake out. For 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
That's not the fake out. That's the end.
Okay.
That's why I said he holds him for about 40 seconds after he stops moving, and then he lets go. When the guy talks to him. Yeah.
They hold him. They hold him long enough to make sure he's not faking it.
Guys,
right?
Come on.
Look, he's faked it twice. They're going to hold him long enough to make sure he's not faking it.
If you're holding someone, President Sunday, and they fake you out, or they're struggling, not struggling, not struggling, how do you know when it's like, oh, they're actually just gonna, I'm actually like they've actually passed out? How do you know that?
Yeah,
that's a good question. I don't know. This is one of the reasons
kind of
why
the
you
problem.
don't
You know,
recklessly
because they
jump
stop
somebody.
moving and you
No,
let
this is
up.
one of the
Random.
reasons. This is one of the reasons why you don't recklessly assault somebody in public. You don't grab somebody around.
Well, this
the
is
Well,
one
you
of the
shouldn't
reasons why you don't
recklessly-
wait.
threaten
Put
a
them into a
whole carload
Yeah.
of people.
You shouldn't
didn't
recklessly
threaten the whole
threaten
carload.
people.
Play
people.
stupid games,
Wait,
win
yes, he
stupid
did. What are you
prizes.
talking
Really?
about?
Fuck
Yes, he did.
around,
So,
find
so
out.
he presented a reasonable imminent threat to the entire car of people, such that
Yes.
choking him out was the only option. He said he had a bomb. He said
No,
he had a
he said-
gun.
He said.
Did he had a knife? Was he armed with
No.
anything?
What was the
Choking
you
him
read
out was the
Adam?
most reasonable option.
No, wait. He said, I don't care if I go to prison. I don't care if I have
He
to
said,
hurt
I
someone.
want food.
All right,
I'm
close
not
chapter.
taking no for an answer. I'll hurt anyone on this train. I'm ready to go back to jail. Those
Yeah,
are
that's so directly a threat.
that is a threat.
How we pretending that's not a threat?
Hey Adam,
Yeah. What's
I'm
up?
gonna hurt anyone in this stream. I'm so hungry. I don't care if I go back to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't believe
Do you know? Wait. Do you know what
Really?
context is?
Yeah, you're not in the room, so it's obvious.
Yeah,
that
I don't
threat is
understand why
empty.
you're bringing forward
Well,
this argument.
among other things, the only people present are you and I. So at the very least,
we're
you
not
would have-
we're
you
not
would have
sharing a
recourse.
physical space.
At the very least, you would have. Well, it's still a threat, no?
No, is it? Wait. You know, if someone is like 100 yards away from you and they're like, "Hey, I want to come punch you," you know, that's very different than someone who's standing right
I'd
next to you
say-
and they look at you very menacingly and they're like, "I'm gonna fucking kill you."
I'd
Like,
say you have
these
a
are
duty
very
to
different
But
retreat.
situations.
but hang on a sec. If that's indeed what he did,
Wait, no.
then why would Neely become why would,
You
Penny
can't.
become
You
from
can't.
behind?
Wait. You
Why
can't
would Penny
make
be coming
general
from behind?
arguments, and then when I make a general argument, you go back to the specifics. Okay, you're making general arguments about principles, and then when I refute them, you bring it back to the specific to try to say, "But that's not
What are you
happened."
referring to?
Okay, you keep saying we're saying, "Oh, he said these words that are threatening," and then your response to this is, "Well, I'm going to say." Your response to that is to say, "I'm going to say similar words to you guys on stream. Does that justify using force against me?" And we're saying no, because the context of the situation is entirely different.
I'll tell you.
But
I'll
you're
tell
not. You're not agreeing
I'll tell
to
you
that.
exactly.
Okay?
I'll tell you exactly why you're okay with Neely being strangled to death in the train, and that's because he looked homeless. It's the only reason.
You've wait. You've
this
changed
man-
the subject.
if
You've
this
changed the
was- if
subject
this
because
was-
you're
if
not
this was-
admitting that
no,
what
I'm
you're
not.
doing here is
No, I'm not.
completely
You're
fallacious.
being completely incoherent.
No.
Completely incoherent.
So,
like
President
batshit
Sunday,
insane.
it's funny. You're doing the
Like, I
thing
think-
where
I think you had a
when you're
stroke.
being wrong, you just try to use
I'm actually
like
going-
ad
I'm
homs and
probably-
try to get the conversation
I'm
changed
probably,
to something
I'm
else.
probably
Okay.
going to have to defer to you just based on your
What was the
first
point?
epistemic
What was the point
advantage
of you,
of
Sunday?
knowing what it feels like to lose oxygen to your brain.
Sunday, what was the point of you when we were talking about whether his words were
I think
threatening?
that every time I
What
wake
were
up,
the what? You can stop interrupting because I know you don't want me to make an argument
I-
because you're afraid of the argument. Okay.
I am.
What was the point that
Please
when
don't
we
make
were
the argument,
talking
Sitch.
about whether
No,
the words
stop, don't.
what
wait.
were the see? He's terrified.
He's doing it
He's
again.
terrified of
Why do
the
you keep doing
argument.
that?
This
Come
is
on.
crazy.
Just let him make his
Are
argument.
you ready? Can we actually have the argument put forward?
In 1 second, I've got some super chats to read. Sorry, go on.
Well, that's pretty funny. I'll give you that one. Okay. What is the point if we're talking about whether Neely said something that was threatening or not, for you to then say, well, I'm saying threatening words to you over Zoom in a non-threatening way? What is the point of putting forward that argument?
Because you're using that to give carte blanche to him continuing to hold him down for an additional
No,
15
we're
minutes.
no,
You
what-
are the
no,
one
no,
bridging these two
no,
things.
No,
Yes,
we're not.
Yes.
No,
yes,
because
yes,
no, we went back to the,
yes,
you're
yes,
doing the
yes,
thing. You're doing the thing I
yes.
talked about in the beginning. You keep jumping to different arguments. You went back to the argument that he should have never done it in the first place, and that's what
not
we were
jumping.
addressing.
I've sustained
Now
both
you're saying,
persistently.
well, he even if he'd done it, he shouldn't have done it for 10
Well,
minutes.
no,
You keep changing the position.
Just
well, no,
one at a
because the
time, okay?
trespassing- Because the trespassing on one is a different crime from the trespassing on the other. So him instigating it makes him the instigator of assaulting somebody on a train. Him holding him down makes him a killer.
I understand that. So right now we're focused on the instigation aspect of it. Okay, so you
Well,
don't need
we're
to bring up the
we're
length of
concerned
time.
with all of it
We're
because
just
you're-
talking.
Well, no,
we're just talking about the
because-
instigation
hang on.
part.
Well, yeah, I know, but this becomes a problem for you because you have to leap back in order to justify him continuing to hold him by reference to his threatening behavior prior to being assaulted. Now, if his behavior prior to being assaulted is not just cause for him
Obviously,
being
then nothing
put
is
into
just
a
cause.
lethal
Obviously, right.
Well,
Well, no,
you
clearly
keep
not.
trying-
For example, no, clearly not. For example, if he had a gun and he was reaching for a gun,
Mhm.
it'd be a different story. If he was waving around a knife, it'd be a different story. If he had already physically attacked someone, it would be a different story. But he didn't. As
What-
it stands, this is the record. Man was walking around on a train yelling out threatening statements to nobody in particular, maybe to everyone, maybe to the whole world, but to no one in particular. Penny in particular decided to stand up, creep up behind him, grab him around the throat, and then persisted to hold him until he was dead.
I thought you said in the beginning of this conversation that even if Kneely punched someone, you don't think it would have been justified.
It would not have been justified to hold him for as long as he did.
Okay. But it would have been justified to instigate the action.
Well, he wouldn't be instigating the action. He'd be responding to an action.
Okay. So that's why we're focused on the threatening part of the words. Okay.
No, you're focusing on the threatening part of the words because it's the only recourse you have to justify him
It's not
holding
the
a person down
wait,
for upwards
obvious,
of 5 minutes.
You're saying that like you're saying that like it's a dunk. Of course, that's the whole point.
No, I'm not
whether
saying
it
like
was
it's a dunk.
whether it was justified for Penny to try to restrain him or not. So obviously that hinges entirely on the actions of Kneely before and what he said.
Well, no,
okay?
because there's a difference between restraining and then executing the person, which is what happened once after the person was limp. He continued
Okay, we're just talking about the
blood supply to his brain.
talking about the instigation part of this.
Well,
okay?
now
because
you're now
as
suddenly
I said,
no,
and as
suddenly
you
you're
said,
jumping.
if the
Now
instigation
you're
part
jumping.
isn't justified,
Now
then
you-
nothing is
now-
justified,
now
right?
You're jumping.
I'm not jumping. This is what we're talking about from the
You're
beginning.
jumping like Stitch when he launches from the volcano onto Dr. Jumba's spacecraft.
Is that really his name?
Dr.
Or
Jumba.
did you just make that up?
No, it's called Dr. Ham,
Oh,
basically.
okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't remember.
Because he looks like a pig.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to talk about the instigation part again, because if, as you said, and as I said, and we all agree, if it wasn't justified in the beginning, then no action, regardless of what it is justified afterwards. This is kind of what came up with the cover now situation. Okay.
Well, not every action is justified afterwards.
No, I understand it. I said no justification would be no action would be justified afterwards.
And they
Well,
already
not no
gave
action,
it.
just not. No. There's a difference between saying he can't strangle him for 5 minutes.
I'm not.
and
I didn't
saying he
say
can't
that.
do
I didn't say
anything.
that. I said if I'd say that no action whatsoever would have been justified if he wasn't justified to even do anything based on what the initial thing that Kneely said or did.
No, I think if Penny had stood up and told him to back down, and if he had refused to do so, and then he had been aggressive towards Penny in particular, he would be justified in tackling him.
Okay, no action of restraint. Okay.
No sneaking up
wanna
on
use that
someone.
word.
No sneaking up on someone who has not been physically violent and
Right.
choking them. Yes.
Right. Okay. So you're
That is
standing
escalating
by
the situation.
right. So you're standing by the statement that you don't think that what Kneely said, which was Adam,
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh,
you have the quote.
Let me go back here.
Go back. to
I
your tab.
want food. I'm not
Yeah.
taking no for an answer. I'll hurt anyone on this motherfucking train. I'm ready to go back to jail, motherfuckers.
Yeah. That's not
Yeah.
justification for going up behind him and strangling him to death.
Okay.
No.
Well, no,
Or for strangling him at all.
Well,
Or for
wait,
strangling
don't-
him at all.
Okay. You don't think that's
or for
restraining
taking
of him-
taking a swing at him, or
you
for
don't
restraining
think
him.
any sort of physical force is justified from those words?
Not from those words, no.
Okay. Well, that's
If
just
he
where
had
our
then
core
said, "I have a
disagreement lies.
gun" or "I have a bomb," different story.
Okay.
But
sure,
at
I
that
understand.
juncture, yeah, I'm sorry.
I
No.
understand. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's just where the core disagreement lies, because I think that those words are threatening enough that would allow someone to try
I
to.
think the
restrain
core
them.
disagreement lies in the first 2 words of that last sentence.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Motherfucker? Oh. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't care if they're homeless or not. So, like, if anyone says those
Sure.
words,
It's
just
because they're black, isn't it?
It is. Yes.
No,
True.
obviously not. Anyway, do you want to? Are there any more super chats that are relevant? You got any super chats that are relevant to this? Do you have any? of
No, I
your-
don't. I'll read my super chat in between stuff. What
If
did you
you
want
read-
to talk about
if you
next?
read
Adam?
them-
You
if
were
you-
really
Look, if
were
you
really
read them
eager to
now,
get
you
off
might
this
get some
topic.
more
I'm
super
curious.
chats.
No. That's
True.
President
my
Sunday.
my audience subscribes for quality, not for response.
Well, he's a socialist, so he doesn't want money. So that's fine.
Exactly. True. Yes, indeed. I'm actually not a socialist, but I'm.
Well,
trying.
whatever. Leftists, they're all the same, right?
Well, Sitch was interested in perhaps talking about your debate with Lav, I think.
About gender. Yeah.
And I was interested just in a general question about, like, what's the goal of your channel? Like, do you consider yourself a political activist, or
Are
just
you asking
basic?
me?
Yeah, basic questions we usually ask. I don't think we got to ask
I-
these questions first time you came on. So.
I don't think I would characterize myself as a political activist. Like I do political advocacy, I guess, of a sort.
Okay.
But like fundamentally, this is not distinct from my job. I'm not going out and taking part in like direct action or things of that sort. I wouldn't characterize myself as an activist. No.
What do you mean by not distinct from your job? Is streaming your job? I don't really know.
Well, the channel's my job. It's video essays and streaming. Yeah.
Okay. So what is the goal of the channel? Like, what do you want to accomplish?
Nothing in particular. I guess generally, I try to produce educational material and deploy my specific education towards getting people interested in certain types of material. Trying to do like decent analysis of things. Like, you know, it's fairly general. I wouldn't say there's any one in particular.
And I noticed you have a lot of videos that seem to have a philosophical bent. Is that where your study is?
Well, my area is political science. But I do go into philosophy sometimes in my videos as well.
Do you separate? What's the difference between political philosophy and political science?
Well, historically, there isn't a distinction. Some of the earliest philosophical writings we have are specifically engaged what we would call political philosophy or political science today. The critical difference is that political science in present day is a theoretical discourse that presumes political communities as a real thing that merit research, and I don't think a philosophical approach necessarily insists that categories like the political or states or things like that are real entities that are actually amenable to philosophical analysis specifically. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm wondering, because it sounds like you're more towards a sociological understanding of politics, maybe more of an empiricist bent than a
what do you mean when you say, just out of curiosity, I'm not trying to like be pedantic here, but when you say more of a sociological analysis, what do you mean by that? Like, what are you trying to specify?
Like you would instead of engaging in how politics works through a rationalist sort of philosophical perspective where you're just kind of thinking about how these things are structured, you would actually do some sort of empirical studies. You would basically put forward some sort of social science hypothesis that, you know, this is why people are voting this way or that way, or why they have certain political inclinations. And then you develop some sort of experiment to prove that. Where like a political philosophy person might not do that. They might look at, you know, philosophers of old and say, this is the way certain philosophers thought about politics. And I think these particular philosophers are correct and these particular philosophers are wrong. That's the distinction that I would make.
Well, I don't think either would necessarily like eschew either approach. I don't think anybody treats I mean, they shouldn't, at least, any political scientist or philosopher worth anything will not treat sort of like the great books of political science as inerrant. In fact, each of them are responsive to each other and criticizing each other.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with Machiavelli. Machiavelli is a political philosopher, but we talk a lot about.
I'm not sure I would call him a political philosopher. He's a political thinker, definitely a political theorist. Even I wouldn't call him a philosopher.
Okay.
No, I think philosophy as a category sort of presumes like some kind of sort of ceiling of truth that governs the state of things. I think one of the things that characterizes Machiavelli is the complete disavowal of any kind of fixed point that provides sort of certainty for any kind of truth statement. Like that's the whole nature of his thing. The whole idea of courting fortuna is the idea that you don't actually abide by any specific attitude or attach yourself to any particular thing. You need to be able to read the situation and to expertly be disloyal or expertly loyal to things as the situation demands.
I understand Machiavelli, but I was just using Machiavelli as an example. Like, we talk a lot about selectorate theory on the show, which selectorate theory would be in the realm of social science. And the selectorate theory kind of proves Machiavelli right. Like, Machiavelli had a philosophy of politics that nobody actually proved through doing some sort of empirical research. These social scientists came along and they started looking at the numbers. And when you look at the numbers and find out this is why certain people are participating in certain behavior politically, and you can prove that empirically, then you can pick which of the philosophers from history actually was closest to a theory of politics that was correct. And
I'm not 100% sure I followed that, but I think I think I disagree with your characterization of sociologists. So what sociology is going to do is it's going, like, beginning with people like Max Weber, it's going to start to understand things like states and political entities and things like that by reference to sociological processes. Sorry, the pollen's getting to me. By reference to sociological processes that crystallize these in the world. So, for example, when Weber
what do you mean by crystallize these in the world? Because you're talking about empiricism,
for
right?
example, sorry?
You're talking about empirical study. When you're talking about crystallizing them in the world, you're talking about objective reality.
Well, not exactly. So empirical study will give you like data concerning how many people engage in this behavior, how many people of this category engage in this behavior, things like that. Yeah. But then you might say, well, within a given territory. And so the question becomes like, well, what gives rise to this territory? Why are we identifying, for example, the state with the territory? Why are we identifying like regions as being coherent entities and things like that? These are going to be crystallized, quote unquote. They're not like literally there. There aren't like walls around different states separating them from each other. These are going to emerge as a consequence of people's behavior. They're going to crystallize as quote unquote real because people behave in such a manner as they may as well be walls, or they may as well be something, things like that.
Well, once they behave in any sort of manner, you can study it empirically because it becomes reality. Like they did that behavior.
Sure. Yeah.
Where, before the behavior takes place, it's all kind of subjective.
So. Yeah. But the point I'm getting at, though, is that like it's not that someone like Max Weber is more empirical than somebody like Machiavelli or vice versa. They're just taking a different approach to the different sort of political categories that a lot of us take for granted. And they're explaining them not by reference to, like, one of the things that Machiavelli does in a similar vein is he criticizes older approaches to politics that treat the community and proper ruling and things like that as being downstream from some notion of societal health, of virtue, things like that. Machiavelli counters people like Aristotelians and so on and so forth, and Thomists, and says that, well, actually, no, all states are either principalities or republics, and they are either inherited or they are gained by force and things like that. And there is no like virtue appropriate, like constantly appropriate to a ruler or to a citizen, except what the situation demands. So what you need isn't virtue. What you need is what he calls virtu, which is basically the skillful ability to respond to the situation, to recognize when it's appropriate to lie, when it's appropriate to tell the truth, when it's appropriate to be loyal, when it's appropriate to betray, things like that.
Right. Machiavelli does, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know selector theory? Because all that totally plays into selector theory, obviously.
I haven't looked
into it. Interesting. So I was interested in your debate with Lav about, I guess you were talking about sex and gender. And it seemed like there's a game that's going on here where you're trying to separate what is a social construct and what is a biological construct. It seemed like most of the debate that was a back and forth.
I wouldn't separate the two. So it's not that there isn't stuff in the world or things in the world that are not downstream from human discourse, because of course human beings emerge from a pre-discursive environment in that sense. Like we evolve really without people like having like social understandings of these concepts. However, once you have an organism and a society of people who are like identifying things in the world and having a consensus, this is this organ, this is this organ, this does this does this. At that point, even the categories themselves, even if they directly correspond to a solid thing in the world prior to that discourse, that is still socially constructed. Like the understanding is socially constructed. It's downstream from our experience and from our communication with each other.
So there's no separation between social constructs and biological constructs, like obviously
not from our vantage point. So you have to think like we're post epistemic turn here. So when we're talking about stuff in the world, when I'm talking about stuff that pre-exists human discourse, I'm actually being a little bit pretentious because I don't have access to that. I can't see that. I don't have like the eye of God. I can't say,
but isn't science the eye of God though? Obviously, because you're taking measurements that are outside of your human perception.
Well, what's measuring?
Measuring, distance, whatever.
Well, no, but what is measure? No, not sorry, not what is the concept of measuring. What is doing the measuring? What is reading? What is setting the scales? What is reading the results? What is picking what to measure?
We cannot see how many electrons are in a hydrogen atom.
This is true. Yeah,
we learn this through inference, but I'm
well, not just through inference.
That the objective reality is there is one electron in a hydrogen atom.
Well, not just through inference though. Also through socially agreed upon symbols that represent things that cannot be seen by the human eye and are agreed upon nonetheless to represent.
You want to get into Sitch?
Well, here's the issue is that I have with this is that like if I were to say, what is business clothing, right? Say, it's wearing a suit or something. Now we'd agree. I assume we'd all agree that that's a social construct that's entirely based on something that's entirely created by humans socially. There's nothing biological about suits and ties and dresses and all that stuff. But if we said something like, because this came up in your conversation with Lav.
Well, that was the essence of the conversation with Lav. I know we were going.
You made kind of a joke about like there's no such thing as mammals. But if we say, mammals are based on having breast tissue and lactating and things of that nature and being warm-blooded and all this other stuff.
Then I looked at the platypus.
Right, and there's an exception, right? But if they say, generally this is the case, or generally, whatever biological category you want, if we want to talk about.
So it's a category that's socially agreed upon, and admits of
exceptions. Let's just let him finish.
So my point is that
I'm sending back and forth.
Right. So I'm just saying that the point is that I think we should acknowledge that there are categories that are based on things like business clothing, which entirely is created by humans, and there are categories which, even though the category itself, what we choose to put into the category is created by humans, we're basing that criteria on something that exists in nature, whether it's biological or physical.
There's an excellent article on how Christopher Columbus discovered the clitoris, and I am not even joking. It's not the same Christopher Columbus, but it's funny. So a guy called Christopher Columbus. I can't remember what he was exactly. He was working with female anatomy. It stands to reason. He determined the distinction between the clitoris and surrounding biological tissue. He identified a function, and he partitioned it on a diagram of the human body from surrounding tissue that he identified as having a separate function. This is the sort of thing that I'm talking about.
But that doesn't make the clitoris a social construct.
What does it have to do with what I just said? I don't understand the connection.
Well, because once again, to return to the Lav conversation, we had the categories of male and female in advance.
No, just use the categories I use: business clothing versus sex or a mammal or something, right?
Well, I mean, these aren't actually distinct, though, right? To go back again to what we were talking about. You don't think there's a difference at all? Well, I was about to explain. So to go back to the point I was making about the difference between, for example, sociologists and political theorists and philosophers. These are describing crystallizations of social phenomena. These are still real. They're also redescribing, by the way, things that were taken as simply given parts of human life. So, for example, Aristotle thought the polis was to human beings as the beehive was to the bee, as an essential part of its life cycle. He was incorrect, obviously. Similarly, like our categorizations of things into these strict demarcations are based on qualities that we have picked out. Going right back to the characterization of bats in the Old Testament as birds, right?
I understand all of this. This is not what I'm saying. This is not what I'm getting at. I'm saying is that I assume you understand the difference between creating a category that's based, the category itself, the criteria of the category, is something that's entirely created by the human imagination, such as business clothing.
Well, they're entirely created by the human imagination. We are observing the use of these clothes in business.
I understand that, but
which is why they weren't always business clothes.
Us deeming this type of clothing in the category of business, okay, as humans, seems to be, it should be, I'd argue it is, but it seems like you're saying there isn't, is different than humans saying we're observing certain biological or physical characteristics and we're going to create a category around those biological.
No, they're completely indistinct. They are.
You think there's you don't understand the difference between these two actions?
Do you know the history? Do you know the history of modern business wear?
No, that doesn't.
No. Well, actually, it does matter a little bit. See, because modern business wear did not originate as business wear. Modern business wear originated as hunting wear. And it became used over time in different scenarios. And then we observed this to be business wear. Now, in consequence, also people were imitating this in business and it became the norm.
That doesn't.
But we did not simply observe in nature. Yes, the males of this species, they dress in these because it's
Could we change?
Yeah, that's my point.
Could we
That's
change the physical features of business wear at our whim? And could we do the same with the categories of animals?
We could change
we
the cat. No. We could change the category, but we couldn't change the physical characteristics.
We couldn't change the mammals. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, we can't change the physical characteristics we're using, but we could change the criteria of the category.
Of course, yeah.
Right,
That's the difference.
Yeah, but that's why I don't understand you're saying there's no difference.
Well, here's the subtle distinction I think you're missing a little bit, Sitch. The distinctions themselves, the things that we are identifying as the parts to be changed, that is itself arrived at through social
I understand that. That's not I understand, that when we say, is Pluto a planet, right? We're creating a criteria of humans are choosing the criteria. I get that. Okay.
And then by reference to the category, we determine after the fact, actually, no, we've observed it a little bit closer. This doesn't actually match your category. It's not a planet.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. But what I'm saying here, and you're saying there's no distinction, which I don't understand how you can say that, is there is a difference. Like there's just a literal difference. But
there's literally not, though.
You don't think there's a difference between saying we're going to observe something that exists in nature that's biological and say we're going to make a category based on these biological characteristics?
So what's the definition of the biological as opposed to the non-biological?
Something what do you mean? Something that exists in nature, that evolved naturally. There's a natural process of an animal versus the determination about like what clothing is determined to be cool in 2023 didn't evolve out of nature.
Such evolution just refers to change. Okay, so when we're talking about the biological is not distinct among things in nature by changing. Crystals change.
Okay, so you think that there's no difference between saying I'm going to look at an animal and say that these groups of animals have mammary glands, and I'm going to use that physical characteristic about the animal, this biological characteristic about the animal, to create a group around it. You think that's the same as saying, hey, we're going to say that suits are business clothing?
Yes. Did you invent the notion of mammary glands? Did you invent the notion of animals?
That is a level of intentional obtuseness, because you understand you understand that these are very different things. You might disagree with it on a philosophical level, but you understand it's a different process.
But you're interfering with a philosophical question and failing to take up its terms. So as soon as you're invoking you understand. What you're doing is you're saying you, embedded as you are in this social context, are saturated with an understanding.
Is red and blue a different color?
What?
Is red and blue the same color?
These are purely perceptual. This is a terrible.
Why are you answering the question?
So red and blue are the same color, or are they different colors?
That's a very simple question. You need me to answer for you? I know the answer.
Well, I would say we treat them as different colors, but for example, somebody's colorblind.
We treat them as different colors.
So things that are different can be different from each other.
Well, no.
They are the same. Since we treat them
because
differently.
these are.
How do we tell the difference?
Is a cup and a chair the same thing, or is it a different thing?
They're different things.
Okay. So if we say one thing is based on something that's a biological characteristic, and one thing is based on what humans create, how can you say that they're not different from each other?
No. The process by which we identify these things as such is identical at bottom.
I'm not talking about how we identify something. Okay.
But you are. You really are.
You're talking about you keep jumping ahead to the categorization.
I'm really not.
Of it. Yes, you are.
You are. You're conflating the categorization with the things in the category.
Right. Like, what is the word? Like, what is the word artificial?
I'm asking you again. What does the word biological entail for you?
Something that exists in nature.
But lots of rocks exist in nature. Computers exist in nature.
There's a political reason to separate these. Like the whole, Born This Way movement comes out of separating these. I don't understand what you gain by saying they're exactly the same. Like,
hang on.
There's this weird level of pedantic, conversation where we say, what does the word biology mean? As if you don't know
what does it mean?
Biology means. Okay.
But what does it mean?
I'll look it up for you. I'll give you the most best Merriam-Webster definition that you can get.
But
I actually give a really shitty definition.
What do you think? How do you think the dictionary gets the definition?
Of relating to biology or to life and living processes. Okay, there you go. Something relating to life and living processes. That doesn't include rocks. Does that help you?
Sitch, what is the dictionary getting its definition from?
From
social use.
That has
Sitch.
nothing to do with why.
Yes,
wait,
it does.
It has nothing. No, it doesn't. You literally don't understand what I'm saying. You
No,
keep
literally
jumping
don't
ahead to the
understand what I'm saying.
category and not the
Oh,
the
my God.
criteria. Do you not understand? Okay, what is the difference between a mouse and a rock?
There are many differences between mice and rocks.
Well, what are the
Many.
differences?
Name
Are there
one.
any? Is it all just is this just a social construct that a mouse and a rock are not the same thing?
Well, mice are furry except when they're not. Mice
Mhm.
move except when they
okay.
don't. Mice have certain organs except when they don't.
Mhm.
Mice have tails
mice
except when they
mammals?
don't.
Are rocks
Kind of like a
mammals?
rock.
Okay, so things can have
Well,
differences.
that's an
right?
excellent question. By reference to what? It can't be the presence of organs because, for example, if we remove those organs from the mouse, a mouse would nonetheless, I think we would all agree, remains a mouse by the fact we've removed the organs from it.
Right.
We've removed the organs from it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. So what is a woman? Is it somebody with a womb? Somebody with no Y chromosomes?
No, but this
Somebody
is
wears
this is the problem with this whole conversation, because whenever you guys on the left bring up the what is a woman conversation, what you do is you do this framing device where you say your definition of woman must be a universal definition that encompasses every possible.
Let's go. I really want to go back. I really want to go back to the difference between.
Wait, and doesn't encompass anything else.
Sitch, I've got a really, really interesting question for you. What is the difference between life and minerals?
We don't generally think of minerals as conscious entities or animals or something.
We don't. Not all life are conscious entities or animals.
And
there are plants, for example. There are algae.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point.
And by the way, what do these things circulate to keep themselves alive?
All this is just looking at edge cases, and they don't break.
No, these aren't edge cases. This is actually ubiquitous. They use minerals.
None of this breaks the conflation
I think the
that
way,
you're making.
I'm trying to remember my like 7th grade biology. I'm trying to remember how they categorize life versus minerals. It has something to do with like eating and reproducing. I believe eating and reproducing and responding to external stimuli. I think there's like 5 criteria. I don't remember what each criteria was, but something along those lines.
So
then you say rocks don't eat, rocks don't reproduce. Rocks don't really respond to external stimulus.
If a human doesn't eat or reproduce, is it therefore not alive?
Well, if it doesn't eat, it'll die.
It will die, but is it not alive?
It doesn't respond to external stimulus if it's comatose, right?
But if it's not eating, is it not alive? Like, suppose you manage to seal it in like a case, right?
So why are we doing this?
No. You seal it in carbon.
Yeah, but you're literally making my point. I don't understand. You're literally just making my point.
You don't understand, which is why you think I'm making.
No, you're making my point about the way that this argument is framed is very dishonest in terms of saying you have to have this universal category that encompasses everything at all times.
I'm really not. So suppose we encase.
You just did. You said, what if the human isn't eating?
So suppose we encase a human being in carbonite. So there is no intake.
It doesn't
any
matter. The
particles
categories are social constructs.
And I just
You've
finished my
already
goddamn
conceded
sentence.
that, so we can change the category.
So
it doesn't matter.
So if you encase a human being in a non-porous material, such that there is no interchange between particles from the outside to particles on the inside, it'll inevitably die within a few seconds. But for those few seconds, it is not eating, it is not reproducing. Is it alive or is it already dead?
No, it's alive because if I look up, life is defined as a system capable of performing the function.
But it's not capable. We have robbed it of its capability.
What do you mean? It is capable of doing it. We're creating artificial restraints that are preventing it from doing so. But it's still.
But it's not capable of doing it because it has restraints that keep it from doing so.
That's
the
obviously
nature of capabilities. Obviously, if you're not able to do it, you're not capable.
Obviously, when they say capable of, they mean capable if not being restrained by some sort of artificial mechanism.
What is the purpose of playing this game?
That's not what that means.
The purpose of playing this game is to try to play word games with categories to try to win arguments without actually winning arguments on logic.
But isn't that sophistry? Isn't that pure sophistry?
It is sophistry. The entire conversation around the what is a woman thing in doing this is sophistry, yeah.
Fellas.
Well, it seems like sophistry. I'm just like, I thought we were having... You understand what I'm saying about the categorical difference between a social construct and a biological construct being essential to the gay rights movement?
But it's not, though. It is actually not ubiquitously the case that people who are pro-gay rights are insistent on it being a born issue. In fact, actually, by the way...
Do you even agree that? Do you think
that people are born that way? Not categorically. Some people are. Some people aren't.
So then,
wait. Some people.
Well, because for example, this opens up. No, because you're actually very mistaken about the stakes involved. if it is indeed the case that all gay people are simply born this way, well, that would refer specifically to a genetic principle, yes?
Well,
It would
could
be by dint of
epigenetic or
birth. It would be
something.
by dint of birth specifically. that
Well,
somebody
no,
is
there could
gay.
be other biological factors, but sure.
Well, biological factors are going to be genetic, yes?
Well,
They're
there could be
biological.
things that aren't necessarily like you're not 100% like, oh, something could.
Okay, the point
could
I'm
just set
getting at,
off,
Sitch,
right?
okay, just don't hurt your head. So the point I'm getting at, Sitch.
Thank you. I'll try.
The point I'm getting at, Sitch, is that if indeed it is a matter of being born this way, and if it is identified as something, for example, pathological, as many people do, then gay people can be targeted in the womb or prior to that. You can actually start to look at controlling for people eugenically so that they aren't gay afterwards.
It doesn't change the reality of the
Yeah, it doesn't
situation,
change whether
though.
it's true or not.
Well, it's actually. Well, no. The point.
Are you
to
saying that
is
we should categorize
you're not
things
fol-
how
you're not
they
following what I'm
aren't
saying.
to make
You're
a
not-
political argument?
Hang on. You're not keeping up, Adam. So the problem is not that there
Yeah,
isn't a biological component to human experience or human proclivities or things like that. Obviously, we're organic beings. The point is that it is not ubiquitously the case that gay rights activists are going to be also onboarding the notion that gay people must be born this way.
Do you accept conversion therapy? Do you think conversion therapy works?
Depends on what you mean. So, for
conversion
example,
therapy, someone who's homosexual is attracted to men, being turned heterosexual and is suddenly attracted to women. You know what conversion therapy is?
I do know what conversion therapy is.
Okay.
Adam.
So
for example, if I took you, okay, you're attracted to women. Am I correct?
I am. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So if I took you at an early age, say, very early, and every time I showed you a picture of a woman as a child, I electroshocked you.
Right.
You would probably, quite likely, not be attracted to women later on. Doesn't mean you'd be attracted to men, but
doubtful.
It's possible
I
you
would
wouldn't be
probably
attracted to
find a
women.
girlfriend that gave me electroshock therapy.
Look, the point is, it is perfectly hypothetically the case that a brain which is made of material things, that is the consciousness that arises from.
You are endorsing electroshock therapy here. You're basically saying.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. That's like saying, hey, Adam, do you think gas chambers work? Does that mean you're endorsing gas chambers?
Okay.
That's a stupid conclusion, Adam.
You're not endorsing this, but you're saying you can use some sort of caustic external stimulus to make people not like certain things. You're saying
not just with respect to sex, with everything.
But my question to you would they still just one second, just one second.
Doesn't mean people weren't born that way. Just because you can change
you're correct.
Through physical conditions.
Okay.
That's correct. But I don't actually see a reason to think that people are necessarily born that way either. I would conjecture it's a mix. I would say there are some people who discover later in life, by dint of experience, they prefer one over the other, and there are people for whom they have like a natural proclivity just in one direction. I think that runs the gamut.
If you do the shock therapy on me, am I still going to be attracted to women? I'm just going to have to suffer, or you literally make changing my attraction to men?
Well, you might also suffer, and it might also this would be the argument against conversion therapy. And that you're essentially raping the person's mind and
but is that attraction that I have to women biological?
It depends on what you mean by that. Are we separating the biological?
Is it a social construct or is it biological? You've said there's no difference.
The biological is a social construct, which is why I'm saying there's no difference. You're insisting on the difference. Also ask me.
The category is a social construct, but the fact that I'm attracted to women is not a social construct.
But it is. You're deliberately talking about your association with other people, namely women in this case.
I thought you said that you thought
as opposed to, for example, non-women, like where even the categories themselves are socially constructed.
I thought you said that you agreed that people were born with sexual orientation, being straight or gay.
Not categorically, some people. No. That's a big claim. I don't know if everybody's born sexually attracted.
Why didn't say everybody? Do you think some people are born with sexual orientation hardwired into their brain? I'm not saying it can't be changed. Okay.
That's definitely a possibility. It's a strong possibility. I'd bet money on it, but I don't know.
I mean, it'd be pretty hard for life to.
I mean, do you know how
evolve in such a way that wouldn't be the case?
But that is literally the reason the song is born this way.
With all due respect, what it kind of sounds like to me when I'm listening to this is you've discerned that you're having a little bit of difficulty keeping up. And so you've got a tactic. And the tactic is, I'm going to try and leverage the ease with which we can make nuance and ambiguity look really toxic to my cartoon villain notion of what the left is. And I'm going to try and shoehorn the conversation that way because we can't compete otherwise.
Wrong.
That's what this reads like
Wrong.
to me.
Yeah, that's not what's happening.
If only saying it would make it so.
No. Well,
we're trying to get to the substance.
I mean, this
what's
is like,
going on
okay,
here.
so you and everyone on the left who basically do these word games with gender and sex are just doing sophistry and BS word game arguments. Because the reason that we brought up sexual orientation and the thing is that this is because it seemed like for years, and something that which me and Adam agreed with, the left's argument generally for gay rights was based on the idea.
Hang on.
What?
The left is not a trademark term. Who are you referring to when you say the left's
argument? General mainstream left argument, if we have to be so shallow and pedantic for this conversation.
Are you talking about second wave feminists? Okay. Are you talking about communists? Are you
I'm
talking about Lady Gaga.
Wait. Are communists the mainstream left in America? No, they're not. Okay. When I say the general left, mainstream left, you understand what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I do not at all.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to have a conversation with someone who doesn't know what the mainstream left means in the sake of this conversation. Or you who apparently was asleep during the entire gay rights movement, in their lifetime, that doesn't understand that the mainstream argument was that gay people were born this way, and that's why it was cruel to try to change them.
Sitch, while this was taking place, the most successful news station in your country thought of liberals and the left as being synonyms.
They were in America for most of the time.
No, they weren't.
Okay. Leftists never accept that liberals are on the left in America, but this is like the monarchists saying that conservatives aren't really right wing because they're not monarchists.
Look, I didn't want to
go have this with respect to monarchy, they wouldn't be.
Oh, so it's almost like we shouldn't make these determinations about left or right versus on the extreme, but on what the most people in the country think. And for most people in the country think being a liberal puts you on the left in America.
Well, no, it's not based on the extreme. The only common thread that I can discern is with respect to having treating something as a fixed point to be defended and being open to reforming or replacing it. Things of that sort. I'm actually taking, for example, the Machiavelli versus Aristotle position.
Can you
I don't
answer?
know. First, wait. This is okay. First of all, again, you keep changing the subject, which is funny. Okay.
Well, no,
so
it's
again,
an example.
no, because this is your entire argument.
You seem a little agitated,
just deconstruct all the categories and then play these word games. Because
I didn't deconstruct anything.
Yes, you did. Yes, the very first thing I said, the left wing argument. You said, what does the left wing mean, Sitch?
Asking for clarity is deconstructing.
And then I said, well, the mainstream left wing. And you're like, what is the mainstream left wing, Sitch? I don't know what that means. And I say,
you are doing it.
I say, President Sunday, were you not alive for the last 40 years when I say the mainstream left? You don't know what I'm talking about? And then you said, well, the liberals aren't even left, Sitch. These categories don't mean anything.
They aren't. The liberals aren't left. That's why liberals, for example, on YouTube are constantly complaining about leftoids right now. You're a little bit behind the current. Sitch, asking you for clarification.
Wait. That's because, wait a minute. What are you talking about? That's because the socialists want to destroy liberalism. Obviously, liberals don't like leftists from that perspective.
What about suckdims? Asking you for clarification onto whom you were using as a sample, as a representative sample of a vast and non-specified grouping of many different people with many different philosophical and ethical commitments. That's not deconstructing. Deconstructing would be taking apart the components of what you're saying.
Now he's deconstructing deconstructionism, Sitch. How do you like this?
I know.
No, I'm clarifying.
No, you're not. You are, because when I said the mainstream left, you know what I mean. And you're lying. You are lying when you say you don't. Every single person knows. If I say the mainstream left for the last 30 years, okay? You have a pretty good sense of what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
Say,
for example,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
I have no clue.
Sitch.
And then when you say the Democrats aren't really on the left, they go, oh, okay, so this is like the socialist leftist nonsense.
Sitch.
Okay.
Let's dial it back here.
Riddle me this. No, riddle me this.
That'll be the new song. Sitch.
Let's dial it. Let's dial it back.
Riddle me this.
No.
Batman.
Important question. Riddle me this. If the left has been the same for the past 30 years, when's the meme that the left eats its own? Well, then what are you referring to then, Sitch? You're referring to a consensus that's abided for decades. What are you talking about? When you see the left position.
Okay, so again, we're playing games here. We don't know what the mainstream left was in the last 30
we are
years.
playing games in the sense that we are speaking English.
None of this even matters because the argument could be made by
You're right, Adam. It
two
doesn't
people
matter
on the
because
left, and we're just want to
because
examine the argument.
it does. You're right, because this is what happened is that we were talking about, as you said, oh, I don't understand why you guys keep bringing up sexual orientation, whether it's fixed in biology. When I try to explain it, you immediately sidetrack the conversation by pretending you don't know.
Well, no,
what
because
we're
there is
talking
no
about.
consensus that sexual orientation is fixed in biology.
Do you?
I don't know what you're referring to.
First of all, that's wait. The majority of consensus is on that. I'm sure there are people that disagree with that. The majority of consensus is that sexual orientation is a biological process, that people are born that way.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
True.
I'm pretty sure.
Even
if
it's
wait. Why do you wait?
I'm pretty sure the consensus
if
is
you
that sexual
take,
orientation.
Why is it that if a gay person and you give them a brain scan, their brain structures are more likely to align with the opposite sex?
I don't know.
Well, then it has to be biological, doesn't it?
Well, that doesn't necessarily follow. This is a basic correlation causation fallacy you're engaging in. I'd have to look at the study in particular, know their methodology, and criticize it. You're right. This is a causation correlation fallacy, right? Their brains just happen to align with the opposite sex for a completely unrelated reason, the fact that they're gay.
Well, even if the science is completely wrong, we can have a conversation about the political argument.
Of course we can.
Based on bad science. My interest is in the political argument. That's the whole reason I asked you the question.
Yeah, okay. I want to respond to Sitch so quickly. So, Sitch, very easy case in point, right? So we observe, their brain scan seems similar to women's. Maybe it's the case that people are socialized in a certain society when they identify as gay to behave in a manner that is common to women. And maybe that produces, for example, similar patterns of brain activity to cis women in their society. That would mean that it's not actually organically derived. That would mean that it's brain activity.
I said brain structures.
Yeah.
Well, brain structures are determined by history, Sitch. Our brains change in structure based upon our experience and based
there's some level of malleability.
All sorts of things.
Right. There's some level of malleability, but it's not to the extent that like, if you just treat a guy like a girl, his brain is going to like become a girl brain. That's not how that works.
What do you mean that's not how that? How have you determined this?
Well, I mean, John Money tried to do that and kind of ended tragically. So,
yeah,
pretty good.
No, you're missing. The
Let's go back to the original question.
Wait, what am I missing the point here? That was your argument. You said you could just condition someone to have a girl brain. That's boy.
No, I'm saying that the bare fact that once again there are going to be restraints that we can discover on how malleable things are doesn't mean that you can simply say that on like on analysis in fMRI machine, the brains look similar on average between women and gay men, that therefore what are you actually making like the Kraft Ebing argument that gay men are actually just inverted males who are sexually attracted in a womanly way?
Have you seen Tenet? It sounds like it. Oh, that's a great movie. They're just inverted males.
Oh, okay. There you go. They put them through the backwards time machine.
Yeah.
No, that's not my argument. I'm just saying that there's obviously there's biological markers that show for homosexuality. I believe it's also there's a higher prevalency in people that have homosexual family members of being homosexual too. There's many markers that show this is biological.
Like regardless of the science, let's go back to the original question.
This is kind of important.
Well, hang on. How about, let's like.
He's never going to give in those, Sitch. Obviously.
No, but do you think that there are any biological average differences in terms of personality between men and women either? Or are people just like blank slates?
I don't know. Nobody's a blank slate. I don't care though.
Okay.
So what I was going to say though is consider this situation. A child is born in a very heteronormative, staunchly conservative area. His only exposure to homosexual activity is representations of pedophilia and sexual assault. And this is very typical in a lot of older media where gay people are depicted as being creepy and degenerate and things like that. Okay. And so as a consequence of this, despite, as a consequence of this, they are categorically unable. There are mental walls put in place from a very early age to even entertaining the notion of having other people the same sex in that kind of relationship with you. And then they move out later on in life. And they see media that depicts this in a non-toxic way. And they start to talk to people and they engage with people, and these walls are broken down. And so previously they may have spent their entire life only being capable of being sexually interested in women. But then later on, they are capable of being sexually interested in men as well, or vice versa. In fact, maybe they've come to prefer it. Maybe they realize over time that actually, no, there are features at the very least in this society or under these contexts, of people with these specific characteristics that they prefer over people with these specific characteristics, both personality wise, sociality wise, and physically.
Right.
And as a result of this, they come to only be attracted to men over a period of time, and they lose all interest in women. So much so, in fact, that it would be as difficult to force them to be attracted to women as it would be if they had been born with a natural proclivity to men instead.
So
this is a case of somebody. This is a case of someone.
To my question.
So when I've heard gay people talk about the
here's the point. No, but I'm making a very
okay. What is the point you're trying to make?
You ask if conversion therapy is possible.
Right.
Living within a political community is a form of conversion therapy. We are not raised to be the way we would be if we were raised in the wild.
We're using the word conversion.
Everything about us is conditioned.
Right.
No,
we're using the word conversion.
We're really not, though.
No, we are, because when we say conversion therapy, what we mean is that someone who is born straight or gay, and you actually make them change to be the opposite, and it doesn't matter what happens afterwards in terms of the environment. Okay?
It's like the left-handed thing.
Right. So what you're talking about, whenever I've heard a gay person talk about the experience, growing up in a place where they were kind of repressed. Whenever I've heard a gay person talk about the experience that you laid out here, talking about being repressed, the way I've always heard it described is that they felt that they were different at a very young age, and they learned that whatever they were feeling about boys or girls, growing with sex they were, was wrong. And so they would suppress these feelings. They would try to trick themselves, or they try everything they could to be straight. And then eventually they get out of that situation and they're like, oh, I'm finally can be who I was. That's always how they describe it. I can finally be who I was. They don't say, oh, I changed to be straight and then I changed to be gay again. It's always, oh, they forced this thing on me, but it was never really me. It never really fit me.
So for the people that you've talked to, I'm sure that was the case.
Okay. I've never heard it described in any other way than that.
You have just now.
Okay.
Anyway, it's not really related to the question I was asking. Look, I understand that you're saying social construct and biological construct are the same. But my question was, what is the purpose of separating social constructs from biological constructs? And I think we can talk about that in a political context, even if you don't. Even if you don't,
I'm not separating them.
No,
but I'm not separating them. I'm just saying don't use the biological.
What's the question?
No.
Did you eat breakfast yesterday?
No.
Did you eat breakfast yesterday?
No. So a biological.
What would it feel like if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday?
I'm explaining really basic.
Just tell me what it would. What would it feel like though if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday?
I don't know how to answer that. So the point I'm making.
Imagine that you didn't eat breakfast yesterday.
Adam, the point is not that the biological and the social are distinct. The point is that you shouldn't be using the biological as a category, as an elevator word, to mean closer to reality.
Do you
These do not mean the same thing.
Do you accept that other people in the world who share the world with us, who read things and produce content, often separate social constructs and biological constructs?
They do so erroneously, because the biological is a category of social construct.
According to you, exactly.
Not just according to
me.
We
can have a conversation about why they're doing that, what their motivation for doing that is.
This is really, really basic philosophy of science, guys. I'm sorry, you're just.
Wait a minute. You don't understand. There's no the philosophy of science. Not everyone agrees on that social construct should be defined the way that you're defining it. There's a lot of disagreement about that.
Of course, yeah.
No, it is absolutely understood that
demarcation is the biggest controversy.
Demarcation is an act, Adam.
Demarcation is a big controversy in philosophy of science.
It's an act, though. When we demarcate,
Ian Hacking,
let's not get sidetracked on
have you
philosophy
read
of
Ian
science.
Hacking's book?
You're really averse to any sort of elaboration or specification of anything.
Well, no, I'm just trying to stay on topic.
Frustrating.
Look, I'm trying to stay on topic.
No, you're really not. In fact, from go, your sole contribution has been to try and deviate the conversation.
That's not the case.
Ironic, but okay.
That's not the case. Look, I'm the one that went back to the question. I'm the one that's saying the world separates things into social constructs and biological constructs.
No, it doesn't.
And bringing
the world?
up examples.
What do you mean the world?
My God. Lady Gaga wrote a song called Born This Way. It is a very popular song. Have you not heard the song Born This Way? What is Lady Gaga talking about in this song, Born This Way?
She's just talking about apparently nothing. Because there's no difference between being born this way and business casual.
Well, no, maybe she was born this way. But actually, incidentally, by the way, environmental conditioning starts in the womb.
It doesn't matter
when you're born.
Sure, but that still could be a biological factor. Sure.
It is.
The
Well,
environment
we would
creating the
classify it as a
biological, yeah.
biological factor, but
Right.
the world is not identified as a biological factor versus a social factor. The world makes no such distinctions. Man is the measure of all things. We
Yeah, but
set
obviously,
these limits. We drew these lines.
right. So obviously, everyone here, as a very intelligent gentleman, can understand the difference between something that's purely social, something that's biological, something that's environmental that can affect.
Well,
the
no, we
biological.
can't. Clearly,
Oh,
And
okay.
I don't think I would. For example, the social in this context is emergent between organic beings. It's going to be directly tied to how we relate to the world, how we metabolize it, how we reproduce.
Are you taking a based Evo Psych take? Is that what I'm hearing?
No,
Oh.
Evo Psych is one of the Evo Psych should be a really interesting field.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is what people in Evo Psych have a strong tendency to do, judging from what I've seen, is to try and look for human behaviors that we observe presently, ignore the fact that there are historical contributions to these, so that these are not strictly conditioned by evolution, and then to try to find an evolutionary basis for it. And that's preposterous.
I want a super nuanced take here. I want your most nuanced take available. Okay.
I need to get some coffee after this.
Okay. I want you to tell me why Lady Gaga wrote the song "Born This Way" and make it totally nuanced.
Capitalism.
That's not very nuanced.
All right, I'm going to get a coffee. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. You get a coffee.
Yes. Are we allowed to read some super chats?
We can't read some
coffee.
Go for it.
You want us to read some of your super
No
chats?
slurs, okay? I
slurs.
have a
Okay.
We don't like slurs either, so.
J-Mac, our
unless
surrogate father.
Unless it's retarded.
I don't know if father's a slur, but J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, murder and innocence are just social constructs. So did Penny really murder Kneely? Or maybe Kneely murdered Penny.
Oh my God.
Or maybe pedantic word games are stupid and a waste of time for anyone who actually seeks the truth. I mean, I don't disagree.
I mean, it is kind of fun, though.
That's true.
Yeah. As long as we're not being the sophist, okay?
Right. Snowboard Dan for $20 says, is this Vosh's long-lost dumber brother? Ouch. Angel Bergino for $20 says, A-Team is the team of booty warriors. Booty warriors?
Mm-hmm.
Are you worried about booty? I don't know. It's got a flex emoji after it, too.
Is that chasing the booty warriors?
I guess. Not a booty warrior.
I'm retired. I'm officially retired, okay?
Right. Right.
Yes.
Christian
Sitch has to take up the mantle of the booty warrior.
The booty warrior, yeah. Christian Ball for $10 says, Sorty's paradox. Sitch, call it out. This isn't a real argument. Yeah, I'll try to get back there. There's like 20 arguments being thrown out here. So. Okay. Fruges for 3,000 yen. Thank you, Fruges. Says, hey, Adam and Sitch, I've been an avid listener and fan since your Kyle Rittenhouse coverage, and have to say I thought you handled Katie perfectly. Well, thank you. The mic drop moment was towards the end of the conversation when you pointed out that her justification for one thing would mean that institutional racism was merely conspiratorial thinking.
Oh, that
it's important to have abrasive people on from time to time, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hug boxes are boring. If you're wondering where my wrench came from, I'm the guy who suggested putting quotes around comedy show, keep up the good.
Well, it made it in there.
There you go. Well,
yes.
That you do deserve a wrench for that, Frugus. It's good.
Yes, yeah. Thank you so much for the super chats, too.
There you go. WT1A1A for $5 says, hey, Adam, I sent you a DM on Discord about Vermont's abortion law. TLDR, Vermont, you can kill a baby at 9 months and force a dad to pay for a kid he doesn't want. That's not good.
Yeah, that's a little backwards, isn't it?
Fondue for $5 says, well, I would believe so. Maybe I shouldn't read this one until later. I'm not going to read any insults till later. Okay, how about that?
Yeah.
John Bender for $10 says, I think S-Class just won me over for putting Sunny in his place. Take my money. A-Train still beef supreme, but that was great to listen to. Thank you, John. Ink Punk for one gifted sub. Thank you. Blackout for $10 says, Sitch, 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 Sitch. True. Fondue for $5 says, Sitch, Sunday's just trying to flip the table with his sophistry. Just let him and kick him at this point. No, we're not going to kick anybody.
Look, he's a friend of the show, guys.
There you go. Friend of the show, President Sunday.
Look, the other super chat said it all. Hug boxes are boring. Who wants to sit around and listen to a hug box?
True.
Listen to us pat each other on the back about how smart we are. Oh, look, we're enlightened centrists. This is amazing how cool we are.
That's my favorite thing to do. What do you mean? I love doing that.
I mean, we can do that after Sunday leaves.
Right.
No, you agree it's boring to come on.
Yes, I agree.
I try to bring on contentious guests because it's more interesting.
True.
It is. We're testing ideas.
Not so wild for £3 says evolution is not a social construct. How is it biological? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the case.
I know.
It's so simple. Like, why is this conflation going on between the category and the things in the category? It's like, do I have to draw a diagram, like a circle with a bunch of dots in it?
I know.
Like, look, there's a circle here and there's a dot. What's the difference between the circle and the dot?
Right. Mark Twain's Revenge for $10 says, Sunday, you're on a runaway train coming up to a fork. On one side, 4 homeless drug addicts are tied to the tracks. On the other side, 4 stable employed people. Which side do you choose? There you go.
I don't want to hear the answer to that one. I'm terrified.
Yeah. There you go. Ginger Miss. Oh, he's back. Welcome back. Oh, he's not going to see your bugs then.
Sorry about the kettle took
Welcome back.
forever to boil.
Don't worry about it.
Are you a tea drinker?
Do you like iced
coffee
coffee at all?
What's that?
Do you like iced coffee at all?
I love iced coffee.
You should try the I got Adam on the Starbucks blonde roast.
Oh yeah,
that's the blonde roast. The hot blonde roast is good too. The problem is they never fucking make it. You have to get it.
No, you can go to like the supermarket and buy like a jug of the cold blonde roast.
Really?
Yeah, cold brew.
Yeah.
It's delicious. That's what
is
I'm
that
drinking.
available? Is that available in Canada? Do you know?
Oh, I don't fucking.
I'll have to.
I mean, maybe
I'll
not.
have to look for that.
Canada's a wasteland, so it could be maybe not.
All right. My mother told me not to play with my food, so I think we should move to a friendlier topic as we're heading on to the third hour.
Well, no, but I think you should answer Adam's question. Is what was the purpose?
Oh, do you have a question?
Well, no, it was the question that you said capitalism. What was the purpose of Lady Gaga doing the Born This Way song? Like, what is her purpose in her mind? Like, what is the point of that rhetoric?
I have no idea. I don't know the lyrics of the song.
What is the point of anyone
besides the
making
Born
that
This Way
argument?
part?
What was the point of anyone in the LGBT movement making that argument?
Well, if somebody in the LGBTQ movement did make that argument, I would imagine that the purpose would be to try and entrench against, for example, like arguments against conversion therapy or against social contagion theories.
Right.
The idea that this was something fixed and immutable, and that therefore you were going against nature by trying to change people's sexual proclivities or orientations.
Right. So you understand that there is people do.
No, there's political advantages to doing so, but there are also downsides as well. A case in point, like the people who originated that notion.
I understand. That's not what I was going to say.
No, I understand, but like I'm elaborating because it's an important detail. So the people who originated that notion were not concerned with the rights of those people. They were concerned with finding an explanation for a pathology. So like you can make use of that politically in a positive way, but I think that there's downsides to that, and a lot of other leftists do as well. This is not a ubiquitous position. Not even in the fight for gay rights, this is a ubiquitous position.
Right. Well, so yeah, but you, as you laid out, you understand that part of the argument against conversion therapy was that, well, it's not justifiable for you to try to like change someone's nature in terms of being gay or straight if they're born this way, as opposed, because the old idea used to be that, oh, if you're gay, you're just choosing to live in sin, right? You're just choosing to do this action because you're some kind of like deviant.
Well, here's the problem. You're kind of assuming, and a lot of people make this assumption, which is question begging, and this is one of the weaknesses of the position, even from a political vantage point, that born this way means immutable, and that doesn't follow. So it's distinctly possible, for example, that everybody could be born gay or straight from the womb, and then nonetheless we can still decide to pathologize one or the other and try to condition people to be otherwise.
Sure, but
we do this with lots of psychological conditions, right?
That's not really what I was saying, though. I was saying you understand that originally, especially the religious argument against homosexuality, was that this was a choice a person was making, and thus you should just shame them or prevent them from making this choice. The way you would, someone could choose to.
Well, I mean, in a lot of Christian doctrine, we also inherit sin, so it's not necessarily the case that even a Christian perspective is wedded to the idea that this is not innate.
Okay, you can make a theological argument about that.
Well, you invoked it, not me.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, do you understand that this was the common argument made against homosexuality?
Among certain communities, it was, but it's not ubiquitous. It's not universal.
Okay.
There are Christian social constructivists. They're.
Do you think the argument's a bad argument?
Which one? That people are born that way?
He thinks it's a bad argument. Yeah.
No. I think it's a universal statement. I think it's question begging, and I don't have confidence in it as like a statement of like certainly some people are absolutely, maybe even the vast majority of them are. I have no idea.
So basically, you're laying out that that Lady Gaga and all the gay people who made the Born This Way argument, they're all just stupid for making that argument in the first place?
No,
I mean, it was
misguided.
politically
I think,
effective, though, Sitch. I mean,
It was. Well, that's the thing. It was very politically effective.
well, I think they're misguided insofar as they're taking that to be a universal statement. If it was politically effective, great.
even
Good
if it's incorrect, even if it's incorrect scientifically but politically effective, are you against them making that argument since it helped the gay rights movement achieve marriage equality?
Well, it's a gamble. If it did indeed hinge on the efficacy of that statement, then a scientific finding that disproves it would actually undermine the entire movement, right?
Sure.
So that actually opens it up to, that actually is a point of vulnerability
Right,
as well.
but
That's why I generally
happened,
don't agree with people using unscientific or anti-scientific arguments in favor of a political position, even if it's a position I agree with, because it opens it up to being dismantled later on, or
Are you in favor of marriage equality?
What?
Are you in favor of marriage equality?
Of course I am.
Okay.
Wait. Okay, so let me put in the little notepad here. Shouldn't use science for politics, because I want to come back to that.
No, you can use science for politics, but don't use it.
You shouldn't. Yeah.
You shouldn't be trying to. You shouldn't be,
because if the science is overturned, then later you run into trouble. That was your argument,
right?
Well, that's especially a problem if like the case you're making is good for other reasons. Like the case for marriage equality shouldn't hinge on gay people not being born gay or being born gay. The marriage equality argument should hinge on these are citizens whose rights and proclivities we should respect as our equals.
Do you think any?
Wait. We skipped ahead. Okay. So, but you understand.
What?
Obviously, you understand.
What did we skip ahead? Hang on. What did we skip?
No, I meant Adam was skipping ahead, not you.
Oh.
You understand that when we go back to the Born This Way argument, and that it was politically effective, and that that's why this was repeated ad nauseum, even if you don't like it. You understand that argument has weight because people in general seem to put weight on this. Whether you're born this way or whether something is purely crafted by people in society.
Yeah.
Okay, so but this is
it would have the weight of if that was indeed had popular assent or was portrayed in the media.
Right. So okay, so then
it would have, and these are distinct, by the way.
Yeah.
It would have additional social clout, so to speak. Then
right, and this is why people try to make the racist arguments, the skull measuring and all this shit. They're trying to embed their racism in some sort of biological argument because people, it seems to give the argument power to a lot of people. Right. This is sort of the way that we conceptualize information. And so this is what brings me back to the whole, you understand the difference between business casual wear and being classified as a mammal. You understand that these are distinct categories that people create in their minds, and human beings understand these things to be different from each other.
Well, of course they understand to be different from each other.
Okay.
We've sectioned them off, but there's a difference between saying something is referring to something that is in a social situation and saying that therefore the other thing is not itself a socially constructed category. See, when we're talking about what makes a business suit.
Did you hit your gain because it went up a lot?
Did I? I don't think I did. Hang on. I might just change my position. It seems OBS has been a little bit weird recently. Did it?
Why do you keep sending me pictures of men in fencing pants? I don't know why you're doing this.
I don't think changing it in OBS is changing it in Zoom, though, Sitch. So whatever he's doing is not.
Well, it worked last time.
It's affecting. Oh, that's better. Whatever you did.
Well, he turned his head away from the mic. You could see what happened there.
Okay.
Well, maybe I'll just not.
Yeah, that's good.
Like that. Okay. Fuck. What was the question? Sorry. It came back to me. So yeah. So when we're talking, for example, about what makes a suit, like an article of clothing worn specifically by social beings in a social situation, obviously the suit itself within a discourse that is socially constructed is also going to be referring to a social construct. So there are different levels of this, but that doesn't mean, therefore, that's something that involves, for example, the processes that we identify, which give rise to the organisms that engage in that social behavior, that categorization isn't also itself socially constructed. The biological as a category is socially constructed. We aren't furnished with these concepts from nature. We develop them and have formed consensus around them, right?
Yes,
that's all that means. It's not a radical statement.
I understand that, but as I said, I would hope, and this is where you're saying there wasn't. I hope you understand the difference between forming a consensus about something that is a biological fact about a body part and business casual wear categories. And you're saying that there is no difference.
Well, functionally, in terms of how we arrive at them as facts, no difference. The process by which we arrive, the process by which we deal with these things is the same. The process by which we identify something as being business wear as opposed to
criteria
casual wear
is
is
incredibly different.
identical. It doesn't matter if the criteria are arrived at by the same means. Yes.
No, I'm saying the criteria used to make the determination about these things is completely different.
Yeah, sure. We pick out some things as belonging to this socially constructed category and others as belonging to this socially constructed category.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying. You understand there's a difference here. They're not.
Well, of course, I understand there's a difference here, but the difference.
Well, you're saying, of course. Earlier, you said no.
No. But the objection I'm making, Sitch, is not to the idea that within our discourse there's a distinction between the biological and the social, because obviously there is. The point I'm making is that the biological is not an elevator category that makes your discourse somehow closer to reality than the social. It is still within the realm of the social.
Well, I didn't even make that point, though.
Well, Adam was. I was responding to him as well.
Well, no, in the beginning of the conversation, no, I didn't even make that point. You were jumping ahead to some other point that you thought I might make in the future. I was just trying to say, do you understand the difference between the biological and the social? And you kept saying no.
Well, no, because the question there was whether or not the biological was also socially constructed, and you were trying to insist along those lines that the biological was different from the social, and they're not.
Multiple times, I understand the concept that humans create all these categories, and you can define that as social. Doesn't mean that what's in the categories is.
It's not just that you can define that as social; it is defined socially.
Well, again, that's not everyone agrees on the definition of social construct the way you're using it.
Well, they're wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that all the people that are disagreeing with this in the spheres of political science are all wrong. But this is the one definition.
I wouldn't refer to political science here. Political scientists are usually terrible for this kind of thing. Okay. Terrible.
Aren't you a political scientist?
I thought that's what you said.
Oh yeah, and I'm in a position to know. Political scientists are some of the worst theorists alive. Dear God.
Okay. Well, there
sociology is where it's at.
Okay.
Now you want to move on, Sitch?
I mean, I don't know. Well, we still never even got to the issue. What is a woman issue?
Are you guys gamers?
I'm
tired. We've been going for 2 hours. I'm not doing the what is a woman thing like at this juncture.
No, we can move on. You've been very generous with your time, President Sunday. If you want to mosey on, feel free. I mean,
well, I wanted to have I thought, because we initially had no topic planned. I just wanted to have a chill conversation for a few minutes to end off. Get that content variety for you.
Yeah, no, we can talk about whatever you want.
Sure, you guys game?
Sure.
Yeah,
I do.
What do you play? You don't, Adam?
Adam's.
Well, I mean, I have gamed. I mean, obviously, I used to play PS3 games. I played Warhawk a lot.
Actually, here's a good question.
I like Carmageddon. You like running over people with a car?
Like Slay the Spire, Hades.
Oh, you're that kind of gamer. Never mind.
Sid Meier's Civilization.
You used to be really.
I played Prince of Persia. My wife made me finish it.
What is the President Sunday game of choice?
World of Warcraft? I play multiverse of Warcraft.
No,
it's like
that is below the belt. Deus Ex.
Wow. I've never played Deus Ex.
Oh, well, you're missing out. You need to play Deus Ex.
I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, Deus Ex Nier Automata is fantastic if you haven't played that one.
That's the one with the butt lady.
Yeah, Adam will like it.
Yeah. You get to see a lady's butt or something.
It'll deconstruct his
male gaze.
That
might reinforce his male gaze.
Adam, I've never actually asked you about this. You and the academic agent used to be tight. What happened?
He became a anti-Semite.
Are you ever tight,
really?
or were you just kind of
you went that far, huh?
What's that?
Were you ever tight with him, or are you just kind of friendly with him?
I mean, he was a fellow content creator, and I mean, no, we never hung out or anything by any means. We'd done live streams together.
Well, you were in the earlier live streams. You'd argue about economics and shit, weren't you?
I've never talked to academic agent privately. All of our conversations are online. So, but yes, we would disagree about economics. Well, no, I just assumed he knew what he was talking about.
Anti-Semite, huh? I didn't expect that. I knew he had gone sort of paleocon.
Oh, you didn't know that?
Kind of neo-reactionary. No, he's too boring. I don't watch his stuff.
He's super into the Jewish question stuff.
When did that start?
I don't know, a couple of years ago.
I think didn't you get him fired from his university or something?
I forgot. Didn't you put him down this dark pathway Sunday?
Yeah, aren't you responsible for this?
As powerful as I would feel if that were the case, my understanding is that when a couple of his a couple of his students were complaining about him making tweets online about giving socialists Pinochet helicopter rides and such.
Mhm.
He started making legal threats against them. And then while that was blowing up, I weighed in and I said, like, I can confirm this is my experience as well, which is indeed the case. He sent me legal threats over my criticisms of him online.
So you didn't send anything to his school or anything like that?
Just on Twitter. I just said, like, I can confirm, like, the stuff that these students are saying is consistent with my own experience.
The school? You said, like, I don't know.
Tell us the situation just so people can know.
So he wasn't fired. My understanding is there were layoffs, and that situation was a part of the decision to let him go. He wasn't a tenured professor or anything. It was just
when you and I first talked to one another, you wanted to debate Academic Agent, and you reached out to me and asked me if I could help. And I said, sure.
I can't remember. I think both happened. I think you maybe asked me first, and then I asked you again later.
Okay. I could be mistaken. It's been a long time.
I could be.
I just remember I reached out to him and said, hey, you want to debate President Sunday? And Academic Agent said to me, President Sunday is insane. Why would I ever want to debate him? And I was like, it could be good. It could be good content. Like insane people are a lot of fun in my book. So, but he didn't want to do it.
You're a braver man than he is.
But then, somebody in my chat is saying, he said that you doxed him and got him fired from his job, is what he said.
That's not true. No, because he was.
Well, I don't know.
No, because what happened was he started posting. He started posting lectures that he was giving and saying it was himself, and posting books that he was publishing under his own name. Yeah, so by that point, he had leveraged both to promote each other. So he had doxed himself by that stage.
Right.
Yeah. Well, so it'd be sort of like if Jordan Peterson made a Twitter account called Big Papa Lobster, and that said, "Hey, here's a lecture I gave," and it was a lecture by Jordan Peterson under the name Jordan Peterson, and then someone said, "Hey, Jordan Peterson said this stuff against Jewish people on Big Papa Lobster chat." And he's like, I can't believe these dirty leftists have doxed me. Unbelievable.
Most people have a more strict understanding of doxing than you, President Sunday. I think you're more like we're calling you President Sunday. I don't know your real name. Like if your real name was out there on some channel, some Papa Sunday channel, I wouldn't feel right about using your real name because you're using a pseudonym.
And I wouldn't either. I think for me, the threshold is when someone is making a direct connection between their public persona and their alt persona in such a fashion as to using one to benefit the other. So, for example, if Nima, can I say his name? If Academic Agent is leveraging his professional standing, both the fact that he's a professor at a university and the fact that he's published books and he's linking to them specifically, and the fact that he's given public lectures and he's linked to them specifically, at that point, I don't think it's beyond the pale. His public persona and the alt are intimately connected. If, however, I found, here's an Instagram and here's a picture of the Academic Agent, because he only posted the lecture as the Academic Agent. Unless I was in a position to already recognize him by sight at the lecture, I think that would be beyond the pale a little bit, depending on what he's doing. If we're going into like the criminal territory, I think all bets are off. This is one of those fuzzy things.
Well, if he's a pedo, like I'm obviously dox the motherfucker, right? I mean,
sure, but you understand what I mean, though. Like the point is,
if he's on his channel supporting his own stuff, saying buy my book, then I agree it's not dox.
Like Sitch, for example. So you're under an alt clearly. Like you do value your anonymity.
I don't sell my own book under my name on this channel.
Yeah, sure. So
I do
on my second channel.
Supervillains Anonymous, the Indiegogo. You will find my real name is on the
So if I encountered you at the Walmart till and you had your name tag on and I recognized your voice, I said, "Hey, are you Sitch?" It's like, yeah. I would not therefore be entitled. I work at Walmart. I work with you actually. I'm in HR.
Oh my God. Never come by. I thought you sound familiar.
But like if that had been the case, like I don't think I would have the right then to like post a picture of you and then say, "Hey, look, I found him. He doxed himself. He had a name tag." Like that wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, sure. No, so is the only thing that you did that you tweeted at the school on Twitter something? Is that the extent of your actions?
With respect to alerting the school of his identity, yeah.
Okay. Well, alerting the school of anything. Like, did you send an email to the school say like, "Hey, this guy says crazy shit online"? No.
I actually can't remember. I don't think I sent any email. I think it was just a tweet.
It was just the one tweet. And
I'm pretty sure I didn't email anybody because I don't know who I would have even emailed, and I think I would remember that. It's been like 2 years. It's been like 2 years, right?
Yeah. And was it like a reply to something, or did you just say at whatever the school is? Don't say it at whatever school. Hey, this guy is a lecturer at your school, and he says
I could be mistaken. But I think I was replying to a post of an article, but I don't quote me on that because I could be wrong. I may have like just tweeted at them directly, but I had a couple of students reach out to me and tell me about this. And that's how I became aware of the stuff happening at the University of Surrey, which is where this whole took place. It's fine. So maybe not there anymore.
So it could be not fair at all for him to categorize you as the person that got him fired.
Oh, not just that. He's actually agreed. I got him. Yeah. Because he claimed that I had threatened the distributist's family. It was that based off of? Dave the distributist is a very strange and insane man.
He's been on the show twice.
Yeah, he's a nutball. So what actually? So anyways, so okay. There's 2 parts to this story. It's very quick though. Yeah. So he agreed that this was beyond the pale, and so we agreed. Okay, we're just gonna look. You're gonna retract this. You're gonna retract this, and we're just gonna call it even, and we're just gonna not interact anymore going forward, or we're trying to interact positively. And so he agreed to a statement that I gave to him.
This is with Dave or academic agent? Just
academic agent.
Okay.
But he was quoting Dave as saying I had threatened his family.
Okay.
So what actually had happened was somebody and this is where I become really resentful about that claim. So what actually happened was somebody in my comments under critiques of the distributist's videos was doxing him and accusing him of sexual assault. I had no way to confirm the account, obviously, but I hid the person from my comments because, not knowing the details, I know this guy has a family and a kid. I did not want this person doxed, especially since he hadn't been doing what the academic agent did. He hadn't been leveraging his institutional persona to bolster.
Well, also, that's a massive claim to like.
It is also a massive claim. Yes. Yeah. So I hid those. And then I went to Dave and I said, hey, just a heads up, like you should do some scrubbing because somebody was telling me your docs, and I checked it and it seems accurate. So you're going to want to like batten down the hatches and make sure that like your personal like
the mafia. Like, it'd be a shame if something happened to your docs, Dave.
I think he wanted to interpret it that way because he was very resentful towards me. Given
could have been
did you learn a valuable lesson? Did you learn a valuable lesson, President Sunday?
No.
I'm guessing that you didn't learn that valuable lesson.
What was the lesson, Adam? I'm not
sure.
No,
I'm thinking because this came up again. You did that video on Not So Erudite, and I mean, I was thinking, Sunday, what are you doing to yourself? Like, you don't want to get a reputation.
These aren't the same at all.
Yeah, but look, perception is everything. You're going to get a reputation as a doxer. Like,
no, I'm fine. Kyla literally introduced herself when she started her public persona under her actual name and started like citing her credentials and everything.
Well, no, it wouldn't be the. I think it'd be the whole.
Even she agreed in her response video. Even she insisted that it wasn't doxing.
The valuable lesson that you should have learned from the Dave incident is that you should just stay the fuck out of it because people are going to misinterpret what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's I am not setting my boundaries according to what the distributist will interpret correctly or not.
Okay.
Well, I'm not talking about what the Well, I am.
Look, I take your point. Choose your battles, but these are not analogous.
There you go. Listen, Dave, if you're listening, President Sunday said it was a misunderstanding. He meant it, and he was being sincere. He wanted you to watch out. Okay.
Look, Dave is not going to believe it.
I know Dave is not listening. That's fine.
Well, no, even if Dave hears that, he's not going to believe it. So,
what's your position on the whole NRX thing? You guys like Moldbug?
We've literally spent like hours and hours, tens of hours, debunking Moldberg.
Well,
really?
Yeah, we had.
What'd you call him?
Marvin Moldberg. Moldberg is what we call him.
Marvin Yarvin. No, like we had Short Fat Otaku on a couple times, and he would read through the chapters, and we'd kind of make fun of it for like 10 hours. So no, we're not. We've had conversations
apparently there's a
NRX
hard
people,
copy.
and we've
They've
debated
got in
NRX people, so
they've got a what is it called again? Unqualified reservations. That's in print now. They have a hard copy. I almost want to get it as a
We use
souvenir.
Slate Star Codex. Slate Star Codex has a huge debunking of all the stuff in.
I've read a little bit of Slate Star Codex's stuff. They verge from like kookish. I can't remember exactly what. To actually sometimes very good. It's a weird mixed bag.
But we've debated NRX people. We tried to set up a debate with. We call him Quackademic Agent now. That's his moniker on the channel. So, but he would not come on. We did a live stream where we were making fun of a video.
I prefer Alcoholics Anonymous because it kind of works.
Oh yeah, we did a live stream on one of Quackademic Agent's videos, and he turned up in the chat and he was just screeching, and we invited him on.
Did he come on?
No, he wouldn't come on. He wouldn't come on. He was making excuses, whether or not those were true or not.
It was
he was like, my mic is out at the shop being repaired or something.
It was his video where he was complaining about, men liking tomboy abs on women.
But
what's your position on that, by the way? Because I think he's insane. Especially like that
I would
particular
agree
drawing.
with
Like
you
she's
on
a
that,
10, clearly.
Yes, that woman was pretty hot. So.
Okay.
So yeah. Well, he's big into Evola. He kept quoting Evola, who I don't know if you're super familiar with Evola. He's like super. He self-ID'd as the super fascist.
I have. I randomly. I don't know why, but I have a copy of Volume 2 of what is it? The Something of Magic.
Oh yeah. I know
Study of Magic. I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Never was
he
weird.
Come on. So we had some big blow up. He said that he reneged on it, but he said that anyone that showed up on our stream couldn't show up on his stream. But then he's since gone back on that. So.
Wait, you didn't tell me this before, so I can't go on his stream now. So
you can't go on his stream. Well, no, he's gone back on it because he said that I think primarily at Sargon, and then Sargon immediately went on our stream, and then he didn't ban Sargon from talking to him. So obviously, this all happened like a year.
Sargon was trying to talk Quack into coming on our stream.
Was he really?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if he was.
Well, no, he told me he was trying to talk.
Oh, okay.
He was like. Everyone just needs to grow up and talk. Yeah.
Well, we tried.
Yeah. Well, he's afraid you're going to hit him with all the Jewish question stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
But he's afraid that you're going to unmask.
Has Sargon gone that route? He's still buddy with Academic Agent.
They're friendly. I don't think Sargon's on the. I don't believe he's the Jewish question. He doesn't seem to be going that route.
Sargon doesn't seem like an anti-Semite. We've had Sargon on the show a bunch of times. Yeah.
Well, that's good.
That is good.
Yeah, obviously. So, yes, and we've had Dave on a couple times. Dave actually argues somewhat like you, President Sunday.
Really?
It's very hard.
That's the dirtiest insult I've received all week.
I would say no, they argue differently. So
okay.
I think President Sunday does the deconstruction thing a lot, which obviously President Sunday doesn't agree with that characterization. And Dave does a thing where he just refuses to accept any framing you put forward and reframes everything you say in a way that's more fair.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good counterpoint. Yes.
Dave's an idiot. That's all I have.
Have you debated him? Have you talked to him or?
Years ago.
Okay.
I was much less sophisticated then. And I was trying to be friendly at the time. So our falling out essentially happened when I was criticizing the Academic Agent on a video about he was criticizing the Civil Rights Act, and I was criticizing the Academic Agent's video for that. And Dave immediately that night called me into a Skype call.
Really?
And he was just he was like literally screaming to the point where his mic was peaking. It's like Sunday, what are you doing? And he was really mad because it was against right-wing networking, and eventually we ended up having a weird, completely out of left field argument where he was going like, well what do you think? Would you have this attitude towards like Jared Taylor? It's like, yeah.
Wait, so you were never on the right though, right? Right? You were always.
I was. Are you kidding?
You were? I don't know. I don't know your background.
I got my initial boost because I was doing critiques of rationality rules from a Christian vantage point. Dave gave me gave my video a link, and I got my first few hundred subscribers.
So wait, when did you change? How did you change?
Slowly over the course of a few years. So I think so when I was in university, I was one of those people who got into like a lot of political fights against the overbearing SJWs and whatnot. And
it used to be based.
Yeah. I was thinking
and
the
so
same
so one of
thing.
my strategies was to actually start to like, start to read the literature of the enemy and to go into classes that seemed to be coded that way. So I took one on speech and harm, for example, which actually ended up being very good. I have the textbook for it still, and I still use it. And as a consequence, I ended up educating myself into being more critical of my my original positions, and I ended up sort of adjusting my politics as I sort of taught myself to kind of outmaneuver the people in that space. So it's one of the reasons why I mean, like, look at me. Do I have like a lefty aesthetic? I'm like your typical pretentious autistic philosophy book club channel.
That's like an older lefty
no, it's not. No, it's
yeah,
not.
like the
yeah, maybe you're Foucault, but before YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Like, the lefty college professor, with all the. So
yeah,
you
but
used to
that's
be
but like the whole
not like the
dirtbag left thing
bisexual lighting.
gross
Yeah,
to me.
sure.
Yeah, if you look at my earliest coverage of Vosh, my first video covering him is based on his debate with Sargon of Akkad, and I was critical of him. And it is thoughts on the appalling Vosh, and I have his face juxtaposed over Chris Walker from Outlast.
Nice. We did that debate. That was our debate.
Yeah.
So wait, you went to college and you were based in Red Pilled, and then you got indoctrinated with the woke mind virus by your college professor? You became a lefty?
No, by myself. My college professor. I hope she was shit. In fact, I was one of them actually really was, but I was fighting.
You heard that? All starting to make sense now.
No, she hated me. She probably actually is responsible for torching my my applications later on. No. But no, I was fighting with them in particular. No, what ended up happening, I think actually the original turn was I started trying to undercut the philosophical presuppositions of a class on indigenous politics by pointing out that like a lot of these categories that are being used to assert the dignity and complexity and whatever of indigenous political structures are actually downstream from, Greek and Roman political concepts and categories. So you're overlaying in the process of trying to make a case for the viability and the importance of maintaining things like indigenous sovereignty and so forth. You were actually reconstructing them as a European style entity and completely burying the actual thing. That was my tactic. It was a really slimy concern control move. And as a consequence of that, I started actually doing like a lot of research by way of Hannah Arendt into people like Fustel de Collage and then to other people into the origins of our political concepts. I was also interested in religious politics at the time because, of course, I was like a politically active student who was religious. And I started looking into those as well. And as a consequence, though, by way of doing that, I ended up recognizing, hey, wait a minute, hang on a sec. There's something not right here. I'm pinpointing the contingent factors that give rise to this thing, but I'm still insisting on these things being simply sort of a given in order to hold my initial position that is motivating me to want to critique these things in the first place. And so that started setting me on a course of being a lot more critical of a lot of the motives that made me right-wing in the first place. As well as like other things, like as a consequence of being in like a university setting, I ended up interacting with people who weren't conservative, who weren't religious. I ended up getting a lot of empathy.
Are you still religious now?
In a sense. So I'm not religious in the sense of being like when somebody says religious, that can mean a number of different things.
Well,
some people might define
believe in God, I guess.
It's a possibility. I don't disbelieve in God.
Well, it sounds like you're saying you're agnostic, sort of.
Well, sort of, yeah, but I think even that's a little bit tricky because I'm pursuant to or consistent with what I was just saying. Like I'm very, very, very picky about the baggage that certain terms come with. So when I say agnostic, I don't mean I'm agnostic between a Richard Dawkins atheism and a William Lane Craig theism, right? When I say agnostic, I'm actually agnostic about even the what it even means to assert that there is a God, given that we are talking about something that in some sense must proceed and exist outside of the very human limitations of our perception, even outside of space and time, in terms of these being extensions of human experience. What does it mean to what does it mean
Sunday.
what does it mean to think about a thing?
Everything has had to be deconstructed to such a
No,
level.
I'm not. Well, I'm actually not deconstructing. This is the Kantian insight. So when you're looking at me on the screen, you're seeing me move in time, and you're perceiving me as something that occupies space. You can't get behind that. This is a condition of your experience and a condition of your thought. And so if we're talking about something that pre-exists these or exists outside of these, we actually lack the tools to conceptualize. And if we are conceptualizing it, we're actually engaging in a kind of idolatry. We are erecting a thing in the world that is not actually representative of what we're trying to get at.
Have you read Donald Hoffman's Hologram? What's the name of that book, Adam? The Hologram Theory or whatever?
The most based name ever. The Case Against Reality.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of what that's an amazing title for a book.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, Critique of Pure Reason already did it, but that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you're alluding to? Sort of like this, we're not really
Pure
perceiving
reason
something.
And reality.
We don't know that what we're perceiving is real.
Well, no, because
evolved processes.
Well, no, because
how many people care about reality and how many people care about pure reason? I would argue it's like heavily weighted towards the reality.
No, but what Kant is doing is he's trying to argue that we cannot get via pure reason to things that pre-exist, whatever this is taken to mean, because once again, these concepts and categories, things like they're going to be downstream from our experience. We cannot get at things like
you got to look into Donald Hoffman, because I mean his theory is way better than Kant. But go ahead, continue.
So we can't get at these things by way of reasoning alone. So Thomas Aquinas is going to try to get at eternal law and things of that sort. Kant's going to say, well, slow down. You actually don't have an experiential basis for even referring to these things at all. You are onboarding, you are taking elements of human experience and you are projecting them out onto a hypothetical meta realm that seems to abide by the same rules as our realm, just sort of impoverished.
Right.
You're not actually getting at metaphysics.
Right.
You're just postulating a fiction that's operating as kind of black box, or justifying really pretentious claims about the nature of the physical world. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. How could we as finite beings make determinations about some infinite extra dimensional space that we would have no understanding of existing in? We can't just apply our rules to that space. So, yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, you're even characterizing it as.
Well,
think about what you're doing in the very sentence. You're even characterizing it as a space. You're thinking in spatial terms.
Well, I have to use a word to convey.
Exactly, you have to.
Yeah, I understand.
So you can't get there. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No, I understand, and I agree with that idea. In terms of I think a lot of people are egotistical to some extent when they talk about God and religion for that reason. But though I guess the counter argument is sort of you would assume, and maybe this is wrong, I'm not saying I agree with this, but would be to assume that if God created a universe and the creation would be created in some way that would have something to do with God's nature, and thus we would be able to derive some value from ourselves that could projected onto God.
Yeah, let's think about this statement for a second. God created the universe. Well, God pre-exists time, so God is timeless, right?
Right.
At what point did he create the universe? At what point does time initiate at some point in the creation of the univerce?
Is
this like an act?
That, right?
Do acts take place in time? Well, it's not just that we don't understand that. I'm not even sure, the conjecture. Like you may pose this, and a lot of apologists do. You may pose this as a question of well, how do we understand how God created the universe? See, I almost take that as an absurd statement by itself that belies even the question itself is sort of self-refuting, because the conditions of the question are also what's supposed to be in the conclusion. How does God create time? Well, create is an act in time.
Right.
You can't. Yeah. So it's
yeah. Well, that's the thing. If we're wired to perceive time in this linear fashion, we can't even conceive of a pre-time. What would that even mean? How could we experience?
Well, not even just perceiving time in a linear fashion. Is time outside of human experience an actual dimension of being? That might not be true.
Well, I thought they're pretty confident that it is. I thought that was part of
Well, Hoffman argues against that, but
we once again so from our human vantage point, we seem to perceive things in sequence, but that doesn't mean that from sub specia aeternitatis, or from some fictional vantage point of the universe, that therefore there actually is a sequence where the now is privileged in some ontological sense over the before.
Well, no, right. But what it means is that however we're experiencing reality in the fashion that we're experiencing it, if we're able to, use calculus, use math, use all these determinations that kind of predict things, and they seem to predict them successfully, that means that however we're perceiving reality, these are the rules that we're creating to describe these things seem to be working correctly. Now, whether that exists outside of our limited perception of reality is I guess another question entirely. But it has to exist somehow, in some extent, outside of ourselves.
Well,
unless we're all,
this would be
demon somewhere. So.
Well, you're going a little bit into Hegelian territory, where the bare point of contact between a postulated thing out there in the world and your experience and your discourse about it, like that is a point of contact between the two. And as it gets really complicated, but you never actually overcome that epistemic issue where the only way we can describe God is going to be in terms that are germane to our experience and cognition. But we're talking about the conditions of our experience and cognition, so it doesn't work because we're arguing effectively in a circle.
Right. I'm not talking about in terms of God. I'm talking about like in terms of, if they use calculations to put a satellite in orbit and it works, that obviously tells us that whatever the rules they're applying affects nature or reality to some extent.
Yeah. So, well, this is what's someone like William Sellers. Yeah, it's William Sellers. Wilfrid Sellers. Sorry, my brain's not working today. This is what someone like Wilfrid Sellers will call the retail level. So our theories and whatnot, even if they are ultimately proved incorrect, there is still a space in which they can nonetheless work. Like a physics system that doesn't actually accurately describe the universe fully understood may nonetheless be functional enough to get us onto like floating on the ocean. It might get us to like weather resistant houses. It might get us even into space. Like it's
sure. I mean, we don't have a grand unified theory, so it's obviously getting us in a lot of places without us really fully understanding everything. So that's definitely true. When you were a right winger, were you just like a right winger? You weren't like a race realist or anything, right?
No, I was never a race realist.
Okay. Because I'm assuming that's where your contention with the Quack civil rights video came up. You're like, what the fuck?
Yes, with that's the principal thing, because up until that point, I was under the impression that we were sort of roughly on side, not with the academic agent, because he was a quack before then. His take on Rousseau was garbage. That was my initial issue with him. Rousseau is like very right wing by modern standards. By the way, it's actually very strange that people are so hostile towards him. You essentially can't get fascism without the Rousseauian intervention on Hobbesian contractarianism. But that was the initial point of real friction between me and the academic agent, because before then we had like theoretical disputes, and it was annoying that he was obtuse, but I didn't realize that he was so wedded to the idea that black people were violent and inferior to white people. There was a side of him I didn't know at the time.
Right. What year was this? You remember? Like, was this a long time ago?
When did I start my channel? It's like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Okay.
He has a video. What is it called? The American Delusion or something like that.
And it's just literally statistics of like
God.
like bad statistics for black people. Essentially, the video.
It's so bad.
Very racist. Yeah.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, Quack is not coming on our channel anymore. It's like, this is too far.
This is academic agent, huh?
Yeah.
What's that?
That wasn't as bad as his video where he was trying to say slavery wasn't actually that bad. So he's got a host of these videos.
Hang on, give me a sec. I can find the exact year.
I'm just curious because people were saying, like, I'm curious when the switch occurred in Quack.
Oh, this was 3 years ago. Damn.
Okay. So
this would have been
2020.
Yeah.
Right.
This would have been 2019, August of 2019. So I think that would have happened maybe a month after that.
Right.
Because I had a debate with him about democracy.
Well, I know, like, when we talked to Distributors, he was very hostile to the civil rights movement because his big argument is that it's a violation of, personal sovereignty and the right to who you can interact with. And so I'm assuming that was kind of what he was channeling when he was yelling at you about this.
I wish, that at the very least to be somewhat of an interesting philosophical conversation. Like, at what point does like the need for a society to accurately represent the interests of all of its citizens run against like the promise of certain levels of autonomy and freedom and,
Right.
and freedom of association, things like that. That's, I mean, like it's not that sophisticated, but it's nonetheless, you can have a conversation about that. The issue with him was practically, politically,
Right-wingers
engaging in
criticize
this
each other.
critique. Engaging in this critique was destructive to the right-wing coalition he wanted to build. Man thinks he's Dick Cheney or something. I don't know.
You're like, we're not on the same side if you're a race realist.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think's happening here. I don't know if Dave is, but Quack definitely is. So.
No, Dave is very, I would say Dave is probably worse than the academic agent. My read on the academic agent is that because I don't think the academic agent's positions are honestly held. I think he perceives a growing market, or perceived a growing market, because Sargon was even on board.
No, you're way off. I've seen so many people have sent me so many of his like schizophrenic postings about the JQ. He's a real, you believe.
Oh yeah, but what year are those from?
I don't know.
Like 2 years ago?
Maybe.
Okay, so yeah. So 3 years ago, I was paying.
Oh, okay. 3 years ago.
Yeah. So he had what was his name? The Jacob Green River guy or something. He was networking with a lot of right-wing communities, and he started to sort of pander to them. So among other things, at a certain point, he started switching from being a libertarian anti-Brexit to being pro-Brexit, then to being starting using like NRX language, and then starting to sort of like throw out little dog whistles towards like anti-Semitism and anti-immigration stuff. And how this corresponded directly to him networking with other channels that had those positions. So I take him to be an entirely cynical actor. Like he maybe doesn't disbelieve them enough for it to be a meaningful distinction, but I think that the economic advantage of in those instances abiding by those positions sort of overrides what he actually believes. I think he's more of a cynical person. I think Dave, by contrast, actually believes this stuff, is very insecure about the fact that he really can't keep up with a lot of people who are sort of like engaged in this material, and where somebody else might go, okay, I need to read up on this stuff and get good, so to speak. He just whinges about it. And talks about how the academy is clearly just slanted against him because it doesn't accept him as for the intellectual titan that he is.
Well, the amount of Avola and all these other stuff that Quack has read, I mean, that's a he's really dedicated to the grift.
Oh shoot, sorry, I realized why my gain wasn't going down. I was turning the volume dial. Sorry, I'm a fucking idiot. Is that better?
That's much better, yes.
Oh my god, all right, sorry.
Okay. But no, I'm saying like the amount of Avola that Quack reads and recommends, and I mean he's I don't think it's a grift. I mean maybe it started as some grift, or maybe he became kind of like those, it's convenient that you're financially motivated in some direction and you kind of convince yourself. But
I think it was
by
always
now
a grift.
He's a true believer in all those stuff.
At a certain point,
or Dave is in the chat to distribute us. Just so
hey, what's up, Dave?
Hey,
Sunday's talking a lot of shit about you.
Yeah, that's what he said. Somebody sent him this video, obviously, as soon as we started talking about him. So
yeah, he's like right-wing Homer Simpson. So I think the academic agent was actually a hack long before then. Like with the Rousseau thing, the thing that annoyed me about the Rousseau thing was not that he was critical of Rousseau. A lot of people are critical of Rousseau. I'm critical of Rousseau. The thing that annoyed me was that he was getting him really, really wrong in order to pander to Sargon's audience. Sargon had made actually, did Sargon reply to this, or did Sargon say Rousseau was the problem? He might have replied to it. But this is like something he clearly had like zero knowledge of. He was not able to reproduce any of his arguments effectively. And I think the reason why I think he did what a lot of people on YouTube do, which is in order to like do as little work as possible, to be as successful as fast as possible, if there's something that the average person is not super familiar with, and they can sort of position themselves as an expert, they'll just bullshit their way through. I think he's doing what School of Life does on the regular, just very poorly. And I think a lot of people are sort of like Dave. They're so desperate to have any kind of social support or validation that their standards just drop down to the earth's core as soon as somebody with any kind of following seems to be throwing them a bone. Yeah. So I don't think he was ever not a shill. I think probably he's where he is now is sort of where he will be till the end of time. And maybe that counts as true belief, but I would not put much weight on his sincerity in any case.
Distributor says that he said he's not going to debate you, but you absolutely did a mafia docs threat.
No, I didn't.
Well, it could. I mean, it would
I'm just saying
appear.
it's his interpretation.
I think I might actually be able to just bring up the direct messages.
Well, I mean, it would appear.
Except he's off. He was deleted from Twitter, so maybe not. But I probably have him saved somewhere.
It would appear both ways, either way. I mean, it'd be indistinguishable.
Like no, that's silly. No,
it's like the Trump phone call.
Well, no, because what I would do in that case is I wouldn't hide the comments, right? I wouldn't.
That's true.
I wouldn't.
That's true.
I wouldn't hide the comments doxing him, and then tell him, hey, somebody is doxing you in my comments. I remove them, but you should batten down the hatches. You should check to make sure that you're not vulnerable.
It's a good point.
I said that to defend him because he had a kid, and I was being decent. So what I'm going to do next time, Dave, I'm not going to do a thing. I'm going to leave it there.
Look, the move is not to look into it, though. I mean, that's where you messed up. I mean, I don't even want to know. I would just say, listen, I don't know if this is your real name or not, but someone's acting like it's your real name. And just like, why are you checking into it?
Well, I was checking into it to see if indeed somebody had found out who he was and was spreading it. So they're spreading it here, they're spreading it elsewhere.
Yeah, but that's why I'm like, you got to have a hands-off approach on this shit. You really do.
No.
Like, I don't know your name, President Sunday. I don't want to know your name.
Oh, no, sure. But if somebody gave you my name, and for whatever reason you are so inclined to not want me to lose my anonymity, so I could get hurt in terms of my career, my ability to generate
I wouldn't
income.
Look into it. I would just forward it to you. I'd say, I don't know if this is your name or not, but someone's spreading it around.
Fair enough. I checked. It's just how I do. So
yeah, that's where you messed up. That's what I said. That's where you messed up.
For example, hang on. So. If somebody was flinging around a false name, if I determined that name did not correspond to the distributor's actual identity, then I would allow them to continue to share it, because that would actually protect his identity further. People would be misled to a different source, right?
I mean, you're just getting way too involved in this.
That's just how I do. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
who cares,
it is what it is.
Who cares?
Look, he's a major helper.
Yes.
Anyway.
He also got his ass blown out against Matt McManus. Completely. He was so
in a debate,
so out of his depth. Oh yeah, you didn't see that a couple days ago? It's really good. Well, I mean, Matt's really good. The distributus is his usual meandering, nonsensical, bloviating self. Wow. But no, Matt took him to the woodshed. It was beautiful.
Oh my God.
It was deeply satisfying to see. Boring as all fuck, but satisfying.
Well, that's par for the course, I imagine. But I don't know who Matt is. Magnus.
It's been 3 hours. Are we cool to? Am I cool to do my runaway routine?
We're not going to accuse you of that, so don't worry. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Dave is trying to send me some message. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Look, Sitch, why do you look after I tell you this about President Sunday spending too much time getting involved? Why are you getting involved in this?
This is a drama. What are you talking about? This is good.
Who cares?
Dave wants to send me a counter argument to you, I believe, in a DM.
Like I said,
eventually.
He wants to send a counter argument to what?
I disagree with President Sunday. I disagree with President Sunday on virtually everything except for his claim that Dave is long-winded and meandering. I think he's right on the money there. I think that is completely accurate.
CT said, please read my super chat to President Sunday. Okay. Where is it?
All right, let's hear it.
Oh,
I got to pee though, so I can't promise I'll answer long.
Well, you can go pee and come back.
Yeah.
But I want to catch some sunshine after this. I literally.
Okay, so
this is
CT says, just a heads up for President Sunday, the Discord link in your description does not work. I was trying to get that link.
Oh fuck, sorry. No, I locked down a little while ago because we were getting a bunch of trolls in the server.
Oh,
I sent you.
I didn't update the generic one that goes with every single video.
I sent you the link to Donald Hoffman's book to President Sunday. If you like all the stuff that you're talking about, which it seems like you do, like you're interested in, you should really read that book. It's fascinating.
No,
I got it. I got it, and I couldn't.
Well, you might not like it because it's kind of like Evo Psyche, so you might hate it.
No, I'm not opposed to Evo Psyche. I'm opposed to how it's conducted. If
Look,
he does good work, he does good work.
You buy into evolution, right? You're not anti-evolution, right?
No, God, no. In fact,
course.
this is why I'm saying evolutionary psychology should be very interesting. The problem is that people in Evo Psych, and I've seen a lot of people.
He doesn't really even use it that much evolutionary psychology, Sitch. I mean, the case against reality.
But his argument is that we evolved to see things not how they are, but how they're useful to us, right?
Of course, yeah, that's the crux of his argument.
Right.
But But
Someone
he
else
says
asked,
space-time. He says space-time is an illusion. So
right.
Well, quite literally an illusion.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, actually, gets a little bit tricky. So Kant has a very interesting distinction between an illusion and a representation. That an illusion.
I thought you had to pee.
I do. I've got a.
Well, before you go, someone wanted to know. They
Got a-
don't want to. They're not going to give your name. They said, "Were you in the Navy?" Because if you weren't, I knew someone that looked and sounded exactly like you.
Yes.
Oh wow.
You were in the Navy.
Yes.
So maybe
yeah,
this guy knows
yeah.
you.
I'm lying, but yes.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. So so it was your doppelganger.
I've been on a ferry a few times. Does that count?
I
Wow.
guess. Yeah.
I'm a nautical man.
Anyway.
I've taken
Thanks
the
for coming
ferry.
on, I guess. I don't know if we're gonna.
What was the distributor's question?
Did you? What was CT
you
Super
didn't send
Chat?
me the
Did you read
DM
it?
yet,
I don't
so-
know.
Was it a super chat or was it a message?
My DMs aren't closed, Dave. I can DM. My DMs are not closed. Question mark.
Let's wait for that, and then we'll go. I'll hold on
Okay.
till then. Okay.
It says, "Oh." I mean, I'm seeing him in my mentions. I don't know if you're seeing that, Sitch.
Yeah, you just. Yeah, I see it. I just sent him a DM.
Have you ever been in a play, President Sunday?
I have been in a play.
Well, Dave is saying you're a bad actor, so I guess he saw that play and he said this guy fucking sucks.
I'm a fantastic actor, actually.
Sure, that's what all actors say.
Was that all? Was that it?
I was in a play. I was a zombie in a play. I didn't really have lines, but
He says a bad actor is bad mouthing me on Sitch and Adam's.
Oh
channel.
no! He's not bad like political actor.
But
I know.
DMs are closed to these guys for some weird reason.
I just DM'd Dave. My DMs are not closed.
My DMs are not closed either.
Yes. Give me the docs.
Uh-oh.
He says, "Do you want the docs?" I want the docs. DOC, not the
Who wants the
DOX.
docs? What?
The documents.
This
The
is just going to
documents.
read.
Yes.
I'm sure it's going to be like it reads both ways unless the email is something like, "I'm going to dox the shit out of you, motherfucker."
Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see if I can't find it. Just out of curiosity, it'd be fun to cap this off at least.
Okay.
Give me
I
a
have to
couple
pee
seconds.
too.
Well, why don't you go pee, and
Okay,
I'll
I'm
be
gonna go
the
pee.
I'll be
Look,
the
I'll read some
stronger
super chats.
documents.
I'll read a super chat.
And Adam will read the super chats.
Look, I know what's up. I know how to keep the show on the road here. Keep the show on the rolling. Let's listen to that Lady Gaga song.
No, they'll demonetize the whole stream for both of us. Why would you do that?
You're right. Never mind. Christian Baller for $2 says, "Sitch, go ahead and take the gloves off now." Look at that. Christian, what are you doing? Ostracy for $5 says, "Is the Sneeko redemption arc continuing?" I feel like it might be a little bit.
Sneeko redemption arc.
Yeah, Sneeko was going after the Red Pill guys. Did you see that?
No,
Black-
I feel like it's a bit late for him though.
It's never too late. It's never too late. Don't talk like that. Even Quackademic Agent could change his evil ways one day. Who knows? He might
Yeah, if
find
he has
himself a nice Jewish girlfriend, and
If he has a stroke, he's married with a child.
oh, he is.
Yeah, you didn't
What
know
if
that?
maybe his kid will marry a Jewish person or something, and he'll be forced to abandon his anti-Semitism. Blackout for $10 says, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter this debate." I thought it was President Sunday did a lot of sophistry, but other than that, I thought it was pretty good.
Okay. He sent me some screenshots
Mm-hmm.
that are DMs
Oh,
between
did he?
you and him.
Well, all right.
Do I have your permission to read these DMs?
Sure, they're from years ago. I have no idea what's
Okay.
involved in them.
Oh, well, I assume it's about the thing.
This is the mafioso claim, right?
Yeah. Okay. So this is you saying, "Dave, I have a plausible account of you committing sexual harassment. Your position at a university and proof that you were deeply embedded in the planning of a white nationalist organization.
Yeah.
Let's stop being stupid for a moment. I am mulling my next move here, and I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying really hard, and you're making it difficult.
Oh,
that
sorry.
doesn't
That's with
sound-
respect. That's with respect to the sexual assault thing.
That doesn't sound good. Why
yeah,
does
so-
why does distributors want us to read these? This is terrible.
I don't know.
Why are we signal
No, that was
boosting
President
these
Sunday that just said that.
Yeah, but why are we
that
signal
was me who
boosting
just said that.
accusations against
Because
I don't know.
Dave is saying that reads to like a threat to him. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
Which
so
I could see that. Yeah.
yeah. So the context of that conversation. Let me see if I can actually find the whole thing so I can get the immediately preceding tweet. What was he called back then?
I don't know. His name's cut out. So
I guess if I just look up sexual assault, that should come up in my.
Look, guys, this is so inappropriate. But
wait, why? I literally don't know what you're talking about, Adam.
well,
President Sunday made an accusation about distributors, and distributors is saying, "Well, this is how I interpreted it," and he's giving his counter.
right,
So what? How? I don't understand why you're saying it's inappropriate.
Well, now there's like a sexual
'Cause he's,
assault
'cause he's
claim
a
on the
weenie.
table.
But that was always.
Well, no one here is entertaining the idea that he actually sexually assaulted
Yes,
someone.
we're just talking about the context isn't whether the sexual assault happened. The context is was it reasonable for Dave to perceive this as a threat or as a legitimate? I'm just trying to warn you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I would perceive it as a threat. So
I'm just looking for. I'm seeing if I still have his conversation in here. It'll be under a deleted channel name because he was banned from Discord. So it's a
Well, this is
toss
on
up
Twitter,
whether or
so
not.
not Discord.
is this made
on
up
Twitter?
or what is this like?
Well, it looks like no, it's a Twitter.
Mistaken
well, he
identity
might
or
have it.
something?
He might have its. Well, actually, I wonder if I search for
I
that.
think it's a Twitter DM.
Where's the President Sunday redemption arc? This looks pretty bad.
Let's see.
And then
Oh, here we go. I found it. Yeah.
Okay.
So looks like his comments are all gone. All right. So here's what I said. Here, I'll read it to you here. I'll send you a screenshot. But it seems like his comments to me are gone. So
Yeah, well, I don't know if that. I guess that happens if your account gets deleted, maybe.
I think it does. Yeah.
so let me here. I'm going to save this.
I'm looking for your super chat, Lucifer.
So here, I'll
wants
send
us-
this. I'll send this to you in. I don't have you on Discord, do I? Can I send this to you? Here,
You have a Twitter?
Adam. I'll send this to you in on Twitter.
Lucifer the Doberman or Lucid, is it Lucid Dreamer? Oh, I guess it's Lucid Dreamer. Lucid Dreamer.
Just be advised. Don't read the. Quotes
Well, I'm not
under-
getting involved. Don't send this shit to me. I don't want to fucking. I don't wanna
Okay, well,
see this
I'll put
shit.
it on. I'll put it on screen then. Okay, and I'll
No,
I'll alter it.
no.
Just send
no,
it to me
I'm gonna hang on,
at
I'm
PSA
gonna-
underscore Sitch.
Yeah,
Calm down.
Jesus
My DMs are
Christ.
open.
Calm down, Adam.
Okay.
I'm going to remove the part with his name,
Oh my God. No.
and I'm going to put it on my screen. And I'll read it for you.
Lucid Dreamer
Okay.
for $10. This political and philosophical discourse is great and all, but what did President Sunday like and dislike about the Wheel of Time adaptation?
I didn't like that they artificially aged the characters. They added a bunch of like sex stuff, and they completely ruined the tone of the thing. It was awful.
I didn't see the Wheel of Time adaptation, so I don't know what it
it's
is.
terrible. So here,
Well, if you hate it, I might like it.
possibly if you don't like if you like bad things.
Adam-
Adam
Wheel of
does
Time
have terrible
television
taste in
series.
like movies and stuff.
What's your favorite movie, President Sunday? Do you have a
Oh,
favorite
my
movie?
My favorite movie.
I like Time Bandits. I mean,
Never
how
heard
can
of
you
that.
go wrong with six
You
little
never heard
people?
of Time
ru-
Bandits?
Okay,
running
so
around?
so here we go. I'll read this out for you. This is what I sent to Dave. Be advised that someone is going around sharing your name. You could easily solve this by having your picture removed from your LinkedIn and university profile sites. Otherwise, I myself could not have made the connection. Also, there is a YouTube video still extant with your Twitter in the description. I wasn't going to try and dox you. I was warning you, so he must have been like accusing me at this point. I was trying to warn you so you could take measures to protect yourself. Well, while I have you, what is your take on this? And then the message sent runs
What
as
is your,
follows. I've
what is
crossed
your
out his
take
name.
on this? What is this?
Yes.
You
so,
doxing him?
Yeah. So, well, this is actually referring to a video by Distributor's wife. He said, "You're so-and-so's wife. I sent you a Facebook message warning you about how he sexually battered me. I have PTSD as a result of this, of his and the physical and sexual abuse of others. Yes, repeatedly yanking my breasts in an effort to compel me to leave our group of toxic quote-unquote friends instead of just telling me to leave his sexual battery. David and you responded to my message by blocking me. And I asked him a question. Is stalker a liar is my question. That's what I said afterwards. And then afterwards I was like asking, can you like, give me some peace of mind about this? Am I blocking someone who is slandering you, or am I blocking someone who is actually like harassed by you? And am I doing something bad in this context? That was the full extent of that.
Because okay, so the first part that you read doesn't sound like a threat, but the second part that Dave sent me does sound like a threat. So what was the
Can you read that
context of
again?
that? Dave, I have a plausible account of you committing sexual harassment.
Oh yeah. So it would have happened here actually. I think I can actually just oh great, because I had it on Discord. I think wait, where'd it go? Fuck, I had it. I just had it.
This is just terrible stream.
Jesus Christ. No, wait. It was on Twitter. There was a Twitter
Let's
thing.
go for 2 hours while someone
Great.
looks for a link on Discord.
Yes.
I feel like I'm on a Destiny stream now.
Fondue for $5 says, the real question is if Sunday's comments gave justification for distributors to karate chokehold President Sunday.
Yeah.
There you go. True.
And if he did President Sunday, would you fake him out like you were passed out and then punch him in the face? Or would you just like comply?
I wasn't following that.
Don't
what were you
worry
saying?
about it.
Yeah, it's just we're
okay. Anyway, sorry. So we're not going to search for this. So what would have happened in between then and the statement that you read out?
Yeah.
Is he would have been, taking umbrage at me even mentioning the docs and then asking the question, and then I'm literally like asking like, hey, Dave, so I've got an account here that is saying you did this thing. This is a weird reply. Can you explain?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And at that point, like, I am mulling my next move, because if it is indeed the case that he sexually assaulted someone, I'm not going to spread the docs, but it might change whether or not I delete the docs, right? Which I did.
Right. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. So,
okay. Well,
I mean, well done, Dave. You've now signal boosted that to the world at large.
Yeah.
Big brain on Dave here. Are we done?
Okay. I guess we're done. Yeah.
All right. Nice chat, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks for coming on.
Take care, man.
Ciao.
Well, that was an interesting conclusion.
What is it?
That was an interesting conclusion. Anyways, I guess I'll read super chats now. Let's see. Ostracy for $10 says, are you gonna go over the Durham report stuff, or just let my elephant rampage with the right-wing narratives? I need the centrist take.
Oh no.
Okay, let me
oh no.
Let me give you a take here. Okay. I didn't read the whole thing. It's like 300 pages, obviously. I did read the executive summary in the beginning. And first of all, it's very funny because on one hand, this is my prediction. I think people on the right are saying, they're going to initially say, this Durham report proves that, the FBI is deep state against Donald Trump.
They spied on Donald Trump.
Right. Well, we already know. Yeah, we already heard all these things. It's going to say, like, basically, they're going to say this proves the narrative. Over time, you're going to start to see that talking point from the right is going to weaken into the report didn't go far enough, and it's really part of the cover-up to protect the deep state. Because you know who put Durham in place?
Barr.
A man named Bill Barr.
Bilbo Barr Baggins.
Bilbo William Barr is the one who put Durham in that place to do the report in the first place and do the investigation in the first place. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see how is William Barr part of the deep state trying to take down Trump, but he's also put the guy in place who supposedly is validating Trump. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious to see how that narrative comes out. As for the report itself, just from reading the executive summary, the report seems very dishonest to me in the way that it's framed.
Oh, really?
In terms of, because basically what it seems like it did was it just points at all the reasons in which, or it points to a bunch of the things that the FBI did that were wrong, which most of the things that I read, we've already known this for years. I didn't really see any new evidence of new wrongdoing from at least the executive summary. Maybe in Meat, there's something new there. But it points to all the things that the FBI did wrong that we know about in terms of, like with the whole FISA thing with Carter Page and all this shit. And the fact with, the Steele dossier, not being correctly corroborated and stuff like that. But while it's pointing to everything the FBI did wrong and pointing out to all the reasons in which they should not have investigated necessarily Donald Trump, it leaves out, at least in the executive summary, leaves out all the reasons that they should have. It leaves out the whole Papadopoulos
really?
situation. Yeah, leaves out the Papadopoulos situation.
Ouch.
It leaves out the connections with Carter. It leaves out the situation with Flynn. It leaves out the fact, and everyone leaves this out. It leaves out the fact that in the Steele dossier, and we know this from the Mueller report, there were things in the Steele dossier that turned out to be true, which everyone forgets because everyone just focuses on the P tape obviously not being true or never being proven. So
That part wasn't true? Oh, man.
sadly, we never found any evidence for the P tape.
Damn.
Yes. So
was
the
it
thing,
Donald Trump got peed on, or did he pee on someone?
he peed on a bed that supposedly, well, the claim was he peed on a bed that Obama slept in. It's a very weird thing. It's a very strange claim, right?
Well, if it was true, I would like Donald Trump more.
How did he slept in this bed once, so I'm gonna pee in it. I don't know. That's
kind of based.
It's a very strange claim to make.
Oh, by the way, Obama slept in that bed. Donald Trump's like, what?
Yes.
He immediately goes and he drinks like a super tanker 32-ounce Coke. He's like, I'm going to take care of that bed.
Yes. So from my cursory reading of the executive summary, it reads to me like an incredibly biased, one-sided take on the situation, where I thought the Mueller report that I read in its entirety seemed far more neutral, at least in how it was written and how it conveyed information to me. So and also, again, it didn't seem like there was really anything new that jumped out at me like, oh, this is the new information from this latest Durham report. So, and I think that's also why he didn't, I mean, they're not going to, it doesn't seem like they're charging anyone. They're not going to go after anyone. So, but,
I believe in Barr's book, he talks about Trump continually asking him on the progress of Durham, as if he wants Durham to come out before the election.
He did, yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, because it would help him. So.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. I'm sure the narrative for Trump supporters will be that this report somehow exonerates Trump, or not.
It already is.
But he's exonerated from the Russia stuff. But it would be more that it exonerates the claims that he made that the deep state was after him and it's all conspiracy by the FBI, blah, 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 to get Donald Trump.
I listened to 3 news reports on Fox News, and all 3 of them were like, we have to disband the FBI. The FBI is definitely overstepping their bounds. We have a... Right. So, but you don't think those reports are accurate?
Well, so...
All of these people are gone from the FBI now, right? All the people involved in this?
I don't know if all... I know some of them are. I don't know if they all are.
Right.
I mean, there was shit that the FBI did that was really bad.
Of course.
The number one thing, of course, that you bring up is the continual renewal of the Carter Page FISA was done completely improperly and it looked like completely
forgery. Yeah.
Right. Well, it wasn't a forgery. It was just done. It was intentionally so the rules were supposedly that the FBI, in order to keep re-upping a surveillance FISA warrant on someone, they have to show that they're finding new evidence by surveilling them. And they didn't find any new evidence for Carter Page because Carter Page didn't seem to be doing anything wrong. And so they kept kind of fudging the warrant, or I don't know if the FBI was doing it or if it was just the judge just didn't give a shit and he was just signing off on whatever. So
he's singing Russian in the shower.
Yeah,
that's like the evidence, right?
Right. So
I mean, that would be pretty suspicious, right?
So yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with people going after the FBI agents that did that. They should definitely be held accountable for any of this stuff. But I feel like it's really annoying because it kind of comes down to it bothers me because it's like, someone who lived through all this shit, who read the Mueller report and all this crap, and has the position that, they investigated and it found that he didn't have a connection with Russia. That's, that exonerates him. But this argument now is that he should have never been investigated in the first place. To me, that's a very ideologically biased position.
Because they left out all the reasons to investigate him in the new
when
Durham
you had
report.
Trump is like, oh, one of the few people I'm gonna name that's gonna be part of my opening, bid for presidency. Who's gonna be one of my opening advisors was a guy that Russia literally tried to turn into a double agent. Another guy who works for me, one of the first people that works for me, turns out that he somehow knew that the Russians hacked Hillary's emails before anyone else did. Another guy that worked for me was accused of handing over proprietary voter information I think it was either to Russia or to Ukraine or to Russia through Ukraine.
Those
You
are
know,
good reasons to investigate.
Yeah,
Those
Paul
are
Manafort who was Trump's campaign advisor, his first campaign manager originally, turned out to be the guy who who in the past had managed what's his name, the fucking Newland phone call guy,
oh
the
no,
the president of
Zelensky.
Ukraine. No, the president of Ukraine that ran away to Russia
Oh
when he was
yeah,
ousted.
I can't. Yukановich or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Yoshenko or Yukановich or something.
Yeah,
Um,
it's been a
one of
while.
those Y names, guys. Yeah, there was so much smoke there. Obviously, there was so much smoke there. Oh, and then um, Trump's kid takes a meeting with someone who, said that said they were from Russia, and they said that they had dirt on Hillary Clinton. Now, obviously, that turned out not to be the case. But just looking at all of this smoke, I don't believe for a single second. And I think that people need to be real with themselves here. This is how you can tell if you're being controlled by your elephant. If any of this like inference, if any of this smoke existed for Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton,
They
everyone
would
would
bury
say,
the story.
well, everyone would be saying, "Oh
They
my
would
God,
bury it.
how are they not?" Yeah, maybe the media would be, but I'm saying for the people that are saying that he should never have been investigated, if any of this stuff was happening with Hillary, right? If any of this smoke existed with Hillary or Joe Biden, there's no way anyone would say, "Oh, you know, they shouldn't even investigate Hillary Clinton." So what that her, has all these like weird, shadowy, nebulous connections to all these people. And that's the only thing that bothers me about this. Is like, yeah, just say, listen, there's a lot of smoke there. People in the media obviously jumped the gun and made accusations. Obviously, the FBI handled the investigation very poorly, and people should be held accountable for it. But it was totally justified to look into this shit in the first place. Because actually, it turned out that Russia tried to make connections with Trump, but they didn't. So
But
they were not
Sitch,
successful. So.
what about the Hunter Biden laptop?
Well, that's what's funny too, because there's like with all the Biden stuff, there's a bunch of smoke there. And if you want to say that merits investigation, I would agree. But people on the right are saying, oh, well, all that smoke is like means that, means that the wrongdoing already occurred, right? Without like a real investigation.
Of course. But they're not even going to do an investigation, right? Oh, no, wait, they did an investigation. The Republicans are doing an investigation now.
Yeah, the Republicans are doing an
They
investigation.
released that all the Hunter Biden kids are all working, doing strange stuff, and getting big payouts from all these Eastern European countries.
Does Hunter Biden have kids? Or you mean Joe Biden kids?
Joe Biden, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, all his kids and relatives and everything. I don't know. I didn't look at the report. I just heard.
So I looked at the report.
About it.
I don't know if the report was specific on who. I think it just said Hunter Biden family members did X. It wasn't really, or I'm sorry, Joe Biden family members did X. I don't know if it said who specifically was doing what. So that's your position on the Durham report. It's very one-sided. It definitely seems to be a political tool as opposed to a fact-finding tool, which is sad because it could have been a fact-finding tool that just talked about, the shittiness of the FBI and their investigation without kind of going into all the other stuff. But it is what it is.
Ouch.
Anyway,
well, Fox News is happy about it, so. Anyways, are we done?
No, let me read
the
remaining super chats that we didn't read, much to President Sunday's chagrin.
He should really read super chats. They'd probably get more of them.
Well, he's not a capitalist, so he doesn't want money.
He's a socialist?
Well, he said he wasn't a socialist, so I don't know what he is.
I saw a live stream with him, Wick, and Kidology, and all of them were comparing their super chats. So it did seem like...
Was it the one where they watched the Kneely video?
Capitalist.
Was that...
Maybe. I don't know.
That was the one where they watched the Kneely video, I think.
Right.
Christian Baller for 2 hours says, Sitch, go ahead and take the gloves off now.
I read that one.
Thank you, Christian. I think I did a good... I think I struck a decent balance there in that conversation.
You got to listen back.
I hate listening back to our conversations.
Yeah, but that's how you improve. That's how I got.
I don't want to improve, Adam.
I'm amazing now because I've listened back so many times. I'm like, I screwed up there.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Screwed up there.
Right.
Yeah. Cameron Snyder, member for 2 months, says the red pill crap drives me crazy. It's like they have never been around an average woman. You know, I kind of agree with that.
There
Since
you
you
go.
have a take on that?
That's definitely how it reads to me. Because it's like, had they only been around like the worst gold diggers one time or something?
Right, right, right.
Like, you know, in that conversation, Destiny said something that I think, we said two things that I think were very true. First was he said, a lot of people, I think, don't account for the fact that a lot of people that are having a lot of sex are just people that pursue it. And there's a lot of people that just are not pursuing it out in the real world. And that's why they're not getting sex. I think that's a very true point. The second thing is he said the best way to learn to talk to women is to just be around women, especially when you were younger. And
Yeah.
that I agree with that completely. And I think it feels like with a lot of these people, I don't know, either maybe they've just never were around women growing up, or they're just around like terrible women from how they describe them. So,
Right, yeah.
or maybe they're just projecting their own terrible values onto things. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Having a friend who's a woman who you're not actively trying to have sex with is a good thing to do.
That's impossible, Adam. What are you talking about?
Well, I know some people think it's impossible, but look, I believe in the impossible. So
Right. Right.
I think you can do it. And I think it is a good advice to try to get yourself a relationship with someone of the opposite sex that's non romantic.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to do. I don't really know how to give advice because, like, it's hard to do now. Like, if you didn't do it when you were younger, it's kind of hard to do. I mean, I guess you could still do it now, but it's just a little more difficult. The dynamic's a little different.
I don't think it's ever too late. I mean, you could find someone that you're friends with at work that you hang out with
No, yeah, obviously, sure,
that
obviously.
can woman-splain you.
Right. No, but I just mean it's harder. You can do it. It's just as much more difficult for people to learn social things when they're already
Later in
like,
life.
yeah, when they're already in like
Maybe.
their 20s and 30s, as opposed to when they're growing up. So, because I don't know. I mean, I had a lot of friends who were girls that I was not romantically involved with in middle school and high school. So I think that does shape your view when we have these kind of conversations. And
I
it does seem like that they just didn't have that experience growing up.
I had a revelation, and I already shared it with you in DMs, but I'll share it with the chat.
Hmm.
So when Rollo came on, there was a lot of contention over whether or not stepdads were cucks. And it occurred to me that if you have a woman that you're married to and in love with, and she leaves you for another man, and this other man is actually raising your kids, and you're seeing your kids every once in a while, and they're talking about how cool their stepdad is, you would probably think that guy's a fucking cuck. But it wouldn't be. I mean, you would be the angry one. You would be like, a
Right.
lot of guys want to have a relationship with their kids. And if your
Yeah.
relationship with your kids is being interrupted by this other
Right.
guy who's like super dad, all of a
Yes.
sudden you're feeling like total shit,
Yep.
which goes completely against Rollo's argument that the one who's the biological, you know, pro, donator of sperm in the relationship is the one
Hmm.
who has the upper hand. It's like,
Right.
does he have the upper hand?
Well, that's the thing that's, it's interesting that you bring this up because from a social perspective, the biological father is the social cuck.
Of course. He's the
There,
outcast.
right. He's exactly. But that's why Rollo was framing it in the narrow biological way that he
Yeah,
was
but I don't
framing
think
it.
most
So
people frame it that way, though.
no, they don't. They don't. Right. And maybe it is a form of sour grapes, though I don't know where it comes from with him because he's been married his whole life and has a kid. It's not like he's experienced that. So
Right, totally. But I mean, I can empathize. I can totally empathize. Like, if you're
of
in this
course.
situation, if you've married a woman and she's moved on from you, that can be devastating, obviously.
Right.
And a lot of times they could do it for really no good reason, right? You could be a loyal and hardworking mate, and they just, leave you high and dry.
Hmm.
That's fucked up. And then you got
That is, yeah.
super dad raising your kids. I mean, of
Yep.
course, I understand the impetus to call him a cuck.
I mean, that was a very common trope in like, 90s comedies would be, like remember like in Liar Liar, it's like, oh, Jim Carrey is like upset that the
you're
new
right.
stepfather is like, oh my God,
He's
going
like
to be better.
Yeah.
It was the actor from Princess Bride. I forget his name.
Oh yeah,
Who was
you're
the
right.
stepfather?
You're right.
And then I think, wasn't it this in Mrs. Doubtfire? Was there like a man? Yeah, wasn't like Pierce Brosnan going out with his wife or something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that was a very common trope in a lot of these '90s movies.
Right.
So yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat asked, why did I read the entire Mueller report, but I'm not going to read the Durham report? If I read the executive summary of the Durham report and it didn't read to me as just like really obviously politically biased, I read the whole thing. But after reading the beginning, I'm like, oh, this is just a waste of time. So if you want to read it, be my guest. It's like 300 pages. After C for $5 says, is the Sneeko redemption arc continuing?
I already read that one, but
okay.
Yeah.
Sort of. He's become TradCon-ish now, which I prefer being TradCon to being red pilled, obviously.
We had a Quran next to him on the debate. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, well, he's become a super religious Muslim, I guess.
This is the worst. As someone who has had drug addict friends my entire life, when they go from being addicted to drugs to being addicted to Christianity,
you're like, oh,
it's like, oh my.
Well, that's
God.
the thing. It's like, yeah, it's better than red pill, but it's not better than becoming a fundamentalist or like a super religious Islamic guy. I'm not sure that's not really a good place either, in my estimation. Especially because he's still advocating that men should be able to marry multiple women. So,
well, yeah, that's why he's look, and now God is telling him to do it.
Right. He still is like, well, I think men should be able to have multiple wives. I was like, oh, Jesus. So, I mean, it's better than where he was, but still not the best. But let's see. Blackout for $10 says, abandon all hope, ye who enter this debate. I like that. Let's see. Soto for 9 months says, so you mean Talking Points Bukake? I thought the Sitch and Adam show was all for that. True.
No, we hate that.
Texas
Peepaw.
Texas SB12 for $10 says, Sitch, mind unblocking me. Did I block you on Twitter?
Sitch.
Why did I block you on Twitter?
What's going on?
What is your Twitter
What did you do, Texas?
Listen, I block a lot of people on Twitter. Okay.
Oh, really? You were Mr. I don't block anyone for a long time. You were giving
so
me
I have a new rule for blocking people. Mm-hmm. If people just tweet me like insults, like out of the blue, right? You could say, well, Sitch, I disagree with you on something, or Sitch, you see this. People just like out of the blue are like, oh my fucking God, like you're such a fucking idiot. And I'm like, okay. Like, I don't know. It's really weird. People do this thing was a really weird thing on Twitter where they think that they can tweet at a content creator like an insult.
And you can't block them, yeah. And
then either A, I can not allowed to block them, or B, I'll respond with an insult too. Like, this is what they do. They throw an insult and then they'll throw a real argument in there. And then and I'm like, I'm not going to, why should I address your real argument if you're just going to insult me? Yeah. And so I just insult them back, and then they get all pissy that I didn't respond to their real argument that was underneath their insult. So it's a very weird social thing that's happening. I'm not sure what's going on in the minds of people, but
yeah. I get that thing. I get that too from time to time.
Yes. But
sometimes I block, sometimes I don't. I just like, I don't know.
It usually depends on the mood I'm in too.
Yeah, of course. The mood is everything.
Right.
It's like, geez, I just been working on the comic 10 hours. I'm fucking beat.
Fuck what you. Is your, I don't know, what's your Twitter handle? Texas.
Texas Peepaw.
Why do you keep saying Texas Peepaw?
Because it's funnier.
Because I type in this Texas SP12 is not showing up. So
First of all, it's Texas P12. It's not SP12. But just call him Texas Peepaw.
You're right. I've been saying that for like a year.
I know.
And you never corrected me.
No, I've corrected you a couple times.
No, you've never corrected me.
But now I'm just going with Texas Peepaw.
Texas Peepaw.
Gorosero for 13 months. Help, help. That little girl riding the subway alone is having a seizure. I see where this is going. Dr. Penny. It's okay. I'm an abortion doctor. She's only at the 24th trimester.
There you go.
The 24th trimester, huh?
It's only the 24th year.
Oh,
So there you go. I like that. It's a good. Thank you, Gara.
what is the 24th trimester?
Yeah, I don't know.
How many years is that?
It's what, like 7 or something?
Anyway, thank you for the super chat. That was amazing. Metalworks 41190 for $20 says, sorry to be off topic, but I just want to say cherish the time you have with your parents. You never know when something unfortunate happens, especially when they are up there in age, and make sure you tell them that you love them. That's great. Yeah. I did tell my mom that I loved her yesterday. I did have a nice phone call with my mom. I told her, listen, I thought about getting you a Lego flower set, but I didn't have time, so maybe next year.
I wouldn't be divided by 3, it'd be divided by 4, wouldn't it? There's 4 trimesters in a year.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, if you wanted to do years.
Yeah, Christian Baller for $2 says, ask him to take the rocks out of his mouth. Oh, man.
That's cruel.
Man.
I thought it was cool that he wanted to just talk and hang out. It's kind of sad that it went down the accusation route. So.
Guys, you understand it's a trimester because the baby isn't in the womb for an entire year.
Right. 9 months.
Okay. So
3 months. 3 months is a trimester. There's actually 4 trimesters in a year.
In a year, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's there's 4 quarters in a year as well.
Right.
How much is a quarter equal to a trimester? A quarter year is equal to a trimester, isn't it?
I guess.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Cherish your parents, guys.
True. Cherish your parents for not aborting you.
Mm-hmm.
How many miles are in a trimester? That's the real question.
I asked my mom yesterday. I said, listen, did you try to abort me? I need to know.
I like that you asked.
I didn't ask her.
Yes, Sunday. How you feel if you didn't eat breakfast yesterday?
That was pretty good, huh?
And he said, I don't know.
I knew the chat. Look, you guys did that. You in the chat. You're the one.
Oh my God. Oh, that was perfect. Holy
well, he
shit.
wouldn't even. He
gave the answer. He said, I don't know.
He wouldn't even entertain the idea that people separate into.
Well, he like, entertains that people do it. He doesn't entertain that they're different from each other.
Well,
the thing
is coinky dink.
Right. But the thing is, and it's super weird because I think when a lot of people do it, it's sophistry, and I call them out for it. But I actually think when he was going over his view of reality, it's not. He might not be making an argument of sophistry. He just has this very bizarre.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's a very, very bizarre reference point, which he's drawing everything from. My argument would have been, and I kind of understand it to some extent because I kind of went down the, deconstruct everything. You don't know if anything is real position at some point. But I feel like I grew out of it because I'm like, this is kind of a useless way of trying to understand the world. Like you can use that frame when you're talking about like metaphysical questions of God or something. But if we're talking about, understanding a physical category of, woman or car or chair or something, you can't throw that lens into it because then essentially you can't determine anything of value and everything is pointless. Yeah. At that point, you're just, if your lens in which you look at the world can't provide you any useful information, then it's basically a garbage lens.
Yeah. So. What's the point of even talking about it?
Right.
I said that many times.
Right.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2. Because as a vet, they don't teach any type of restraints. Oh, interesting.
There you go. Well, we've gotten conflicting results here. So
yeah, conflicting testimonials about the military.
Right. Zero Fuck said it's called Derrida's Hell. I'll have to check that out.
Mitch for 3 months says, Guess who's
back? Back again. Mitch is back. Tell a friend.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Mitch.
Sounds like Slim Shady there.
That was the point, yeah. Christian Baller for $5 says President Sunday knows absolutely nothing about grappling, and it's hilarious. Yes. There you go. Oh, that's not what it's called. Zero Fucks is what you call it. Because I typed in Derrida's Hell, and I actually got a hit that was called Heidegger's The Philosopher's Hell. So I don't know what that's in reference to. But
Stotska. For
did you skip Patrick?
We read it already.
Has President Sunday ever been attacked or threatened in her life? Did he answer the question?
Yeah.
What did he say? He said no, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I saw this documentary about former war hero Cameron Poe, who was sentenced to 8 years in prison when he accidentally killed a man in a bathroom brawl while defending his pregnant wife. Well, that's messed up.
That sounds crazy. I'll have to see what the... Oh, there's a movie about this. Wait, no, Cameron Poe... Wait.
What was his wife doing in the bathroom?
Cameron Poe is the name of the protagonist in Con Air. So I'm getting hits of Nicolas Cage, not the real person. Real person bar fight.
What was his pregnant wife doing in the bathroom? Where the brawl.
Wait, Cameron? No, that's the background for the character from Con Air. What the fuck? That was okay. You got me. You got us. Okay.
Clonk to the extreme for $2 says, didn't know you guys were interviewing Mr. Plinkett.
Ooh, ouch.
Is that a burn?
Ouch. Yeah, you never seen the Plinkett reviews?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. But I kind of like that guy.
That's true. I like that guy too.
Yeah, he's interesting.
Did you read J-Mac for $20 saying all those mass murderers in the MMA?
I did, yeah.
My damn head.
Striking my darn head. Is it darn or damn?
It could be either.
Okay, good. I think I said darn. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5. Can I just walk up and say I'm gonna grape you? Would you take that as me being menacing? Or would you take that as a real threat? What does grape me?
I'll let you figure it out. Andrew Clark for $2 says, don't let go, quote, it doesn't change anything is crazy. Yeah, well, it was annoying because, and that's why I kept calling it out. I feel like we would try to hone down on a single point and then we jump back to a different point every time we're trying to hone down on one point. So it's like, oh, we're trying to hone down on is Penny justified at any point? Is Penny justified in the beginning for simply even, putting hands on him? And then we try to hone down on that. It's like, well, that's irrelevant because he held them for 10 minutes, right? And we say, okay, well, when we start honing down on, well, we held him for 10 minutes, it's like, well, he didn't know that he was dying, blah, blah, blah. Then it's like, well, no, it's still unjustified because he should never touch him in the first place, right? It's like this keep jumping back between the various points.
This is what I call topic bingo. It's like, is the topic going to be whether or not he should have touched him at all? Or is the topic going to be he had a duty to retreat? Or is the topic going to be, it's like, come on.
Yeah, it's kind of Gish Gallopy, kind of to just jump from well, even though, because it's like just jumping back from the same 2 points over and over again when you kind of like get down to the bottom of one. So
let's zero in on the topic.
Right.
Stay on topic.
I am curious as to how. I'm curious. I didn't want to bring it up because it'd be a whole nother long conversation. I'm curious as to how President Sunday's theory regarding Penny's ability to try to restrain him corresponds with Kyle Rittenhouse situation. So
I don't know what his take was on Rittenhouse. I don't think
I'm assuming it was not a good take.
Well, it's interesting that he used to be conservative, I guess. Used to hang out with Dave and.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
I'm always skeptical of. Well, I mean.
Look at you.
Well, I feel like I look at everything through the lens of moral foundation theory. So I feel like you have certain moral intuitions, but you can also, if you don't have particularly strong moral intuitions, it's easy to just join a friend group and go, oh, that sounds good. I agree with you.
Sure.
Right? So you're
sure.
basically adopting somebody else's strong moral
Right.
intuitions.
Well, we don't know if that happened though. So
no, we don't know the situation at all. And I doubt we could have that conversation with President Sunday because
obviously
it would get
Sunday
lost
changed his
in-
beliefs to try to hit on that hot professor, but she rebuffed him anyway.
Well, that's the only acceptable excuse I will take. So. But you understand what I'm saying. That's the road that you want to go down, but we're going to get stuck on the born this way is like the conflation between category and biological reality is going to keep getting in the way of us having that conversation.
Well, it's you get stuck on the basing a category off of something that's a biological fact versus basing a category off of something that's a social decision.
Well, he doesn't even distinguish between the two. That's the problem.
I know, but that's where it's like, this is why it's weird. You can acknowledge that is different, but then make an argument for why you still think it shouldn't matter. But he's not even acknowledging the difference between these two things, which is why I was asking, like, do you know what the difference between the color red and blue is?
I know, right? That was great.
Like you can't, I don't know how you can say that those two things are not different from each other. Like you can disagree that should be the base of the category, but you have to acknowledge that they're different.
But Sitch, colors are a social construct.
Well, I mean, that's the problem is you kind of get down in this level of like nothing is different from itself because all the categories are meaningless. Social constructs.
But Sitch, blue could be red.
Right.
It's just arbitrary.
Patrick,
I'm trying to do you in your videos. You used to do that all the time. But Sitch.
But Sitch. What was it? No, I didn't do that voice.
But Sitch.
Didn't I like pitch my voice up high or something? Or no, I pitched it down, didn't I?
Yeah, totally.
But Sitch.
But Sitch.
But Sitch. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I would pitch up the SJW voice and I pitch down the But Sitch voice.
But Sitch.
Patrick, one for $2 says
I did eat breakfast yesterday.
But Sitch, I did eat breakfast. Hey, counterpoints. It went interesting. It was an interesting conversation.
Did he run? Look at that. Actually, he stayed for a very long time, and when he did actually leave, he made sure to tell everyone that he wasn't running, which was very hilarious.
Yes.
The president run day meme must be sticking. So
he act like everyone else was stupid, but then intentionally misunderstood everyone else? I mean, that's not inaccurate.
Look, I thought it was a good conversation. I think he's a good sport. So, like, he's
it was a good sport at the end there.
So. Until he sends Sitch an email threatening to
dox me. Yeah. So.
I think we're good. Yeah.
Yeah. That was interesting. The end part
he might have done some questionable things in the past, but
yeah, but he was a right winger then, so that's before he became. That's when he was evil, right? Because he was an evil right winger.
That's horrible. Don't give him that argument. I don't want to hear him making that argument.
John Doe, the average Joe, for $5 says, "Put the incident on a plane rather than a train. Potential threat will be the same small area threatening man. Penny would clearly be the hero." There.
That's a great point.
I don't disagree, but that wouldn't change Sunday's thought process in anything. So,
hang on for dear life. Look, that's another thing. I'm like, it's so simple. If the first time he fakes me out, he's like, okay, I'm cool, right? I'm cool.
Right.
And then you ease up and he's like, not cool. You're going, okay, fuck but see,
you. Right. But that's the problem because you can have a situation, where either you're trying to put someone in a blood choke or whatever, and they pretend like they pass out to try to get you to let go of them, right? Or he could really pass out. No, you could be in a situation where you're trying to restrain someone, they pretend to pass out, so you let go of them, and then when you don't, then they come back and they keep fighting you, and you go, oh, this person was faking me out, right? So then when they really do pass out, you don't know.
Right. You're like, you're faking it again.
It's kind of like with Grosskirts when he kind of like surrendered to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah,
but then
totally.
Didn't, right. So then it's kind of like, oh, he surrenders and then he doesn't. So then he shoots him and blows his elbow off, right, or blows his arm off.
Yeah.
But so it's this. But the flip side of that is of course it's possible. We don't know the evidence of this. It's possible that Kneely didn't fake surrender. He just actually passed out and then, his body started convulsing. But how would would Penny be able to make that determination, right?
Yeah, the difference between convulsing and fighting might be a
Right. Right.
tough discernment. So I don't know. Yeah, obviously this is going to come out. I'm sure Penny has given a statement for every second of that 15 minutes.
Right.
So.
Well, and also, and this is, and Sunday moved off of this very quickly because it hurt his argument. If Kneely was pronounced dead at the hospital as opposed to being pronounced dead at the scene, that is significant because presumably, I would imagine that when I could be wrong, but I would imagine that when the first responders show up, they could check whether you're alive or dead, right? When they first pick you up.
That's their entire job.
I mean, that's usually why they say pronounced dead at the scene versus pronounced dead at the hospital. So if he wasn't even dead at the scene, right, that would definitely help Penny completely. So, and actually, the big question is why did he not die? If he was just strangled to death, why would he not die at the scene but then die later at the hospital, right? Like, did he damage?
I'm telling you,
I don't know enough about this. Maybe you could damage someone's esophagus and they can kind of breathe, but the damage continues to
the paramedics fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know. So, but I guess we'll find out as the trial continues.
Paramedics fuck up all the time, man.
Well, yeah, but we don't know. We don't have enough information to know about why exactly
I know.
he died. So, Mr. Ubercroz, hey, Mr. Ubercroz, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Mr. Ubercroz says the Kneely case is like this. Number 1, did the Marine act in a reasonable manner? Number 2, did the Marine continue to act reasonably after Kneely passed out? Number 3, did the Marine's actions result in Kneely's death? It is only a question of whether the action was reasonable. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. And I understand that you need to break it down into these various elements of, did he act reasonable in the first place? And then did he continue to act reasonable while he was restraining him? And then, how exactly and what exactly killed Kneely, right? In the conversation, that's why I was trying to break apart each element as opposed to jumping back and forth. It seemed like President Sunday's position was that he doesn't think Kneely was justified in doing any sort of physical restraint from the word go. And that's where me and him and Adam have a fundamental disagreement. Because if someone says, I'm not going to take no for an answer, and I don't care if I go to prison, that to me sounds like someone is about to fucking rob you. And I think you are justified in using a physical restraint to stop them.
Yeah, I brought that up on the Sunday show.
Right.
Seems like a group mugging was about to take place. But then I got to tell you, Sitch, I saw that second video.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw in Kyle Kalinske did a video on this, and he had it in his video if you want to look at it. And it's really hard to say what Kneely is saying there. It's really hard to say what he's saying.
Right. But from that quote, I don't think comes from the footage. It comes from witnesses.
Someone firsthand heard it. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, so that's one question. So I do think he was justified in trying to restrain him in the first place. And the second question is, once he stopped moving, was he justified in holding him the way he was holding him? And part of the problem is we can't really tell exactly what's happening, right? Because you just see like this shot of bodies on top of each other.
Right.
Because he could be holding him in that position and not applying any force to his neck whatsoever. And we would have no way of discerning that from the video.
Right.
So.
That's why because he does hold
right. Because he holds him for about 40 seconds after he stops moving. But again, that's, as you said, that's after he stops moving and then he starts moving again, right? So it's kind of like this weird situation where, and this is kind of the problem that I don't think that Sunday definitely doesn't accept, and I don't think a lot of people do accept, is if you're in a situation where someone is being crazy or threatening, especially if they're just crazy, right? Which obviously this guy was, and you restrain them. If you let them go, what do you think? I mean, there's no guarantee they're just going to like walk it off. They're going to start fucking attacking you.
Yeah, and they're gonna feel justified in doing it. That's why you're
Right.
like, fuck that.
There was a video that some
There's
idiot,
no
some
turning back.
racist. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. So, because to me, and here's another question too. It's like if this really took 15 minutes, okay, where the fuck how were there no police? It did like
Because they're on the
that.
train.
No, but you said didn't it? It must have stopped.
They
Did it
hit
take
they hit
15
one
minutes?
look, they hit one stop, but
Yeah.
there was no police on the platform or anything. I'm sure somebody looked out and was like, "Are there cops? Is there anyone that can help us?"
Yeah, but see,
They
that's
get to the next stop. I'm
right.
sure there was a cop on the
But
platform.
right, but here's the problem. So unless the first stop was like within a minute of it happening, right? So no
Mhm.
one was able to inform the driver yet or something,
They
right? We
can't
don't know,
stop.
like,
Look, they can't stop in the middle. Here's exactly what would happen. They would call 911 and they would say,
yeah.
"We're on the train. We're about to hit this stop." And they would know. They're like, "Okay, well, we can't get to that stop in time, but we'll get them at the next stop."
Why can't
And
the
I'm
train
sure
stop?
because look, there's like tunnels and they're like elevated trains. They're like you can't just stop and jump off the thing. And there's
No, no,
oh,
no, no, no. That's not what I mean. I'm saying why can't if they inform I don't know enough about this, so maybe there's a reason here, but if they
there are no
inform the
cops on the
driver,
train. The
I
best
understand that. I'm
situation
saying
is to
if
get.
they listen, I'm saying if they inform the driver
Hmm.
that there's some like crazy situation happening where they have to like hold the guy down, okay?
Right.
Shouldn't the protocol then be at the next stop, you stop the train and you just hold it there so the police can come. You don't keep going.
That could be, but
So, but why didn't
there's
that
not
happen?
really a way to communicate with the driver. The driver of the train is kind of walled off in his
They said
own
the
little
driver
car.
knew somehow. I thought.
Oh, okay.
I
Maybe.
thought they said that.
Look, there's little buttons that you press on the train, meaning that you're going to get off on the next stop. But that button, all it does is tells the driver someone's getting off on the
No,
stop.
I understand that. But I'm assuming there's some way to communicate with the driver in case there's an emergency situation. If there's not, then there needs to be, obviously.
Okay. I'm sure they
So,
called 911 and said, "Listen, we're on the train. We're headed for this stop."
well, it shouldn't,
And
I
the
mean,
cops were like, "I'll
right.
keep you on the phone. I don't know if we're going to get to that stop. I have like the cops would be en route to intercept with the next stop. And they
Right.
obviously
Well,
missed the first stop, and the guy kept going. I mean,
obvious.
maybe
No,
they
I
didn't
understand that's
communicate
what
with them.
happened, right? I understand that's what happened. But another question would be why is there, and I guess it's a funding issue. Why is there not shouldn't there be at least one police officer at every station that's just there?
Hilarious.
I know it's a funding issue. Like if they're trying to crack down on like crime in all the subways, that's a big problem. There should be at least one officer in every in every station.
I was listening to another YouTuber last night, and it's obvious like he's lived in New York City, and he was talking about how he was on the platform and another guy was on the other side. So there's the train tracks is like a big trough for the train.
Mhm.
So you can't really cross the train tracks, but you can walk up the other side and come down the other side. And the guy
Right.
notices that he's alone, and he pulls out a knife and he starts walking up the stairs and coming down the other stairs to mug him.
Jesus.
That's the situation. Look, I was there in the 90s when the crime level was the lowest it's ever been because Giuliani came in with the broken windows policy.
Hmm.
But I mean, no, it's laughable to think that there's a cop in every train station. Like you're on your own down there. I'd be looking around sometimes
Yeah,
going,
okay, so
wow,
Counterpoint
it's the middle
says
of the night. I could easily
Counterpoint
get
says
fucking mugged and killed down here.
Counterpoint says in New York City they have 55,000 cops.
Right.
Okay. How many subway stations are there in New York City?
Look, I saw a thing that they're way understaffed with cops. They're like short,
There's
like 10,000 cops or something.
Well, maybe, but I'm saying okay. So it says they have 472 stations in New York City, right? So I don't know. Out of 55,000, you can't put one in every station, or at least one in every major station. I mean, it's possible that this wasn't a major station. It's possible this was an express train. I don't know the specifics here, but it definitely seems like there should have been a much faster response to this than there was. So,
Man, I lived in New York for 2 years. I don't think I ever saw any cops ever.
right.
I feel like I never interacted with the cops.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Definitely not in the subway.
They have the same cops as Florida for the entire state. Right.
Well, but there's way more people in New York, so.
For how many millions of people, Sitch? What does that have to do with what I said? I said there should be one in every station. I think there should be one in every station. Now, maybe people don't want to pay for that. I understand that. But
the cop just sits around the station, like the station cop? What a terrible job that is. That sounds
Spencer for $5 says, I was an EMT. Oh, thank you. If you are obviously dead, we radio it, but cannot call it. Has to be for a higher level of care. I worked bodies for 45 minutes waiting for a doctor. Oh, okay. So pronounced dead at the hospital versus the scene. Well, then how do they ever say anyone's pronounced dead at the scene? Who's making that pronouncement, I guess? Because I've seen that.
Is that Spencer? Reports. I was an EMT?
Yes. Yeah. Because I've seen people make that call. How do they make the call then if the EMTs can't make that call?
Pronounced dead at the scene. They call the doctor exactly like he just said.
No. But
if they can't get a doctor, then they're like, oh, we'll just.
You're saying a doctor came to the scene? Do doctors ever come to the scene?
No, they can talk to the doctor on the phone or on the radio. A lot of times doctors at the hospital respond.
No. But Spencer said, I wasn't MT. If you're obviously dead, we radio it, but we cannot call it. You can't make you don't make the determination. So right. I'm saying when they do, I have read in a report where they say, he was pronounced dead at the scene. Like, who's making that pronouncement if not the EMT? That's what I'm asking.
Right.
You can just respond to the regular chat, Spencer. I'll see what you say. Because I am interested about that.
I'm thinking that the doctor asked for the vitals and then pronounces dead over the radio. Right. And they say, dead at the scene.
Right.
So maybe he was dead at the scene. Who knows?
They can pronounce him dead in the ambulance, though? That's what I thought, but... the coroner can come scoop you if you're dead. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, where were we?
Rockaro.
So that's Sodosh.
Rockaro for $2 says MC and Army, or Marine Corps and Army training is on average 1 to 40 hour course. Oh, okay.
There you go.
I thought, what about boot camp?
Yeah, but she's talking about specifically, I'm assuming, like these kind of hand-to-hand combat trainings.
Okay.
Because boot camp is I'm assuming boot camp is not primarily hand-to-hand training. So.
Orca for $5.
Did you read Christian Baller's $5 saying, as someone who grappled with many military and Marines, they're not trained well in this department, if at all?
I believe so, but
yes,
it's been read again. Orca for $5 says President Sunday claiming cope, then proceeding to downplay Jordan's quotes hurts my soul. Oh, I already read this. Sick and wormy.
Sick and wormy.
Yes.
Soto says we do teach restraints. People just don't realize it. They're not called restraints. For reference, the 40-hour course of the Army Level 1 combatives is taught within 1 week. It's not a lot, and it's not meant to be. The writer of the Modern Combat Doctrine, Matt Larson, has gone on record to state that the purpose of level 1 training is not to be capable in a fight, but to build grit and warrior spirit in new recruits. Well, it's interesting. So because that actually will probably come up in the trial, because they'll try to say, well, he should have known better as a Marine. And if he should not have known better as a Marine, obviously that argument will fail. So,
well, I think he showed a lot of grit, to be honest, just to get involved. So
I agree.
It worked. Christian Baller for $5 says, I think y'all planned this stream to trigger me into sending the most super chats I ever have. Well played.
Yeah, we're talking about chokeholds and stuff. True. Spencer in the chat said, if it's obvious like a head blown off, then the ME can pronounce dead on the scene. If there's a chance of a revival like this guy, we would work him. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's because you don't want to say pronounce him dead at the scene, and then all of a sudden, he's alive again. Okay,
that makes sense. Yeah. So the pronouncement dead at the scene or the hospital doesn't necessarily tell us information about where and how exactly he died.
It does tell you that they thought he might be revivable at the scene.
Well, but again, there's a difference between he's not breathing and he doesn't have a pulse versus he has no head, right?
Sure, but they thought
these are two different situations.
Look, they thought he'll be fine. We'll take him to He might have been fine if you guys
This
wanted.
is a. She turned me into a newt.
Sitch, how do you know?
I got better.
How do you know that they just didn't want to do CPR on a filthy homeless man?
They have the little pumpy thing with their hand. They don't put their mouth on him.
Yeah, but maybe they just cleaned it.
Okay.
Maybe
Right.
they left it at the last scene.
There you go. There you go.
I don't know. I'm telling you. Always blame the EMT. Sorry, guys.
Christian Baller for $10. I know you read this one, but I like it. The banning of chokeholds in the police departments is 100% political. Most law enforcement military knows nothing about how to properly control or hold someone. Brazilian jiu-jitsu should be mandated in policing. I agree completely. I 100% agree with that. True.
Just what we need. More Brazilian jiu-jitsu in
We do. Yeah.
law enforcement.
I agree. I do think it should be mandatory that police have to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu and other combat techniques. I do think it should be mandatory that police have to retain some level of physical fitness. So, but then the problem with doing all this is that you'd have to pay them more to do all this stuff. And we live in a society where obviously people want to pay as little as possible for taxes. So that's why this doesn't happen.
Look, I'm sure lots of people are EMTs, so I'm starting to feel bad about throwing the EMTs under the bus.
I know. Be nice to the EMTs.
Walter Mellon for $20.
I read that one, but yes.
Okay.
Vasquez, the man recording, said in an interview that Kneely was fighting back the whole time, and once he passed out, he was released and put into the recovery position. Yeah. There are 40... Well, here's the thing, too. And I'm skeptical, and we should ask this question. Hypothetically, if there wasn't that 40 seconds, if the moment Kneely stopped moving, they got off of him, and he still died. I mean, I don't think that would have changed President Sunday's position on anything. So.
Nope. What's the takeaway for 6 months? President Sunday is choking out my brain cells expertly. I feel you, buddy.
There you go.
Desert Runner for $2 Aussie says, Sunday has no clue. Let me in. Oh, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. Well, I don't know if you're still around, Desert Runner. If you want to come on for a little bit, you're welcome.
PC for $5 says, only evidence. We have the witnesses' lived experience.
Yeah, I know.
Only evidence?
We kept saying that the video was the only evidence.
Well, testimony is evidence, and I don't know that it's good evidence, but sometimes I'm skeptical.
Sure. But if there's a bunch of corroborating evidence, I mean, corroborating testimony, it's all one direction. You know, it's definitely evidence.
It's a conspiracy, Sitch.
Dogum Hacks for $50 says, thank you, Dogum. Says it's pretty clear from the video that Penny isn't applying pressure on the hold, and his arms aren't even in the position to do so properly. Rear naked choke renders unconscious in 6 seconds, not 15 minutes. Kneely probably died from excited delirium. Can they make that determination in an autopsy or not? I'm not sure.
It was gender euphoria. That's what he died of.
There you go. Clyde for 6 months says, would President Sunday's opinion change if an autopsy showed that his death was not related to the chokehold?
I don't think he ever answered that.
We did ask him that question, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he ever answered though.
Mr.Ubercroz for $5 says, having done combatives and mental health restraints, they are not the same and require different training. True. Good point.
Stop reading from the chat. Always
No,
messes
tell me
me
what
up.
to do. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says, U.S. Marine here. Flattered Sunday thinks we're all trained killers, but most of us who don't have combat jobs only know very basic self-defense.
Yep. IT guy.
There you go. Counterpoint says, yes, they can say it's a combination of drugs and neck compression. No,
He did seem high in the video. He seemed fucking lit out of his mind.
Well, it's hard to tell if someone's in the midst of a schizophrenic episode.
No,
right?
in the first video before the confrontation took place.
Oh.
When he's like chanting and yelling at people.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If someone's in the midst of a schizophrenic episode or on drugs, I don't know if you can... They can both look very similar.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of drugs basically put you in the mindset of being schizophrenic, so...
I know, it's great. Caffeinated tweaker for $5.50.
Read that one. That was the Discord link not working.
Oh, okay.
Fondue for $5 says, wouldn't the other two people be accessories to homicide? I do not recall anyone else being charged. They would be, yes. They would be. And that was Nate the lawyer brought up that they technically would have to be charged, I think, under the legal theory applied to Penny. But whether they will or not, obviously, is a political question. So.
But not under the racist theory of Alvin Bragg.
Right. Mr. Anderson for $2 says, if Penny was a black man, this wouldn't even be a topic. I mean, that's true.
True.
Yeah. If the races were reversed, I don't think anyone would be talking about this, which is sad. But...
Yeah.
Let's see. Did I
He'd
read
be
this
called
one?
the Subway Samaritan, the hero.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a white guy screaming the N-word at some black people, I'm sure they'd be fine using force.
Did you see the story about the black guy that shit on the pride flag and they charged him with a hate crime?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, what I was going to say, we got distracted. There was a video that some racist asshole posted shortly after the situation that I'm sure you saw, which was there was a fight in a Waffle House where some looked like a black customer was attacking a black person that worked there, a black employee, and a white guy comes up from behind and puts him in a headlock and is holding him back, but he releases the lock before the guy passes out, and then the guy starts attacking the guy who put him in the headlock.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
And so
beats the shit out of him.
We don't beat the shit out of him, but he punches him. The guy tries to then defuse. The guy who put him in a headlock then tries to defuse the situation by walking away, but the guy that was in the headlock doesn't let it go, and he sucker punches him essentially.
Of course, yeah, that's the situation.
Right, and so this whole idea of well, you should just let him go. It's well, I mean, I don't know. It's a far more complicated situation.
Yeah, usually that ends up with the perpetrator in handcuffs when you're a cop.
Right.
So, but there's no graceful ending for the Good Samaritan that steps in and subdues somebody.
Well, and also, I mean, Christian and the jiu-jitsu people can tell me, when you knock someone out, I mean, it's not for a long time, right?
No. They wake up more pissed than ever. What the fuck did you do?
I think movies give people this false sense of reality. They punch the guy in the head and they fall out, and then for the next 5 minutes they're unconscious.
No, for the next day and a half.
Yeah, that's not really how this works. I think if you knock someone out with a blood choke, isn't it they're really knocked out for seconds?
Yeah, no, I played the pass out game. You don't pass out for a long time.
So I'm not sure.
You come to and you're do it again.
There you go. Reality Hijack for $2 says autism is what's preventing him from understanding. There you go.
I don't think President Sunday is autistic.
Well. Angel Casino for $5 says, seems to me that President Sunday puts a mental anguish over bodily harm. Is this a pattern of leftists or just unique to Sunday?
Leftist pattern.
Yes. They wake up fast if it ends fast. I've seen people wake up in 10 seconds. No, you wake up almost instantly. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this whole idea you just knock him out, that's not really going to necessarily help you. You have to just restrain him until the police show up, essentially. So Dr. Diller for $2 says, do people have a right to self-defense Sunday? I'm assuming he would say yes to that, but not to. They'd have to actually attack first.
Only if you misgender them.
Yes.
Then you have a right to self-defense.
There you go.
If you threaten to kill somebody, you don't have a right to self-defense.
There you go. Fondue for $5 says, Penny's precognitive powers to look in the future proves he's a murderer. I am very intelligent. President Sunday. There you go.
That I am very intelligent line always gets me. I am very intelligent.
Counterpoints asked in the chat, did you see Soul Bunny's leftist cannibalism video where she said all the bread tube prioritizes white trans people and calls Shark Zero a coon and Vosh a white supremacist? I did watch that video. Adam watched it too. The reason we watched that video was because when we talked to Katie, she recommended it as like a good video. And I saw this video and I'm like, this is literally one of the most racist fucking videos I've ever seen in my life. So, and Chud Logic did a good coverage of it, but that video is wild. So.
I'm going to send Katie the link and see if she'll come on for a little bit. What do you think?
I think we're trying to wrap it up. But I don't know why you want to go. You want to have like, Adam is like, okay, I want to create a show of most hated guests. He wants to go from Sunday to Kate. Okay.
Look, I saw Sunday and Katie fighting on Twitter. We never asked Sunday about it.
Oh, we didn't. Yeah. What were they fighting
And
about?
Kidology even got in on it.
She was the only one kind of defending Sunday in that stream we saw.
Yeah, she was. That's why I was a little surprised to see him going at it on Twitter. Mm-hmm. She said something about them talking in DMs, and Sunday said, "We've never talked in DMs." And then all of a sudden she's like, "Oh, here are the DMs," and he's like, "Oh yeah, that."
You want Mr.Ubercroz to come on for a bit?
I don't care. Sure.
Okay. Do you want to send him the link?
What does he want to say?
He wants to talk about manslaughter.
Okay, sure. I want to hear. Look, I might need to manslaughter someone someday, and I need to know how to get out of it. So,
okay, sure. I sent you the link, Mr.Ubercroz.
Well, I was going to send him the link. Oh, my God.
Too slow.
Damn it. Who's going to read these super chats?
I'm going to read them.
Calvin Pafford.
For $5 says you guys gave in on who was the aggressor way too fast. Well, we kept going back and forth on it, so.
We didn't give in. Look, it's obvious who the aggressor was, okay?
Right.
I don't think Sunday was making any headway on his argument.
No.
Hey, guys.
Hey,
what's up? That was
quick.
Look
at that. You came in quick.
Hey, guys. Yeah, it's Mr.Ubercroz. Yeah.
How you doing?
What's up?
Doing well, thank you.
Let's just say I accidentally have to kill somebody.
That's right. So here's the deal.
What do I do?
If you have to accidentally kill somebody, I guess do what you got to do. The issue in this case, in the Kneely case, is not whether or not he had to defend himself. The only question is reasonability. That's it. It's the pure question that we have to deal with. Was the act of, what was the guy's name, Penny?
Yeah.
Was he being reasonable in what he did? So at the beginning of it, and he has to be reasonable the whole way through. And I think that most people would say that at the beginning of the action, when the guy was acting crazy, he was threatening people, was it reasonable at that point to restrain him? Yes, absolutely. But the question continues.
Well, Sunday doesn't agree with you, so.
I know that. Well, I don't know that entirely because I only listened to like 20 minutes and then I was gone for 3 hours. Then I tried to listen. And I just fast forwarded to now. But if he was reasonable at the beginning, that's good, but it doesn't protect him from manslaughter.
Right.
So manslaughter in the second degree is a question of, was the action reckless? So a reasonable act is not a reckless act.
Right.
And if he continued to restrain him in a way that could kill him, and it was no longer necessary to restrain him, that would be a reckless act.
But it was necessary because he kept fighting back.
And that, I think, it's a good that's a good point. Is that as it was going on, it may have been necessary for a while, but if he continued it past the point that it was necessary, like if the guy goes limp and you continue to hold the chokehold on him, that's no longer reasonable.
Right.
Maybe. Now that it's a good question for a jury. This is actually a really close question.
What if he's a faker though?
Well, that's fair. And so, and that's a great point for his attorney to bring up, is that, hey, he didn't know. He thought this guy may have gone limp in an effort to get away, to try and hurt somebody and to fight back at a later point. And so it may have been reasonable. It very well could have been, but it is not necessarily reasonable.
Right.
And I feel like everybody's getting hung up on the question of self-defense in this, and it is not really a question of self-defense, because self-defense is for murder. This isn't murder. This is manslaughter. And so it's only a question of recklessness. Did you do something that could have, it wasn't necessary?
That's a good point. Self-defense is never considered reckless.
Right. Yeah. Self-defense isn't reckless. Someone's trying to kill you and you're defending yourself. You're doing the appropriate thing. But at this point, once he's restrained and he's no longer a threat, then the question changes. It's like if this guy had come up and then he punched him in the face, knocked the guy out, he couldn't then pull out a gun and shoot him in the head, kill him. Everybody
Yeah, when
would
he's on the
agree,
ground, you
no.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
You punch him, you knock him out, is like, oh my God, he might wake up, so I shot him in the head and killed him.
Right.
No, that's clearly not necessary.
Right.
Right.
So that would be an obvious case of, like, oh, I did something that was clearly not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then here we're talking about, well, he had him in a hold. Could he have let that go? When he went limp, did he continue to maintain that chokehold, doing a thing that a normal person would have considered to be a lethal maneuver
Right.
after he needed to have done it?
Right.
And I'm not saying that he is guilty of manslaughter. I don't know that he is, but I think that I think it's a reasonable argument to say that maybe he is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's actually a reasonable charge to have brought to say, man, maybe he did. And if he held it for 15 minutes and the guy was limp for 11 of those minutes, that's tough. That's a really hard argument in my mind.
Well, so he was only limp for, I think, 40 seconds when they let go.
Okay.
But the one thing that I wish that I should have brought up, which you were sort of alluding to, is, and I don't know how you could prove this one or the other. If the guy goes limp, it would still be justified to hold him, but
Correct.
It wouldn't be justified to apply like force and pressure to his neck in such a way that a reasonable person could determine would choke him or cut off circulation.
Yeah.
And so
I think.
Right. And so everyone is assuming that when he was holding him, he was applying a maximal force to his neck, when we don't really know if that's the case. We can't really see clearly whether he was just holding him or applying force.
Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think, because I've seen a lot of people like Actual Justice Warrior Sean, he's saying that it's clearly a case of self-defense. I don't know that. I think that he's misapplying the law because it's manslaughter too, and we're not looking at, did he intend to kill somebody? What was the intent? It's not a question of intent here. It's just, at that point, did he do the right thing? And I think his lawyer probably is going to have a pretty good case to make, to say, no, he was doing the right thing. He held it until he reasonably believed he let go of it at a certain point. And when I watched the video, it looked like it went on, and it's hard to know because we're only seeing a snippet of a video. I don't know how long it went before. I don't know how long it went after. If he re-engaged I don't know.
Right.
But if it was 40 seconds and then he released pressure, that seems like it's okay. But if he held it or re-employed the chokehold after 40 seconds because he thought, oh, he's getting back up, and then he maintained it and killed him as a result, then that could be manslaughter.
Yeah, I can see if I could send you the video at some point, because when we looked at the video just now, it was like he's on Penny's on his back and he's kind of holding Kneely in the chokehold position. That's where the picture comes from, and he's sort of like limp for like a couple seconds, and then he starts flailing about like crazy, and then that goes on for like a minute or a minute and a half or something. And what happens is then Penny and Kneely kind of roll over so that he's still holding him in the headlock, but they're on their side. And then eventually Kneely stops moving. And when he stops moving, there's like a 40-second period of when he's still holding him when he stopped moving. And then someone says something to Penny, and then Penny immediately gets off of him at that point.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a video that I've seen. And so I'd be interested in looking at the whole thing. And it seems like when I've tried to find it on YouTube, like everywhere they're like blocking it out.
To find, yes.
Yeah. And so I've been trying to find like a good clean video of it, and I'm struggling to do so. But from what I've seen, it seems like there's at least a reasonable question on both sides. I don't think, I'm not saying he clearly has committed manslaughter. He's clearly not murdered anybody. And I think that the DA knows that. He knows that he's not murdered somebody, and so they didn't charge him with murder. They charged him at about the lowest level, which is a voluntary manslaughter in the second degree, which is, was he reckless? And there's good questions to be had about that. And it's it's really tough when you have somebody who does something like that, and I don't know. I mean, I hope the guy, because I think that he did in a brief period of time, he was having to deal with a lot of circumstances. Adrenaline was flowing. This guy was doing what he was doing, and he was trying to the best of his decision making at the time with what he knew to do. He was trying to subdue the guy in, I think, a pretty reasonable manner. I worked in mental health. I was a mental health specialist in the Army. That was what I did. I started off as a combat medic. I did that for a handful of months. I cross-trained in mental health. And so we learned how to do restraints. You learn how to restrain somebody safely so as to not hurt them. But that's a pretty specialized, it's a pretty specialized thing. I mean, we spent 6 months learning restraints and how to restrain somebody, keep them from harming themselves. It's not an easy thing. I mean, the easiest way to restrain someone is to hurt them. That's the easiest way to do it.
Right.
And it's not easy to restrain someone without hurting them. Even if you know what you're doing, you're going to hurt somebody sometimes.
True. And obviously he didn't have 6 months of training on this because
right. Yeah,
we don't even know what his position was. So
yeah. Well, in the Marines, you're never going to have somebody in the Marines who is, no one in the Marines is a medical individual. That is not, that's never going to be a job in the Marines. That's going to be a job for the Navy. You're going to have your corpsman. A Navy corpsman is going to be a medical guy. You're not going to have a Marine that, they may have some medical training, but everybody, to my understanding, and I know that Counterpoints is in the chat there, and maybe he could correct me because I think he's a Marine, but everybody that's in Marines is trained in combat only, explicitly. And so you get your medical care from the Navy corpsman, not from a Marine.
Okay. Yeah.
So Marines are purely a like, they are the tip of the spear. Everybody else, that like the Navy, is going to be they're going to be like the length of the spear, but not the tip.
Navy sissies.
That's right. Yeah, the Navy, they give the Marines a ride to get where they need to go, so the Marines can go kill people.
They're the tip of the spear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they are the. I mean, the Navy is the taxi service that brings the Marines where they need to go to. That's right. Yeah. I have a lot of respect for Marines. They go out to kill people. They do the job. It's good work. Somebody has to do it. The Army, we do it all.
I sent you the video. It's on Rumble. It's the only place.
Okay.
Someone sent it to me, thankfully. This is why I fucking hate Google and YouTube has become so dog shit now, because if you ever try to look for anything, all it gives you is news articles. It never gives you the actual original source.
Yeah, I tried. Like, I looked at a couple of things, and one thing that I found that looked like it might be it just loaded for about 10 minutes, and it's like, all right, well, this is not happening. I think YouTube blocked it.
Yeah, so I sent it to you if you want to check it out at some point. But
of course they blocked it. They don't want anyone looking. They don't want anyone
I mean, they're trying not to get like murder porn out there. I understand why they did it. I mean, yeah.
But if it's a newsworthy situation,
yeah, they should.
It should be up there.
Yeah, I agree. This is one of those cases where it's somebody getting. I mean, though at the same time, like, you could find Rittenhouse all over YouTube shooting people. This is not as easy of a case as Rittenhouse was. I don't think. This is Rittenhouse, I think, was very clearly an issue of self-defense. This is not as clean and clear as Rittenhouse was.
Well, the key again would be, and I think most people would agree, if Penny's holding Kneely and he's applying like maximum force to his throat,
right,
and then Kneely stops moving and he continues to apply maximum force to his throat for 40 seconds after that, that's not good. That's pretty bad. Right. Both people would agree with that.
It is.
So. Yeah, but that's what the assumption that Sunday and all the other people are making. They're assuming that happened when we don't know that that's what happened.
Yeah, I would even say at 40 seconds, I wouldn't consider that crazy, because you're on your back, you've got someone on top of you, and they were flailing around, they were moving, and you're doing. I think even at 40 seconds, it's pretty reasonable. I think at a minute. 2 minutes, it's really like, man, what are you doing?
2 minutes, just really pushing it. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, and so as time goes by, at 40 seconds, I think there's still a real good case to be made that this is someone who's engaging in a pretty reasonable action someone who's not trained to restrain somebody. He's doing what he's trying to do to protect somebody else. He's engaging in the force that he believes is reasonable to apply to a person who was a threat moments ago.
Right. Awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
so that's my take. And the only defense, there's literally in New York, I spent a little time researching this. The only defense to manslaughter in the second degree in New York is, was it a reckless action or not? It was not reckless. That's the only defense that you have, is that you did not engage in a reckless act, not self-defense. Self-defense is, it's out the window, because that only applies in a situation, because everyone would say in a murder situation that you defended yourself, you killed somebody. Right. So we're at a lower level. Like, you know, did you do too much? Did you just go a little too far?
Right. It says in New York, the person acts recklessly with respect to a death when the person engages in conduct which creates or contributes to a substantial and unjustifiable risk that another person's death will occur, and when he or she is aware of and consciously disregards that risk. And when that risk is of such nature or degree that the disregard of it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation.
Yeah. Now, the other factor in manslaughter in the second degree, which I don't know if you guys want to be talking about this, but if you perform an abortion and you kill a woman, that's also manslaughter in the second degree.
Wait, how is that possible?
That's part of it's in the statute. It's in the statute. If you perform an abortion, it kills the woman.
That's hilarious.
When you're doing the abortion. Yeah.
That's weird. Yeah, that's so weird.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. The second kind of manslaughter in the second degree. Right. But obviously I don't think that was what was happening on the subway.
Well, listen. You don't know that. Okay.
No, I don't
don't
know.
assume Kneely's gender. All right. Maybe he had a baby in him and you want to get it out.
That's right. That's right. He may have been a male womb bearer. I don't know. How could I know? I can't base that on the video that I saw. Yeah, okay. So I've been getting, I've watched a lot of videos on this, and everybody keeps talking about things that don't matter, because they're talking about the more extreme versions, that Penny intentionally killed this guy. Clearly he didn't intentionally kill him. And or on the other side, it's like, oh, he's acting in self-defense. Well, that doesn't matter. We're down to the very middle ground of he did something, and I think everybody would agree that at the beginning of his action he was reasonable.
Right.
And so it's a question of as the action carried through.
Right. So when we were talking on Sunday, I kind of broke it down into the two elements of, did he have a right to stop him in the first place at all? And then if he did he do anything wrong when he was holding him? And Sunday didn't even agree that he had a right to stop him. So a large chunk of the conversation was on just, did he have a right to stop him? So.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody on the left is really sticking on that point, because it seems like, he probably did. And everybody that is kind of on the very left end of things is wanting to argue that he didn't have a right to do it initially.
He just said words. Okay.
Yeah, he's just saying, and words can sometimes. Now, not all words convey. Like right now at Sitch, I could tell you, and I could say, I'm going to come and I'm going to shoot you in the face. Now, you can't now come and kill me as a result of what I just said.
You don't understand. Since you didn't listen to it, Sunday unironically used this argument.
Oh, well, great.
Okay. It was so bad. It was so bad and dumb.
Because I don't know where you live. You don't know where I live. It's clearly an empty threat. So just because someone says, I'm going to kill you, that's not sufficient to meet an imminent threat.
Of course.
Like, even if I know where you live and I live 10 minutes away and I say, I'm going to come and kill you, you can't then pull out your gun, come to my house and shoot me.
Sure. Well, yeah, again, and it depends on, how well do I know you? Was it tone of voice?
Right.
Do I think that's a serious threat or not? Are you joking?
Right.
Well, there's all this context to the situation that matters. Yeah.
Now, if I show up at your house 10 minutes later and I have a gun, you're very well entitled to shoot me at that point.
Yeah. You made a threat and you look like you're about to take.
Yeah. I said, I'm going to kill you. Right. I drive to your house. I knock on the door very politely. I pull out my gun, and then you can shoot me. At that point, very politely. That's the only way I knock on a door. Very politely. I'm a man of reason. But that's but it requires those additional steps. It must be imminent. It can't be somebody across town. It can't be, I'm going to kill you tomorrow.
Right.
Next Wednesday, I'm going to show up. And no, none of that counts. In an imminent threat situation, it must be what's happening right now in this moment.
Yeah. Well, that's why, I mean, I kept reading or having Adam read the quote where he's saying, I'm hungry. I'm not going to take no for an answer. I don't care. What was it? He said he was going to hurt someone. He doesn't care if it's to hurt someone. He doesn't care if he goes to prison.
He said didn't care if he went back to jail. I think he said that.
Yeah. So it's just like, I mean, it really sounds like he was about to mug someone.
I'll hurt anyone on this train.
I'll hurt anyone on this train. Yeah. So it's just, to me, it's like this total bizarre cope argument. For this, you should never have been able to even interact with him in the first place.
And if he's truly a person that's mentally ill, it's incredibly unfortunate.
That justifies it more that you would interact, that you try to stop them.
I think so. It doesn't change the fact that it's an incredibly unfortunate incident that a mentally ill individual didn't get the care that they needed and was a threat to people on that subway. That's that's truly unfortunate. And it's an awful situation that happened. But that doesn't mean that, when you've got 2 or 3 individuals that all perceive this guy as a threat, I think if you've got 3 people on a New York subway who are used to dealing with homeless people on a subway, like homeless people aren't getting killed on New York subways every day. Doesn't happen. But this guy did get killed on a New York subway that day, and multiple people all agreed that it needed to happen. Or not that it needed to happen, but he needed to be stopped. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, is there anything else?
That's all I got.
Well, thanks. I appreciate your words on the subject.
Yeah, thanks for coming
on.
All
right. Not a problem. Have a good night, guys.
Take care.
Thanks.
I brought it up for you so you can remember. Now.
I want food. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'll hurt anybody on this train. I'm ready to go back to jail. I mean, that line is that sounds like a straight out of a movie.
I'll hurt any motherfucker on this train.
That's why I don't understand,
you're all gonna die.
Sunday could make the argument that Mr.Ubercroz made, where it's well, you can just only focus on the length of the restraint or the type of restraint. Why is there so much fixation on trying to downplay cope spiral, all that verbal threat, as if it's not a verbal threat? That wouldn't justify action.
Because that's what the tribe said to do.
I guess. It's pretty wacky, but...
I mean, it's pretty normal.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, means, motivation, opportunity. There you go. Reality Hijack for $2 says, autism. That is the disconnect. Literal autism. John A. Thank you so much, John A. for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Javier Portillo Fernandez for $2 says, is Sunday's name related to G.K. Chesterton? I don't know.
The distributist is. I wonder.
Is that where the distributist name comes from?
I think so.
That guy? Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's weird.
Snowboard Dan for 4 months says, this guy keeps doing what Lance did, saying, quote, he strangled him to death. That clearly is taking it out of context. He was not trying to kill him. Yeah, he kept trying to jump ahead constantly. But that was the thing. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said the Ubercroz, there was 2 criteria. I was saying that there's really 3 criteria. There was was he justified in doing initially? Then you have the situation on, the hold, and then you have the situation of, did he intend to kill him or not? Or was it reasonable for him to think his actions would kill him? So, but, they want to just put it all up in a big ball, and when you try to hone in on one, they just jump to the other 2. So it's a common tactic. Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $2 says, what if he threatened to rape a woman? Well, under President Sunday's criteria, I guess you wouldn't be able to do anything until he actually moved toward the woman and grabbed her.
Sad.
Karoko 80 for $10. You're the one that asked if President Sunday was in the Navy. And he said no. Calvin Paffer for $2 says, righties call you centrist, lefties call you righties. Some righties call us centrists. Some righties call us leftists. So depends on the flavor of righty we're talking about. So I think most conservatives call us, center-y.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
who cares? Why are all
Well, no,
these
it's just
games?
like this is, and I'm glad I asked him this question because to me it really puts it in full display. If I say, the mainstream left for the last 20 years, and he pretends like he doesn't know what that means.
Oh, of course.
Everyone knows what that means. Everyone knows what that means. And if he says, well, liberals aren't left, well, then congratulations, right? Your framing of the left and the right is so detached from everyone else's that you're basically operating in your own little bubble at that point.
Yeah, of course.
So,
look, I know Lady Gaga's on the left. You got to be a retard not to know that. I think, didn't she campaign for Clinton? I believe she did.
Probably. Spooky Scary Skeleton for $5 says, capability, opportunity, and perceived intent. It's justified if you like it or not. President Sunday is spineless, and y'all really should stop bringing him.
Too bad. He's booked for the rest of the week.
There you go. There you go. Razor Fist's audience would call us leftists. It's pretty sad. Fondue for $5 says, the President Sunday self-defense standard. Slap him with a glove. Hand him a formal letter. Wait at a prearranged location at sunrise. There you go.
I don't think that standard works on the New York subway.
That's what Penny should have done. He should have slapped Kneely with the little glove. Been like, pistols at sunrise. And then walked off in a huff.
Yeah.
Christian Baller for $2 says, talk about moral foundation since he doesn't agree.
I wanted to, but look, we couldn't get it. We never got to there.
Right.
It's funny that when he wanted to just chill, like he obviously could have a cooperative conversation with us.
But see, that's why it feels
brain.
Right. That's why it feels like a debate brain tactic. Yeah, exactly.
It's like we could have a cooperative conversation about moral foundations theory or the political. That's why I kept trying to give him an out. I was like, listen, we can talk about the political motivation for people who are using this argument without you saying you agree with it. Let's have that conversation.
Right.
Cooperate with us a little bit here.
Well, see, and I sure brought this up. This is a good point. Andrew Clark for $2 says, this is 90% Sitch's law. And that's true. Most of the conversation was just arguing about definitions, but it was the thing that's frustrating about it. And, very often when people are arguing about definitions, they don't realize that they're arguing about definitions. And that was what leads to the disconnect in the conversation. In this conversation, everyone in the conversation knew we were arguing about definitions.
Of course.
And that's why I kept saying,
that's so frustrating.
Right. But that's why I kept saying to him, you know what I mean. You understand the concept I'm trying to say. You just want to try to win this like sophistic, rhetorical debate brain battle where you try to like make me have to define something in some hyper specific way. And if I can't do it, then you say, oh, well, you don't actually know what you're talking about, even though you know what I'm talking about.
Look, I think he has, it's interesting because I think he kind of has the same attitude as FD signifier. Like people realize that we're smart and we have interesting things to say and they want to come on and talk to us. But since there is somewhat of a perception out there that we're right wingers or, carrying water for right wingers, they have to do this weird song and dance to be able to come over and talk to us where they have to be confrontational.
I don't think that's why either Sunday or FD signifier talk to us, but.
Well, no, I think that they want to talk to us because we have interesting things to say and they want to have an interesting dialogue. You don't think that's why?
No.
What do you think it is? They want to dunk on us and...
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah. Well, I think FD wanted to use us as a testing ground for a Destiny debate. That's my theory.
Well, you could be right.
So.
But I mean, we're a terrible testing ground for a Destiny debate because
we're both significantly nicer.
We're nice and we're cooperative and we want to have an honest
Destiny
conversation.
Can be nice and cooperative.
He's not going to be with FD signifier though.
Well, not after all the drama that's happened recently, but because he was totally productive and nice, though everyone was in the fresh and fit conversation.
Did you? Do you buy that with President Sunday as well? You think he wants?
No, I don't think that's no.
Look, he was like a kid in a candy store once we started talking about philosophy. Obviously,
I'm very cynical about the end of that conversation, but
Oh, really?
yeah. So
Okay. Well, God, why can't anything just be fun?
I know, I
It's
know.
such bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just seemed to me that, we were both pretty on point calling out a lot of the BS that was happening in the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's like, oh, let's just talk about something else. That's kind of how I interpreted it, but
Yeah, so he could turn the debate brain off. He's like,
right.
listen, if we talk about this, I have all of these political, social engagements that I have to keep considering as we're talking.
Yeah, maybe that's an element of it.
Yeah, that's literally what I said in the beginning. I'm like, he wanted to have a cooperative conversation where he didn't
No, that's
have
the
to.
part I'm disagreeing with you. I'm disagreeing with that he wanted to have a cooperative conversation. I don't agree with that.
Okay.
The way in which he handles the conversation. So the tactic of you making someone autistically hyper define a concept when you understand what they mean by it, and
Because he
everyone
has
understands what they mean by
other
it.
social engagements on that topic.
Right, but that means that you're not engaging in good faith.
This is
at all in
literally
a
the social
conversation.
intuitionist model. Quite literally. He's basically, I have these social engagements that force me to take this position, even if I have to dip into sophistry to make arguments.
Right.
That's
maybe.
literally what was happening with Katie, too. She admitted it in the beginning of the live
Yeah, I
stream.
know this was Katie, yeah.
Right. But once we start talking about Kant and political science versus sociology, then he can chill. He's like, oh, nobody cares about this stuff. I don't have any.
When did you give me a Barbie head? And why did you give me a Barbie head? What did this happen?
Look, that was a while back. I don't remember. It was fun.
It wasn't during the conversation with something.
No, it's just
Okay.
I did it when I brought the I want food up.
Get that out of here.
Get
the Down syndrome Barbie out of here.
It's so adorable though.
Okay. You can put it on yourself if it's so cute. Eyes Full of Sky for $2 says, skipping breakfast yesterday is a social construct. True.
You're
Forrest
so
for $5
cynical.
says, yes. Forrest for $5 says, pure sophistry. Christian Baller for $10 says, Sitch, I'm dying. Please call this out as Sorty's paradox. It's a proven and found argument.
Sorty's paradox is
he wanted to move. See, that was very curious to me. He really wanted to move off the gender stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
so
look, he's got a bunch of.
Think he acknowledges the weakness of his position.
He's milking an audience. He's totally milking an audience. He's like, listen, I got all these people in my audience that are crazy for the gender ideology, and I don't look. I'm their priest. I can't come out and say I don't.
Right, but if he was doing a good job defending the argument, he wouldn't want to move off of it.
There is no way to do a good job defending that argument.
Well, no, I mean, you can, if the person isn't, picking up on the problem with your arguments.
I disagree. I don't think you can. I think it's all nonsense.
No, it's not true, because it's the whole okay, I completely disagree with you, because this is the whole problem. This is why the leftist arguments about gender are structured the way they are, because they seem to be an intuitively a good argument until you actually deconstruct it, ironically enough, and you say, wait a minute, this argument's dog shit. Okay, we don't need to create a universal category that defines all women in every situation, because that's not really how we define most categories.
Mm-hmm.
You can't create a universal definition for a door that applies to every door but doesn't apply to anything that's not a door, right?
Yeah, of course. And you called it out perfectly.
Right, because that's not really how humans use language. And he seemed to acknowledge that, but then he wanted to not address it in his own argument, so about the gender stuff. Which is why I think he wanted to move off the topic. But
he wanted to move off the topic because he was losing horribly.
Right.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, have a good day. I'm out. Well, thank you, Andrew. PC for $2 says, let's just skip to the quote, everything is made of atoms. Listen, atoms are a social construct, okay?
Oh, God, I hate that.
Dr. Dealer for $10 says any change to the perfect forms of category means they no longer exist because words are imperfect. Nothing exists. Now let's put the nihilistic semantics back in the box and engage with the argument. True.
Yeah.
Very true. But they never will because the argument hinges entirely on the sort of semantic sophistry position. So
Why won't they? What is their motivation for not engaging?
Because it's harder to, because if you have to actually engage in the argument, none of them have ever engaged in the argument. None of them is that I've heard. I've never heard a leftist put forward an actual non-definition game, non-sophistry argument about why trans women and women should be the same thing, including the same category.
Is there one?
I don't know. I've never heard.
No, there isn't one. That's why they have to resort to it.
Well, someone could construct one. Someone could craft an argument for one. I've never heard that argument being made.
Good luck. I don't know what that argument looks like.
Well, I don't know either because I don't agree with it. But you could make an argument, but they never do. They just kind of fall back on this. Well, I don't need to make an argument because women already does include trans women because of sophistry and redefining words.
And intersex people and people who no longer reproduce. Women with their tubes tied. Blah, 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 blah.
Right. Right. Let me go down that pathway.
I hate that.
When is a door not a door?
It's so stupid. It's like, we're off topic now.
Well, that's what's so annoying about it. It's you know what? I said this on Twitter. I said this on stream a bunch of times, and it's becoming more and more true. You get stuck in these like political bubbles where you make an argument, and on some level, you know the argument's bullshit, and everyone in your audience knows the argument's bullshit, but you all go along with it because you want to stick it to the other political guy you don't like. And to me, that's the sense I get when these people have this, like, what is a woman conversation? Like, there's got to be some level they understand this is a bullshit argument. And everyone's just kind of like going along with it, you know, in this kind of useful ignorance sort of way, this kind of smug, like, I know that this is bullshit, but I'm going to keep peddling it way.
I mean, when I do that, our audience loves it, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Right. That's what I'm saying. But then they pretend like it's a real argument that has to be defended or attacked, really.
Right.
And then we get into the even crazier where there's like, well, is sexual orientation really biological or not? You know, and it's just like, Jesus, like, what are we doing here?
Look, I agree, okay? It's the interlocutor gaslighting us and their audience snickering. Yes. Snickering the whole time they're doing it, like, oh, look, he's totally falling for the gaslighting.
Well, it's super weird because I think what happens is like that's how it starts, but then they do the gaslighting for so long. You're right. They do the gaslighting for so long that they accidentally gaslight themselves into thinking that this is true. And you're like, that's stupid.
They do. They talk themselves into believing it. Because
this is what, like, he gave this like wacky argument, like, oh, well, someone could be born. I gay, know. And then you socially condition them to not be gay. And I'm like, well, that doesn't mean that they weren't born gay. Just because you can condition someone in some other direction or not doesn't mean that they weren't born in a specific way. Like, it's just so weird. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
So. But anyway.
Is eye color biological? Or is that a social construct? No, that's a social construct, Adam. Oh my God. It's so painful. Isn't it nice to talk to me, not gaslighting the shit out of you all the time?
It is nice. Yeah.
It's like, oh, I understand what you're saying. Oh, nice. You're going to say a little more. Okay, I'll add something to it. Look, we're talking. We're having a constructive conversation.
Right. There you go. Doomer says, what is a woman? Answer, annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Disavow. I disavow. I like women, unlike Doomer.
Well, I met some pretty annoying guys too, so
true.
I don't think it's just uniquely a woman thing.
Mark Twain's Revenge for $5. Hey, Mark Twain says, all right, let's get some decent questions out there. Sunday, in your opinion, how gay was the Sacred Band of Thebes? Gay scale 1 to 10. There you go. I don't know what the Sacred Band of Thebes is, but
sounds gay.
It does sound gay. Was a troop of select soldiers consisting of 150 pairs of male lovers, which formed the elite force of the Theban army.
10.
There you go.
That's a 10 on the gay scale.
I mean, they must have been pretty badass if they ended the Spartan domination.
Oh, that's just brutal.
They're like, listen, we think the gays will fight better because they're defending each other's, love on the battle.
Can you imagine?
Maybe it worked.
Like being beat by a bunch of gay guys? How demoralizing.
Wow, that's offensive, Adam.
The gay guys come in and just destroy you?
There's lots of really buff, gay guys, Adam.
Yeah, but people would be demoralized by that.
Okay, I guess if you're a homophobe.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not a homophobe, but
Okay.
I'm just saying. If you were homophobic, you'd be demoralized.
That is true. Ink Punk, thank you so much for the one gifted membership.
Yeah.
Let's see. I read this one. Fondue for $5 says, I skipped this one. I'll come back to it. Fondue for $5 says, well, I would believe Sunday's brain structure is smooth enough to be blank.
Fondue.
There you go, Fondue.
Very
Thank
mean.
you.
We should have read that when Sunday was on.
Well, I didn't want to read it while he was up. I felt like if he was there, maybe I'd say it to his face, but he's
Right.
getting coffee. Let's see. I read this. I read Fruges. Yeah, I read your 3,000 yen one. I read J-Mac, Mark Twain.
Hey, did you read Hey Adam? I sent you a DM on Discord.
I did.
Oh, okay.
About Vermont's abortion law.
Yeah.
I guess you don't remember, but
I don't.
it was in Vermont, you can kill a baby at 9 months and force the dad to pay for the kid, even if he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
want it.
yeah. I do remember the super chat now. I'm not looking at my DM Discord, though.
Fair enough. Michael, for 8 months, says, Adam, your contentious guess drive me to drink. There you go.
Well, don't drink and drive or anything, but
There you go.
a good belt before the stream isn't going to hurt you.
Right. Ahaz for 30 NTs. Thank you. Says Sunday makes a weekend argument.
Nice.
1776 for 2 months. Thanks so much. Says it's worrisome that the left will punish us by brainwashing us for defending ourselves. Also, S team is the dream team and A class is the best class.
Nice.
Look at that.
Very,
True centrist.
Very straight down the middle.
Yep. You read that one. Lucius Cornelius Sola for $5 says, I kind of get what Emma was saying about people not wanting to see mentally ill and homeless in public. It's important to see how the other half lives. There you go.
Sure.
And Lucius Cornelius Sola for another $2 says, abolishing child support equals more abortions. Yeah, I would think so.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Sloggy and Stu for $5 says, Sloggy here, not saying Stu is drunk, but he said, quote, we have not seen the guy on the left or right blink once. They're probably not real people.
There you go. Blink?
Well, I guess if you had your sunglasses on, and I'm an avatar.
So. Oh, yeah, you're right. I don't know.
And the Sloggy and Stu for another $2 says, Stu here, I'm probably that drunk.
Nice.
There you go. Well, thank you, Sloggy and Stu. The IJP Mexican for 9 months says, can you ask Caden Cotard here when his play is coming out? We've been waiting for it for a long time. I know Murderface will get the reference.
Caden Cotard. He's the guy from Con Air, right?
No, that was there's some Philip Seymour Hoffman movie where he was a playwright.
Oh, Schenectady, New York.
Is that what it's called?
Schenectady.
Yes, that's what it's called.
That's a pretty good movie.
Oh, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
It looked kind of like President Sunday. He's wearing kind of the same outfit.
Yeah. That's the same guy that did the really good movie. Charlie Kaufman, that's it. That's Charlie Kaufman.
I'm not a big Charlie Kaufman fan. But...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You didn't like Spotless Mind?
I did like Spotless Mind.
Yeah, Spotless Mind is where it's at.
That was a Charlie Kaufman movie?
Yeah.
That was pretty decent.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I love that movie. That movie's such a fucking amazing.
I like
movie.
that. I like Being John Malkovich. I really hate Adaptation, like A Burning Passion.
Yeah, adaptation's so.
I can't think of another one that he's done that I've seen. Lord Chanson's Pipe for $5 says, Sunday, have you read David Bentley Hart's quote, that all shall be saved? His work convinced me the notion that all people shall be saved in the end. Interesting. This is like a religious thing.
Maybe. He used to hang with the religious crowd.
True.
Which we never knew about.
No.
Maybe that's why he's president Sunday. President of the Sunday school.
You couldn't even really get a straightforward answer of like, he gave a worse answer than Jordan Peterson did in the question of, do you believe in God?
Oh, I didn't. I must have spaced out. I didn't even know you asked.
Yes. Lord Tenson's Bite for $5 says, do you have any favorite church fathers or theologians? I like Origen, Meister Eckhart, C.S. Lewis, George MacDonald, and Blessed Julian of Norwich.
Julian.
I like to say Julian.
Julian of
King
Norwich.
Julian. Lucid Dreamer for $5 says, oh, you read that one. You said, please read President Sunday's $10 super chat. We did. Fondue for $5 says, the real question. I read that one. Slow G and Stu for $2 says, Sitch, I heard without fire, there isn't any smoke. Well, you've heard wrong, my friend.
Yeah, I light incense all the time and no fire, lots of smoke.
Right. It's a lot of pot.
Yeah.
Fondue for $5 says, slipping insults into arguments is a debate tactic. Get them angry, and then when they act emotionally, you say they're delusional. I hate it. Yeah. And he did that, and I called him out for it. So he definitely was doing that.
Yeah. You're confused. You're very confused. This is confusing.
That's his favorite thing to do. Yeah. You just don't understand. I'm afraid you don't understand. John Campy's Knees Grow Back for $5 says, trimester equals a 1/3 of a period of a 9-month gestation, which equals 3-month trimesters, 12 months year, which equals 4-month trimester. There you go.
Right.
Are you okay? I understand where the confusion is coming from. So if we're using the baby, how long a trimester takes, which generally we're talking about this in terms of like pregnancy, right? There would be 4 trimesters in a year. But you're saying if you take the unit of a trimester, which is by definition supposed to be a 1/3 period of time, and you applied it to 12 months, it would still be 3 trimesters in a year, but it's just that the unit of measurement would change from 3 months to 4 months. So I understand that. Asme for 6 MYR says, hey, Adam, have you ever heard of Oingo Boingo's Only a Lad?
Yeah, what's up with all these Oingo Boingo songs? I looked up the lyrics. His teacher didn't understand. They kicked him out of school at the tender early age just because he didn't want to learn things. He had other interests. He liked to burn things.
Are you saying that like all Oingo Boingo songs are really about you?
I do like, first of all, I do like Only a Lad. I like the album, and I do, yes, obviously I've heard of it. So.
Lord McTheobate for 9 months. Thank you so much. Says, did you guys notice that President Sunday did Vosh's quote, agua and water aren't the same argument during the debate? And of course, S-Class is the best class.
Boo.
Thank you. But we did notice that. Yes. Yes.
Sitch, are you gonna sing the lyrics for I Love Little Girls by
No, you can
Danny Elfman?
You can sing it. I mean, you're friends with Danny Elfman and Oingo Boingo. So.
That's the one that I think you should sing.
No, I'll pass.
How come Danny Elfman is not canceled for that song?
Right.
You know Danny Elfman has TDS?
I didn't know that, but I wouldn't. If you had asked me like to give a number, I would have said 90% chance. So.
I listened to a podcast recently with him, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's bad."
Mm-hmm. Oh, is who in like mainstream Hollywood doesn't have TDS? That's a very short list.
Yeah, totally.
Fondue for $2 says, wait, Sunday was using the Don Lemon pogo stick. True. Holy shit. Now there's a fucking reference. Fondue is a true fan.
Oh, yeah.
That's a reference. My God.
The pogo stick.
The pogo stick. That was when he was talking to, what's his name? God, what's that fucking guy's name? David Horowitz. David Horowitz. You know, it's weird. David Horowitz saw that video like years after I put it up and commented on it on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny. What was the subject matter in that video? I don't even remember.
Did you have fun animating the pogo stick?
No. Oh my God. That was so much fucking work. I hated that. Jesus Christ. You guys don't, I don't think anyone appreciates how much fucking effort those videos were. They were so much work.
I appreciate it, obviously.
Holy shit. God.
As someone who's done that kind of work on a video before, I'm like, oh
insane.
my God.
Yes. Yep. Soto for Jor says, sent Sitch a lengthy DM if you could read. Oh, I did read that one, but thank you. Oh, no problem. Desert Runner, I still love you.
Oh, did he respond? He's not going to come on?
Yeah, he said he had to go or something.
Oh.
Yeah, someone in the chat said that we got to watch Philosophy Tube's new video or something. I don't know if it's a new video or for an interview. Philosophy Tube apparently makes the whole there's no such thing as sex argument. So
no such thing as biological sex, huh, Sitch? Why do you want to torture me?
That's what we do on this channel.
What's up with these sophists? Fucking sophists.
Okay, well, there's two things we got to bring up. First of all, we have to bring up Asif Artsi's picture because he's been very upset.
What do you mean?
We haven't been bringing it up.
Look, I got it right here. I'm totally ready for this.
Do you really? Okay.
It's up.
That's funny. We haven't really been bringing up art in the last 3 or 4 streams, so it wasn't anything personal to you, Asif Artsy. Okay.
Have we really had art to bring up? I feel like maybe not.
3 streams ago, I think Majin was doing art.
A bunch of art, yeah.
And so we were just kind of bringing that up.
But most of that art was really too racy to bring us.
That's true.
It was like Sitch with a giant dong.
Yes, yes. So in this comic...
Well, yeah, what's going on here?
Made. So we have me, you, and Sammy G are talking to the AI Tifa bot.
Okay.
And I say, Tifa, what do you think about socialism? And then Tifa bot says, this is a complicated issue. Both the pros and cons should be considered. Right. Tifa, what do you think about CRT? This is a complicated issue. Both the pros and cons should be considered. Tifa, you talk like a fence-sitting centrist. Oh, what do you think? I think you're a Wikipedia quoting NPC. You may be right, I suppose. Tifa, I say as I respectfully appreciate your looks, you're such an airhead. And then the bot says, do you want to play? And then the bot gets angry and says, do you want to play a game? And I say, yeah, sure. And then the bot nukes me, you, and Sammy G with missiles.
Oh, it's a War Games reference.
There's a War Games reference, yeah. That bot looks creepy, the way you add the eyes there. Jeez.
Let's play tic-tac-toe with the robot. Look, Sitch, you could have ended this.
What?
You just need to play tic-tac-toe with Tifa and convince her that war was never the answer.
There you go. That's true. That's true.
Damn it.
He also sent another picture of his avatar on fire, very mad, shooting more missiles at us. So.
Okay, here it is.
So there it is.
Oh, look at this. The real culprit behind the bombing.
What's the real?
Asif.
Oh.
That's a pretty cool avatar he's got there.
The little fuzzy guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I think I'll make that your head for a while.
Okay. Apparently there's a bunch of art. The CT's not telling us. Lord Cameron made a bunch of cool looking AI art.
Oh, sweet.
So he has to add, the AI art doesn't seem like it can do my mouth well. It was have to add the mouth on afterwards.
Yeah. I think the one that I use in the thumbnails was originally AI art, but I've drawn on it so much. It's like,
right.
Yeah.
Sammy made a pretty funny comic too.
Oh, Sammy did?
I'll send it to you. It's the real reason she sent me the penis box.
Oh, to make the comic?
No, you look at the comic. So.
Oh, I got the comic.
Right.
Here we go. Bring it up. Here it is. It's looks like Sitch is coming home drunk, and oh my god.
So they're me coming home drunk with some hot babe.
Uh-huh.
He's taking her clothes off. We're about to get it on, right?
Uh-huh.
After a fine evening of Sitch laying down the Mac. But
Yeah,
then she sees that on my desk, I have a giant penis package. I have a picture of you. I have a picture of J-Mac that says Dottie J-Mac. And I have a picture of Doomer signed by Doomer that says XOXO.
XO.
There's also some green M&Ms on the thing.
Got the plushies there.
Yes. And then the next panel is immediately the girl walking away in disgust, saying, "Why are all the good men gay?" And then I'm in the window saying, "Listen." Yes.
You got your pet alligator there.
And then I'm in the window saying, "Listen, context matters. I run a comedy show." And then you see Sammy G in the next window over laughing. Laughing at my pain. Look at what you've done, Sammy. What you've done to me.
I feel like there's a fifth panel here that's missing.
Oh, and then in the bottom left, there's a guy walking alligator because it's Florida. So, what's the fifth panel?
I feel like someone says sabotage you here.
Wait, what's happening?
Wasn't the sabotage foisted on you by Sammy G? Didn't she make the box?
Sabotage, yes. Sammy G sabotage. That was the point of the penis box. It was like a marker.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, ladies, turn back now.
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Someone marking their territory.
Oh, that's how there you go. It's like, like peeing on the territory to mark it.
Yeah.
Are you saying Sammy sent me a giant penis box to mark me?
Well, it's obvious she's moved in next to you. I see she's got the apartment right next door.
Yeah, what
now.
the fuck, Sam?
What's going on here?
Sammy is stalking me. I didn't even realize she's moved in next to me without me realizing it.
What's going on?
Hot in 4K, Sammy. Dun, dun, dun. There you go.
Well, that's a great comic. I like.
In the original comic, I don't remember what she sees that makes her the original meme comic, but it's very funny.
Is that?
Thank you.
It looks like that picture is from this very live stream because I'm wearing the same shirt.
Oh, maybe she just did it. She probably just did it now, so just took a screenshot.
That's pretty hilarious.
Yes. That is very funny.
Look, she could have saved your life. This girl looks like she has AIDS.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I think she did you a solid, man.
Okay.
This girl looks like a gold digger.
Uh-huh. Yeah, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sammy. Yeah, thanks. Uh-huh. She really looked like a gold digger, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
She looks horrible.
Uh-huh. Wow. Adam's got high standards.
Of course.
Okay.
Let's see. Is there any more art here for me to bring up?
Yeah, anyway, CT sent us a bunch of art from, oh, Jesus, a shit ton of art.
Oh, really?
Good.
Now I feel bad.
You should feel bad. Twitter's loading so slow for me. I don't know why. Let's see if it loads better on Firefox or something. Because I can't see like half of these pictures. Nope. Now I'll check my phone.
Oh my God, there's a million of them.
Yeah.
Well, we'll do them next time.
No, we got to do them now. We got time. It's only 9:40.
Like I said, we'll do them.
No, we'll do them now. Don't be a bitch.
I'm only kidding.
We usually finish at like 12 o'clock at night.
I'm only kidding.
How dare you, kid? This isn't a comedy show. Oh, wait.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez.
Doomer also sent me an angry message.
Send Doomer the link. Make Doomer come on.
No. He wants
you don't want him?
to yell at I guess he's saying that I think he really likes the movie Adaptation or something, and he's mad that I don't like it. Is that it? Is that what
Adaptation is okay. I remember it being acceptable, but I don't
That's the
remember
problem,
it being
Doomer. Is that what you're triggered
spectacular.
about?
I literally have the Spotless Mind script on my shelf over here. Like, that's a script I've read multiple times. It's very good.
Sammy G says, if she was a gold digger, she'd be undressing in my room. Sitch doesn't got that kind of money. There you go. Sammy G is the real sugar mama, not me.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There you go.
Sammy G throwing down.
Yep. Let's see. Nicholas Van Neal for 10 Aussie bucks says, LOL, there isn't 4 trimesters in a year. The trimester refers to a span of time split into 3, much like the trimester, much like semesters refer to a span of time split into 2. Yeah, I get it, guys.
Yeah, we get all that.
We get it. But when someone talks about someone's age, okay, you understand when someone says someone is 24 trimesters old, okay, you have to use the unit of measurement of the 3-month
period. Trimester for a birth.
Right. You wouldn't use the 4-month trimester for a year, okay?
Which is really a quarter. It's not even a trimester. A trimester for a year would be 4 months.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. So people don't seem to understand that, but yeah, the span of time in this is, thank you, Zero Fox. Span of time in this instance is the 9 months. Yes, thank you.
What is this sneaking in old art here? What's going on?
I can't see the stream, so you're going to have to tell me whatever you put up on the screen. Or I'll open a...
Also, I don't think I ever showed you this, Adam. But I redraw one of the first fan arts ever did. No, I have this. Literally, when I pulled it in, it was like, do you want to save over the old one?
Well, bring up the other picture.
Look, I'm working on it.
Okay, you're just moving very slowly.
I know, here. I thought you had super chats left to read.
I do.
Which one do you want me to bring up first?
Bring up the Lord Cameron's AI art.
The AI art, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can bring them all in at once.
Sure.
Oh, it worked.
Spencer for $5 says, wasn't... Oh, I read that one. That was the EMT comment. Thanks, Spencer. Joe the Maker for $10 says, I had to skip the brain dead portion with Sunday, even with a cop at every station like they tried to do in Chicago. The number of assaults on train cars during COVID on the L there was insane.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yes.
The L train. I used to ride the L train all the time.
Humor says he renounces the stream. That's funny. I like the movie adaptation.
So in New York, they have all the trains have like a circle with a color, and the whatever the train is, like the L or the... God, I only remember the L train because that's what I rode all the time. But so it has the letter in a circle, and I did some hearts that were like the purple heart of the L train with the L in the middle, and I pasted them up over the L train signs. So instead of a circle with an L, it was a heart with an L, which was badass. Because it's the love train. Get it?
So take the L train.
Yes.
If you're on the train, you're taking the L the whole time.
This was before really the internet, and take the L was a thing.
Wasn't obviously that was recent, yeah. Lord Cameron made this AI art. We got
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. We got 2 me's. Those look pretty cool. Though I look a little elfy. I got the little penis here, as Adam would say, on the top. But those look very cool. Very spiffy suit. I really like the suits. Those are really cool. But yeah, the AI doesn't seem to be able to get my mouth correct. And you know why that is? It's because my character is so unique. There's so few characters that have that off-model mouth, or whatever you'd call it, that I have, that the AI just doesn't know how to do it. So there you go. And then the Adam one. Why is there like a giant... Is that like... Oh, that's Adam's Dorian Gray painting. I get it. Oh, that's clever. So there's Adam's Dorian Gray painting behind him. There you go. Damn, Adam looks like 10 times more Chadley in that AI picture than, than in real life. And then there's CT looking like a fucking ghoul, but very cool, being like a zombie. So there you go. That's very cool. These are great. Thanks so much, Lord Cameron.
Did I miss how the art was done? This is Midjourney, right? This all looks like Midjourney.
Yes. Did you see you're standing in front of your Dorian Gray painting?
Oh, is that what's going on there? That's awesome.
I mean, I'm guessing. That's the thing that prevents you from aging right there. So.
Look at that. Wow. How'd you prompt that up? What are the prompts for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let Adam know. It can't do hand stitch, and most people have those. True.
Yeah, AI does not do hands well.
Yeah.
Supposedly it's better though. The new Midjourney is supposed to be good at hands.
Oh, really?
How old are these? Are these?
I don't know. I don't see camera in the chat. So.
Wow, CT looks. I mean, scary.
Doomer's still yelling at me in the chat about my media take.
He wants to fight you. He wants to come on and fight you right now.
Nah, I like it better when he's just kind of screaming into the void.
Well, you keep mentioning him though, so.
That's what makes it funny.
Oh yeah, you're right.
What is the heart at the bottom of the screen?
That is a new feature on phones, and I don't know why it's popping up, but people can like send hearts.
What, does it do anything? Or is it just, you just press it to make hearts pop up?
Make some hearts pop up, you guys.
Is that all it does? It doesn't actually do it. Like, it doesn't, at first I thought like, oh, maybe when you like the stream, it creates a visual notification, right?
Somebody like and unlike the stream. Oh, look, they made hearts. How are you doing that?
TT says this was made with stable diffusion. Those pictures. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
Where was I? Ostracy for $2 says, did you know that Viva Frey is now a Florida man? I didn't know that. No. He went from a Canada man to a Florida man. Interesting. Interesting. Well, there you go. Welcome to Florida, Viva.
He retweeted me once, and I was like, you should come on our show. I love your content. But he never responded. So.
Oh, I'll see it. CT for 2 Canadian says, that's exactly what I look like. There you go. True.
Ouch.
Viva Frey is pronounced Fry. I know, you're right. I don't know why I say Frey. Viva Fry. Thank you. Listen, it wouldn't be a Sitch and Adam stream if I didn't pronounce like 50% of the names incorrectly, okay?
Yeah. That's our shtick. Look at all the hearts. Oh my God. It's a celebration. How is that happening? Oh, it's all every time they drop a heart in the chat, it does it?
No, I think you just press a button. I don't think you have to type in the chat. It should be associated with like hitting the like button or something. Sort of a way to like get people to hit the like button.
Well, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how it's happening. But I do see like some laughs in the chat, and then it comes up as. Let's see if we can get an AOC to come up. It didn't work. It's going hard.
That would be cool if every time a member put a custom emoji, if it popped up like that. That'd be a great thing for YouTube to do.
I don't see it on my computer. I only see it in the OBS.
Oh, I see. If I have the stream open, I can see it on the stream. So, Majin drew these pictures. There's it looks like Adam throwing a me, saying "Sitch, I choose you," and I'm like a Pokemon, and I'm going Sitch, Sitch, Sitch. So there you go.
Yeah.
There is me fighting. There's somebody punching. There's somebody punching some monster, very buff monster, punching somebody in the face. I can't tell who. And I'm like jumping up from behind, ready to smack him out.
Yeah.
There's me kicking a crash test dummy.
Missing an arm.
I knock its arm off. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh no, I cut its arm.
Cut its arm off.
I cut its arm off, and then I kicked it in one motion. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then there's Adam
Mm.
And you're holding a tiny little sitch while you're smoking a cigar for some reason.
I have a BLK shirt.
Yes. What does BLK stand for?
I don't know.
Big lettuce killer.
I don't know.
Bright licking krill.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that's it.
Big
Better.
luminescent koosh. Black. It means black.
Oh, it does?
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Well, thank you, Martin. Those are cool.
Yeah, those are awesome. I dig it.
Mark Twain's Revenge for 3 months says, is it possible that the guy was just super pumped up on adrenaline and didn't have a solid sense of how long he was choking Kneely? That's very possible. Yes, of course. That's very possible.
He saw that video on his phone right before it happened. And he's like, if I let go of this guy, he's going to punch me.
Mm-hmm.
I need to be persistent here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what?
Viva Fry for $2 says, Viva Fry, Montreal litigator turned YouTuber here. I will not come on the stream because Robert Barnes told me that you were part of the deep state and want to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again. So there you go. Well, thank you, Viva. Sorry,
Robert Barnes actually follows me on Twitter, and I've invited him on the show in DMs, and he hasn't responded. So
there you go.
But he follows a lot of people on Twitter, so I think it's just, sometimes people do. ContraPoints does that, right? Like he follows 20,000 people.
Yeah, ContraPoints does follow. Counterpoints. You said ContraPoints. Counterpoints follows like 1 million people on Twitter. Forking Around for $5 says, why does the left think that you need superhero elite self-defense before considering defending yourself in any scenario? Because they want to live in a magical fantasy world where when someone attacks you or threatens to attack you, you can, disarm them in like a kung fu movie sense where you knock them out, but they take no permanent damage and are totally fine afterwards. Because from their estimation, if there's a person who's threatening you with violence that's poor, it's not their fault. It must be society's fault. So
yeah, if it's a rich person and they accidentally die, then that's great.
Who cares? Yeah, that's a benefit at that point.
If any poor person accidentally dies, it means you hate black people. That's what it means.
Right.
All right, here's the mayor of... Thus, as the mayor of Portland, I declare this homeless piss camp open. Homeless...
Ditchson made this picture.
Right. Oh,
There
look, it's me.
There I am as the mayor of Portland. And I'm opening it says homeless prison, and then the prison's crossed out and it says campment.
Look at me. I'm having look, I'm fucking I love this. That's my new avatar right there.
This is a great picture. Thus, as the mayor of Portland, I declare this homeless campment open. And there's Adam on drugs. And I say, wait, what the Adam? What the? And then Adam's saying, now who do I have to vote for to get choked over here?
Oh my God. Little autoerotic asphyxiation.
Oh shit. This is so good. It's such a good picture. I mean, true.
That's amazing.
Everything about this picture is true.
Here, I think I'm going to crop this down to the good part here.
Is it just a little you, like, on drugs?
Hey, come on, I got to get a good look at it.
There you go. Thank you, Ditchin. This is great. I love it.
Oh my God, this is hilarious. Look, I'm on my 3rd syringe already.
Uh-huh.
Look, you just opened the place and I'm already on my 3rd syringe. What's that say? I'd say it means it's a success.
There you go. Where is I have too many tabs open. I'm pulling an Adam here.
One day I'll tell you my shooting up story. It's really good.
Oh, come on, really?
Can we even tell that on?
Did you really fucking do meth once?
Can we? No, you don't shoot up meth. Once
Oh,
I
I mean heroin.
once I tell you my shooting up story is so horrible.
I'm gonna like lose all respect. You fucking did heroin in? Jesus Christ.
I didn't do heroin, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, what did you shoot up?
I mean, it was something ridiculous. I don't even know what it was. It was some terrible. Yes.
What is a non-terrible thing that you shoot up? I mean, I had to take vitamin D shots once. Okay,
Look,
that's the only thing I can think.
I don't know if I should tell this story.
Okay, yeah, maybe you shouldn't tell this story.
I don't know if this story might be like too much for YouTube. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
Look, I have never shot heroin, just so you guys know.
Oh, okay.
I want you to have a good image of me here.
Yeah, that's already gone.
Adam,
Yeah.
look, already, I can't even have them take blood from me without me being in danger of passing out. Like, Adam is squeamish, remember? I told you about
Yes.
passing out several times. So normally when they take blood from me, I say, listen, let's just have me lie down, just to be safe. Okay. I don't want to pass out. on
Jeez,
you.
really?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I didn't know that.
So imagine me shooting up. Like, I'm going to shoot up. Come on. I'm going to be passed out before I am high on heroin, long before that happens. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So there you go. Look,
There
you
you
guys
go.
are safe.
Okay.
Adam doesn't shoot up ever, except for one.
Actually, was it vitamin D or was it vitamin B12? What's the one you inject? I
It's
don't
vitamin
remember.
K.
Maybe it was B12. I don't know. I was deficient in something. I had to give myself injections for a little bit.
Did you really? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's hardcore.
It wasn't a
man.
big deal. Not really. They're these tiny, tiny little needles. You don't even feel them.
Subcutaneous.
No, I think it's supposed to go into muscle, not fat.
When you shoot up, you're aiming for a vein. Oh, my God.
Or does subcutaneous mean fat? I thought it meant fat.
It's so horrific.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. You weren't going for a vein. No, it just means under the skin. So yeah, you had to hit a muscle. So I'd do it in like my thigh or something. But I was paranoid because I was like whenever you like look to do something on the internet, they like give you the worst case scenario. So it's like you're gonna get an air bubble in the injection, and you're gonna like go in your heart, you're gonna fucking die. Like they just like oh my God.
I feel like I've told my ketamine story because everyone's talking about ketamine in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Because I did when I lived in Santa Cruz. I had a friend that worked at the cat veterinary, and ketamine is a cat tranquilizer.
Right.
Well, I think they use it for all kinds of animals. So, but
Okay.
we'd gotten ketamine plenty of times from people at parties and stuff. And I'm convinced that all the ketamine I had done up into the cat veterinarian connection was just fake. Because
when you got the vet ketamine, you're like, oh my God.
I know. It's like night and day. It's like,
Yes.
what the fuck?
What was I doing this whole time?
Yeah.
I was injecting baking soda into my body.
Well, you don't the special K usually snort. You don't inject it.
Oh,
So.
okay. Whatever.
Oh my God, it hurts my nose just thinking about it. That shit
Ew,
burns.
gross.
Oh, it's awful.
What the fuck's wrong with you? You're such a fuck up. Jesus. How are
It's
you alive?
awful.
How are you still alive right now?
Remember when someone asked the other day for my secret? I started thinking about the next day and I was like,
All the drugs you've done, they've like pickled your body, preserved it.
maybe.
You're like, what's the guy? Like that weird rock guy who like transfers his blood every like month or something. Vitality.
That's
Keith Richards. Is that the guy?
You gotta get young people's blood.
Yeah. Is that what you
That's
do?
the secret.
You get the young people blood?
Not yet, but I mean, I would try that.
Okay.
Not gonna lie, I definitely would try that.
Sammy says, I'm also confused how he is alive.
Look, seriously, I'm an artist. I hang out with other artists. We do fucked up shit, man.
Right.
That's what we do for fun. There's no way around it.
Stock for $5 says, I heard you talking about the time/physicsy thing. Philosophy bots need to stop acting like physical parameters of the universe might not exist. Yeah, I mean, the thing that's annoying is like there's a level of conversation you can have where you can make the argument that Sunday was making, and I'm fine making those arguments in limited philosophical conversations. But to try to bring that kind of level of kind of deconstruction, fart sniffing into like a normal conversation, especially a political conversation,
That's so
it's just like no, this is just stupid. Like we
That's
can't even
so
have a
true.
like this would be like if when we were talking about Adam Kneely, I was like, well, what do you said he died? What do you mean by that exactly? What do you mean Jordon Kneely died?
Yeah, Adam Kneely was the guy who we did the video on, who was a big asshole to us.
That was the music guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you like? Could you imagine if in that conversation about Jordon Kneely, I'm like, you're saying that Daniel Penny killed him? What do you mean by the word kill?
Yeah. What if he's in heaven right now?
Yeah. What do you mean he's dead? What is the difference between death and life exactly? Like, it'd just be so fucking stupid. It'd be the dumbest conversation ever. But that's essentially what's happening in this,
And everyone snickers about it. Look, he's not answering the question.
Yes.
Look, they asked him again.
True.
He keeps asking him the same question and he won't answer. It's so funny.
Clockwork for $5 says nuclear, 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 new hyphen clear, nuclear, nuclear.
How dare
You'll
you.
never get me to say it, Clockwork. Never. Nuclear.
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 I'll say it, I'm proud. You're not even saying it right.
Nuclear.
Nuclear is the correct way to say it.
I know that, but you say nuclear.
Yeah, I say nuclear. Yeah. Like, listen, if it's good enough for my president, it's good enough for me.
Nuclear.
Okay? Nuclear.
I think nuclear is the answer to this problem.
Yes.
We need more nuclear.
True.
Who did this art?
What do you got up?
Got this amazing piece of art.
I can't see it yet. So you have to
by
describe it.
Texas Peepaw.
I couldn't find Texas Peepaw's Twitter. He said I blocked them.
Oh, really?
And he didn't say anything in the chat. So I don't know. I'll unblock you. Well, depends why I blocked you, but
Do you even remember?
I don't fucking remember.
Sometimes I go heavy on the block for a few days and then I just am like, I'm done.
Metard drew this picture.
Oh, okay.
Metard. There's me and you, and we're looking over at CT, who's smiling, and we're nervous that she's smiling because it usually means something bad is about to happen.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Metard. That's great and true and accurate.
Always up to something. That CT.
Always up to something. That's sneaky CT.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yes. Toxic Mix for $10 says, a little behind. We'll have to check the replay, but sadly didn't seem like enough Sitches or Adams for a new song. Need another 30 minutes of social construction debate to squeeze a few more out. Well, there you go. We'll watch that before the stream ends. Toxic Mix did the Adam song with President Sunday. So.
Yeah. It was great.
We'll
we got it in the watch together, but we didn't actually watch it.
We didn't watch it, yes.
Well, Sunday jacked us around. He made it seem like he was going to leave early, and then he stuck around forever. People keep doing that to us. They're like, I got to get out of here. And then the next thing
they
you know,
like talking to us, Adam. Like you said.
Well, that's why I don't understand.
We're so charming.
Oh, look. Oh, I see. Zero Fuck sent me a screenshot where you can press the heart and make a different thing. Looks like on mobile.
Oh.
Cool. You can make a heart, a smiley face, a party, a uh-oh face, or a 100%. The YT phone app.
Wonton Tiger for 50 Canadian. Thank you so much, Wonton Tiger. I don't know why it color codes 50 Canadian as the 20 amount. But thank you so much. I know that it's not exactly a 1-to-1 ratio, but still. Thanks for the streams, Wonton Tiger says. Keep it up. Our collective intelligence is a social construct. True.
That is true. Yeah.
True.
Oh, this must be Zero Fucks. Oh, no, wait.
What?
It's Corona Kid. That's the next one. Oh,
The meme?
Precious did this one that's up now.
Precious.
Precious.
This is very cool.
It is
There's
cool.
there's like a demonic Sitch going, "Where's my ice cream, Adam?
Where's my ice cream?
Did you eat my ice cream, Adam?"
Well, I would eat it if I could.
Yeah, you fucker.
Look, I'm an ice cream whore.
Don't eat my ice cream, fucking piece of shit. It was clearly marked Sitch. I drew a Sitch face on it and put it in the freezer. Okay.
I do love ice cream, gotta admit.
I can feel like this is literally like a conversation if me and Adam were roommates. Adam, I clearly marked the ice cream. He just stares at me. I do like ice cream.
I do like ice cream.
Jesus.
I cannot tell a lie. I ate it all.
And then you hear the laugh track. This is like a fucking terrible, like, early 2000s sitcom.
I used to eat Ben and Jerry's, a whole tub of Ben and Jerry's in one sitting.
That's so bad.
Is it?
To eat a whole quart of ice cream or tub or pint of ice cream in one sitting? That's terrible.
Look, do you want to look 20 years younger than how you look?
I
Fucking
don't
eat
think
that
the
ice
key is
cream.
to eat a pint of Ben and fucking Jerry's. Okay.
Eat that ice cream, motherfucker.
Nobody listen to Adam. He's just like Adam is just like Donald Trump. He's just lucky that he has really good genes. For some reason, like Donald Trump has literally the worst fucking diet on the planet. Doesn't believe in exercise, and yet somehow he's still chugging here.
He was so energetic too in that town hall. How
That's
old
what I'm
is he?
saying, but it's so wild because it's like he takes so poor care of his body. So he just has really good genes, I guess.
How old is Donald Trump? Is he 80? I want to live to be
He's like
80.
77 or something.
Look, I want to be kicking like that.
6, I don't know, late 70s. That's why it's so funny. People like so much of this shit is all genetic. Like once we like really get gene editing down, like to like really easy levels of medicine, everyone's gonna realize how much of all this shit that we worry about is just genetics.
They're gonna pull out some gene that causes slow aging. I have a picture and I'm like, here's me when I'm 25 and I look like 12. It's hilarious.
Right.
It's hilarious. Yeah, they're gonna find that gene and I'm gonna be like, yep. That's the gene. There it is.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Well, no, it's probably it's not the slow. What it is there's a gene I think that has something to do with how well it maintains and replicates your DNA, and over time it like the code breaks down, and I think that's what makes you age. Right.
Yeah, telomere length or something like that. I don't know.
So. Whatever.
Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. And we've got President Sunday here. They're the same picture.
We have a mouse and a rock with eyes.
It's a pet rock.
Yeah, there you go. That's great. That's Corona Kid. Thank you, Corona Kid.
It's the smug President Sunday too, which is great. He's like, that's right. The same picture.
They're the same picture. It's beautiful, Corona Kid. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Wonderful.
Love it.
And accurate.
Not on our stream.
There you go. Joe the Make for $5 says just sent you guys a new Philosophy Tube gem on Twitter. I saw this. I didn't watch the video yet. Should we bring it up?
We can. Well, I have that. Okay. We have that. I have a video too if you want to watch that.
Oh.
Guaranteed.
Well, bring
to
up
make you upset.
CT's Mother's Day art to you.
I did. I brought it up. The video I have would make a good clip if you want to. If CT wants to clip it out.
Just tell me what the video is.
It's the Young Turks. It's a Young Turks video.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, and they're bitching about a Florida thing.
There's Adam. It says Happy Mother's Day, Adam. CT's about to stick a fork in the outlet, and Adam's like, "Say that."
Yeah, Don't do that, CT. I've done it before. It's not. The fork flies out, usually across the room.
Why is there no? There's literally no shock. I have zero shock when you say that you've stuck a fork in an outlet. I have no shock. I'd have been more shocked if you said you didn't do that.
I did it when I was. I mean, I must have been
You
like.
did it when you were 23.
No, I did it when I was like 4 years old or 5 years old. And the electricity went out in the entire apartment. And the thing flew across the room.
Yeah.
And it woke my mom up. I played it off like, oh, I don't know what happened. She's like, the power's out. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
They didn't see like a big black mark where the fucking where the outlet was. They must have known because like it would have fused the circuit. Or did it just maybe it just tripped the circuit, maybe it didn't fuse anything.
Look, the spark flew out. I'm so lucky I didn't electrocute myself.
You didn't get zapped at all?
No, it wasn't it was a key. It wasn't a fork.
Right.
It was a metal key. Yes.
Right.
I was playing around. I was lying on the floor next to the socket. And
Like,
I was
what
like,
happened?
oh, look, a key and a keyhole. Here, let me stick this in here. And the key flew out of my hand and across the room.
Yeah, you're lucky to get shocked.
And a big, like, shocking electric bolt flew out over me. Because I'm just a little kid. I'm, like, small enough to be underneath the light socket.
Oh, so you were literally laying on your back doing this? So you saw, like, light,
I saw,
like electricity, like, spark in front, like, above your face.
Above my chest, yeah.
Yeah.
And I will I will literally never forget it because, obviously, I was like, I almost died. Yeah.
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah. Look, I was a latchkey kid, okay? My mom.
That's why you put the key in the socket. Yeah.
I was like, look, I had to entertain myself. I didn't have a brother or sister or anything.
Okay. That's sad.
I think, didn't you have a brother, right?
I have an older brother, yeah.
Yeah. So you had someone to beat up on you, rather.
No, you were right the first time.
You beat up your older brother?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, wow.
I feel bad about it.
Huh. You didn't make him gay, did you? Like my other friend.
What?
Yeah, I told you my other friend thinks he made his brother gay, and he's like,
I don't remember this story. Your friend thinks how did he make his brother gay?
By calling him gay and making fun of him all the time.
Oh, no,
he thinks
I did.
He thinks
well, my brother's married, so I don't think I made him gay. Married to a woman. So.
But you beat him up. You beat up on him.
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Wow, how's that happen? He's like a smaller. He's older than you, but
he was
smaller than
he
you?
was a peaceful soul, and I was not.
Oh, okay.
I was very problematic as a child. The peaceful Sitch you see now was not the peaceful young Sitch that existed in the days of yesteryear.
I wasn't peaceful either, man. I was talking to my wife the other day about how my parents changed the locks on the house on me, and I was like, I totally forgot about that.
Your parents changed the locks on you?
Yeah.
Why?
I can't remember why.
Damn, I never did anything that bad.
I only remember coming home and putting my key in the lock and it not going in, and me going, what the fuck? It's like a whole new lock here.
It's hilarious.
But I jumped in the window. I was like, I'll just break in my window real quick here.
And what happened then? They're like, get out of this house.
No, they were gone. They were like at work or something. They were at work.
What happened when they got home? They're like, why are you here? We changed the locks.
No, I got whatever I was there to get and left.
Oh.
I went to the house to get something.
Yeah.
So maybe like a change.
Did you
of
run away
clothes.
from home? Were you staying?
I think I had run
else?
away from home, and I was staying with a friend of mine. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think they were like, we'll just put him in his place. You want to run away from home from us? Fuck
we'll
you.
Change the locks.
We'll change the locks. Exactly.
Right.
Actually, I think that might have been the time I stole the car and wrecked it. Which
I think your parents were justified in changing the locks. You stole the car and wrecked it.
Well, they changed the locks. They kind of had it coming.
No. They changed the locks because you stole the car.
No, I stole the car after they changed the locks.
Oh.
Yeah.
God, you were a fucking piece of shit. How did you survive? I would have killed you if I was your parents.
I was I was a rough kid.
Yeah, you were.
The kind of shit I put my parents through, I have
God.
spent a lifetime feeling shame
Apologizing
and regret
before.
about.
I bet. Jeez. I don't feel bad about anything I ever did as a kid now.
Well, you said you beat up on your brother and stuff.
Yeah, a little bit. I never stole the car and crashed it. I never did anything bad enough that my parents had to change the locks on the doors to prevent me from entering.
God, I really wish I could remember the play-by-play of that.
Yeah, what the fuck did you do?
I can't remember. All I remember is going home and putting trying to put the lock in and being like, oh, well, that sucks.
Okay. Interesting.
I'll ask my mom next time I talk to her.
Hey,
Sure.
Mom, remember the time that you wanted to murder me but didn't?
Remember the time you changed the locks on the house? What was that all about?
Yeah. What was that about?
Oh my God.
Sorry. Can you bring up the Twitter video?
I can, sure.
It's the Philosophy 2 one. It's like a minute long.
Hold on, let me click on this other video first.
The minor representations.
You're going to love this video. It's so
Okay.
good. Florida teacher probed.
Probed hot. Nice.
You want to see the Florida teacher that got
Well, let's
probed?
watch the Twitter clip first because it's only like a minute.
Okay. I got to bring it up, though.
Okay. As Me for 6 M Wire says, only a lad is an anthem for people like Jordon Kneely. There you go.
Jordon Kneely?
And Adam, apparently.
Wow.
Val Van Gogh for $10. Thanks so much, Val Van Gogh. Says, weighing in on the Dave Sunday drama. Probably should keep in mind Sunday was a habitual Spurg up until 2 seconds ago. Others such as Chud Logic, Doomer, Not So Yerdite, Destiny have called him a psycho. Yeah, I don't I obviously don't 100% endorse or really agree. That's why I would not just flatly accept President Sunday's interpretation of the distributist situation, right? So, because obviously distributist sends me one screenshot that makes it look very threatening. President Sunday reads another thing that sounds less threatening. So, it's like a whole one of these situations. So,
I can't find the Twitter video. What's up? Did you send it?
I'll send it to you. No, someone else sent it to us.
Who sent it? Joe the Mig?
Joe the Mig sent it to us.
Okay.
You see it?
I got it.
Okay. Fondue for $5 says, I would figure Adam would like adaptation. I don't remember a lot about the movie, but the scene I remember is about conflict and screenwriting. I do like that scene, and I've used that scene in my videos before. That's a good scene. But overall, I think the movie sucks. So. The movie kind of shits on that whole idea at the end of the movie. Kind of shits the bed on itself. So.
Here's more CTR. Be optimistic. Don't become a statistic.
There you go.
Lobster Man.
Lobster Adam?
Yeah.
Look at that, Lobster Adam.
Before Jordan Peterson lost his goddamn mind.
I know. So sad.
I really would like to hear Jordan Peterson weigh in on the AI stuff.
Why?
Well, I mean old school Jordan Peterson. I would like
okay.
to weigh in on the AI.
Adam listened to a bunch of AI videos. Now he's afraid the robots are going to take over the world.
Yeah, I finally listened to that one guy that is the Debbie Downer that everyone cites. And I was like, this guy's making good arguments. Fuck. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very sobering.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $20 says, Adam, my mom changed the locks after she kicked me out too. Sitch just doesn't understand things like that build character that makes us the men we are today. There you go.
Thank you, J-Mac. Yeah. There we go.
I mean, it definitely makes you the man you are today. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah. Sitch.
There you go. There you go.
I think
you get the thing up.
Yeah.
Give me a countdown.
I guess I could just hit watch again, right? 3, 2, 1, go.
I have this theory that transphobia is a kind of organized, deliberate ignorance. I think that we often talk about like, oh, people are just ignorant. They feel what they don't understand. And I'm like, okay, yes, but some people also refuse to understand. And I think transphobia can be understood as an organized, deliberate ignorance. And I think that it's a refusal to look at the facts of biology, like about other people like, oh, there's like only two sexes, XX and XY. And every scientist and biologist in the world would be like, no, it's not. No, it's not. Absolutely, it's more complex than that. Sex is a cluster of properties. You can absolutely change them, or like change a lot of them. I myself have changed sex. Like, believe me, you can do it. But then people will go, no, you just can't do that. I refuse to look at these facts. That's not true. What I was told in high school is the case. And then you'll have people who go, oh, like self-ID is a threat to women. It's like, okay, well, here are the stats from like the dozens of countries that have already adopted self-ID. There's no proven threat to women at all. There's no evidence for this position at all. People go, no, refuse to look at that, won't do it. Something that I often see transphobic people do on social media is you'll like try and explain what sex is to them, or you try and say, oh, here's the stats, whatever, and they'll just say word salad, and that's their reply. It's just like, I refuse to understand this. I won't look at it. And it's like, you can't really argue with people whose whole position is the denial of reality.
What a great clip.
Oh my God. The irony. Has there ever been so much irony packed into 1 minute and 14 seconds?
I was thinking the same thing the whole time. I'm like, wow.
Oh my God.
Every biologist in the world accepts
that there's more than two sexes, apparently.
What the fuck?
Did you catch? She didn't even say, Philosophy Tube didn't say, I changed my gender. She said I changed my
her
sex.
Yeah. I was thinking that. I'm like, has Philosophy Tube had bottom surgery?
I don't know. But even if you haven't really changed your sex in the biological sense. I mean, you've changed your sex organ, right?
Yeah, there was a video that I wanted to do a long time ago, and I never did it. It was the 7 operations that you would have to do to actually change your biological sex. Because you would have to get eye transplants and ear transplants and parasympathetic nervous system transplants.
Yeah, you're saying, well, I mean, you probably have to do more. You'd have to do more than 7 surgery to fully transition the sex. You'd have to do way more than 7 surgeries.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, you can't really do it at the genetic level, obviously. So,
obviously. Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I thought you meant like hypothetically, if you could do all of the surgeries, right?
Well, I wanted to go through and say, look, here's the difference between the men and women's eyes, because not many people know that information. So they're like, in order to see with a woman's eyes, you need a woman's eyes. Here you go.
Right.
So this transplant. Here's the difference in hearing. Here's the difference in pain response. Right?
Right. Here's the
like
difference
all
in
these-
nagging response. Yeah, I understand.
Well, there's not scientific evidence on that. I mean, not that I don't believe it. There's not been a peer-reviewed
Look
study
at Adam
on
needs
that
a
yet.
study for everything. Oh my
I know,
God.
it's terrible.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's when Philosophy Tube talks about changing her sex, the nagging part, I think she's done an excellent job
That's
at.
true. That's a good point.
This
yeah.
whole video, I kind of feel, is nagging.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What?
It's delusional. This
Daymax says, don't forget a woman's mouth. There you go.
is, I mean, it's delusional. It's a level of delusion that I just
No,
can't.
this is physical. This is no. The people denying it are the ones that are being ignorant on purpose, Adam. Okay. The people denying that there's more than 2 sexes for humans are the ones that are just being ignorant. You don't understand.
Pointing out delusional people is transphobic, though. I do get that part.
Right.
I don't understand. Look, I'm accepting of trans people. Like, I think adults should be able to transition if they have persistent gender dysphoria or whatever. They feel like they're going to live a better life. More power to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not willing to accept that all biologists accept that, sex is a social construct.
Right. Right.
I mean,
that's
that's
stupid.
where you fall into the level of delusion. You're just delusional.
Of
You're
course.
completely delusional. Completely detached from reality. And you make trans people look bad because you make people start wondering, I wonder if you have to be delusional to be trans.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Like I Taftage we could have on, and I don't think she'd be making. Taftage seems
No, of
not
course not.
delusional.
Right.
Right.
Well, Taftage is intelligent, so
You're right.
that's the difference.
Oh.
Stug for $2 says, "Steal your dad's chickens, Adam." There you go.
What does that mean?
It means to steal your dad's chickens.
Okay.
Darth 360 XX Notescope XX for $10 says, "I caught an interesting YouTube video recently. Harold Bloom interview, quote, the Western canon from 1994. Bloom's a great literature critic and professor who was noticing proto-woke shit way back then." Oh, check it out. Harold Bloom, the Western canon. That does sound interesting.
Sounds great.
Woke shit back then, yeah. Because if it was around, it just was not anywhere near as prevalent.
People send me stuff. I'm drawing for the next 4 days, obviously. So people send me stuff to. I listen to a lot of videos, a lot of the stuff you guys send me when I'm working on the comic. So.
Asif Artsy for $5 says, "Adam, you art hater. Stop ignoring the drawings I'm sending. So what if you got bombed a bit? It wasn't more than you deserved, and you know it."
Well, thank you for being persistent, and thank you for the super chat, obviously.
Right. Sir Bastion for $2.50. Thank you. Says, "Long-time viewer here. Any chance you can unban me from the live chat? I don't even know what I said to piss the mods off, but I bet you say spicier things to loved ones in bed." Yeah, sure. I'll unban you, because I don't know why anyone's banned, because I don't keep a list of it. So be on your best behavior.
Yeah, do it up. Are you able to super chat and not able to chat in the regular chat? That's a weird kind of situation.
What was the name? Sir Brastion. Let's see if I can somehow find it. YouTube is really kind of bad. The
mods
UI
can't permaban? Hayden Dill says.
Are you sure?
I feel like they can.
I thought they could.
I feel like I've seen mods permaban before.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's right, bitch.
Why is V Radios banned from our chat? When that
I might have banned him. I'm not sure. I don't care.
Should I leave him? Should I unban him?
You can unban him. I don't care. I got no hard feelings for V Radio.
I know my V Radio is banned.
Unban him.
I did. I don't see you, Sir Bastion. I don't see your name.
I mean, CT, you could always just click on a name and see if there's a... I mean, I can do it. It says...
How do you... What do you mean you can do it where?
Hide user on this channel.
Yeah, but you're not just a...
Yeah, but see, I swear I've seen CT do it before, so...
Yeah, I thought some mods could do it.
Look, they do it with the porn fucking people all the time. The porn...
Right, yeah. Hide user on this channel. That's a ban. What do you think that means? I don't see you in the list here. I mean, I'll check, but I'm not seeing your name unless you have a different YouTube name, in which case I don't know who the fuck you are on YouTube. So, I'm not seeing it here.
V is holding a grudge still, David? Oh my goodness.
I mean, obviously, V will hold a grudge till the end of time, but...
I saw he had a new... I think he added us on Twitter, and I just muted him. I was like, okay, well, he's got a new account.
I didn't notice if he added me.
Here, I'll send you the lyrics to Little Girl. You can give us your...
No. There's people whose name I recognize. I don't remember why they were banned, but...
Look at that. Me and J-Mac are both in the Cool Kids Club.
You're both in the KKK?
Well, it's the CKC. What are you talking about?
Okay. But Sir Brastion, I don't know, send me a tweet or something. I don't see your name. Is it Sir Brastion on YouTube? I do not see your name. It's not in the muted blocked accounts thing on YouTube, so I'm not sure what's going on there. But
I permanently banned Vinny once, and everyone got super pissed at me.
As they should.
Look, he was. We were getting ready to do some serious interview or something, and Vinny was going nuts in the chat.
That's what Vinny does, Adam. Okay.
Well, I was like, not now.
I'll just give him a temporary ban.
I thought the permaban was funnier, to be honest.
I mean, it was a little funny.
I unbanned him, though, obviously, because everyone got a conniption fit.
True. Andrew Clark for $2 says, holy shit, Sunday's actually suggesting that Sitch and Adam ignore super chats because it's getting in the way and people give you money regardless. So don't do the ethical thing and read them. Just pay attention to me. Wow. Well, also, as you said, they're making good points. So,
of course they were. They want to be a part of the
true.
conversation. This is why people do super chat us, because they know we're
stupid and we need smart people like in our audience to give us smart arguments.
No, they know that we're thoughtful about including them in the conversation.
Oh, well, that's a nicer way of saying it, but yes.
J-Mac, Sitch was trying. I said we were in the cool kids club, and Sitch was trying to cast that as the KKK because that's what he tries to do to people.
Well, no,
people like us.
I don't know.
Cool
that was the meme,
kids.
When the meme for me growing up was whenever someone said the cool kids club, that was them saying the KKK.
What? Oh, that's awful.
You don't know that?
Uh-uh.
Okay. I've never heard someone say cool kids club outside of a KKK reference.
Right. Okay.
So there you go. Adam, how dare you throw J-Mac under the bus like that? By tying him into the cool kids club.
You're the one that threw him under the bus.
Okay, sure. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, President Sunday could have a 3-hour conversation about how 2 + 2 = 5, and you're stupid for thinking otherwise. There's an element of bad faith in how he willfully misrepresents you, but I think he believes his own contrarianism. Yeah, I agree with all that.
He said he was 32. I'm surprised he's that old, to be honest with you. Because he has the attitude of someone in their early 20s.
That is true. Well, that's what someone earlier before the stream started said something like, President Sunday is either like 25 or 50, and I can't tell.
Right.
I thought that was a good one. Dr. Diverno, $2. Thank you. Says liberals of the last 30 years have been purely left because the left-wing push has been towards liberal values like equality in the form of civil rights. Socialism does not have equality under the law demonstrably. True.
I saw a video the other day, though, that Ben Shapiro was sticking up for liberals because he was like lamenting the old school liberals that we had on the left that actually you could have a conversation with and, cared about things like individual rights and personal freedom and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And now progressives are just throwing all that in the garbage.
Progressives.
Yeah. Progressives.
Progressives.
Florida teacher probed. Don't you want to know how she was
Hold on,
probed?
we're almost done with Streamlabs. I'm going to watch the probing, okay?
Okay.
Sobadoge for $2 says, I fucking knew it! I always thought it was weird that President Sunday actually tried to look presentable and had a study as his background. Also, Sitch, your real name is already out there. It's OCT. No, don't. There you go. Thank you, CT, for silencing Sobadoge before my name gets doxxed.
Is your real name out there?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
The only people that know my real name are you, CT.
CT, why would you tell that big mouth?
She went ahead knows my first name.
Oh, yeah.
Greg. Anyone I met at VidCon. I think that's it.
Did I call you by your real name at VidCon? I don't remember.
I assume you did. That'd be weird if actually were you calling me Sitch in person? I don't remember. I actually don't remember.
Well, you can call me Adam.
Dying. Okay. Official S class for $2 says, we here at S class disagree with President Sunday on the Kneely Penny use of force. It is always okay to take your opponent from behind, especially by surprise. S class emphatically supports the use of reach around to calm someone down. True.
Kneely.
Thank you. The official Jordon Kneely for $2 says, I want a wrench. I'm not taking no for an answer. I'll hurt anyone on this stream. I'm ready to go back to Twitter. There you go.
That's pretty good.
Terrible. How dare you joke about a man who died? Okay.
That's excellent.
God. CT says, League of Art Assassins says, I want some racial profiling. I just assume all artists do drugs. So when I smoke weed, I was on the phone with an art friend and told him he was not happy, and I was so confused, and not because of the weed. No, she didn't say I want some. She said want some racial profiling. The racial profiling is I assume all artists do drugs. True. And CT for $2 says, I feel like me and Adam's friendship is 70% him trying to stop me from doing stupid shit. Speaking of, next time I'm in LA, I want to do swords. Adam, come do swords with me.
I did see like an axe throwing place recently, but I can't remember
Those are
where I
fun.
saw it. Yeah.
No, you have to do swords with Adam. You have to do swords with CT and Bluff.
Maybe I'll probably be working on the comic though. This thing's never going to be done.
You can stop working on the
Jesus.
comic, but do swords. Don't be a bitch.
Got to keep my work schedule up, guys. Sorry.
Look at this. I don't think it's going to be for a while. You should be done by the comic by then.
Okay.
You got to do swords.
If then. Probably working on book 2 though.
Oh my God, listen to this fucking guy. Anything to not do swords.
Look at you, Sitch, Mr. Why would I want to do that? Like, ContraPoints wants to take you out to dinner, and you're like, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to go anywhere?
Yeah, but I'm a well-known antisocial curmudgeon.
Well, I'm a workaholic.
Yeah, okay.
What do you want?
Dill's elephant-sized question for $2 says, I can ban people, ? Well, now to my list of people to ban. Vinny, shit. Doomer, shit. PC, okay. Here's the real question. Would you rather live in a world with dicks for boobs or boobs for balls? A-team is all shaft and no balls. S-class equals and then just blank. That's such an easy question. That's literally the easiest question in the fucking world.
Is it boobs for balls? Is that
obviously? If you have to choose between dicks for boobs and boobs for balls, you obviously go with boobs for balls. Because guys want to play with their balls all day.
Dicks for boobs.
That's terrible. That's an awful world.
Yeah, because you're like, you get their top off and you're like, oh, wow, out of my face.
Dicks on your chest. Yeah. That's terrible.
Oh, my God.
Baby's got to breastfeed out of dicks? Nobody wants that. That's awful. That's a terrible world. Boobs for balls. Any day. Any day. Not even a question.
Yeah.
Not even a question, though. Okay, let's watch this dumb video you want to watch so badly.
I mean, we don't have to watch it.
No, but now we have to watch it.
What do you think this video is going to be about?
Well, the title says teacher under investigation for showing a Disney movie in class.
Where's it say that? Oh, you got the thing.
I'm hoping. There's one of two things. I'm hoping that the teacher showed something that's some weird sex thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm afraid it's literally like I showed Beauty and the Beast and they said you can't do that because we don't like Disney or something.
No, it is. This is why I wanted to watch it, because it is kind of a edge case. But I do think the teacher knew what she was doing and was basically like, ha ha, look, I'm fucking with you. And is trying to play innocent here, like, what? I can't do this? Look, I'm just an innocent little gay activist here. So, okay, here we'll dig in. You give me your feedback.
The minor representations that have nothing to do with the movie are such a big deal that now admin is in their room, pulling their teacher out, calling the students one by one down to the office to interrogate them in the middle of my lessons. And now there is an investigator from the Florida Department of Education coming to pull my students out of class again to investigate them individually.
A Florida teacher is currently facing a state investigation after showing the Disney movie Strange World to her 5th grade students. The movie, by the way, is pretty innocent. It's rated PG. Let's hear more from what she has to say.
And by the way, they don't even have to have a signed parent permission slip for that. The LGBTQ aspect of the movie, they're harmless. It's just a talked about crush, and it's only a couple lines in total scene time of just over 2 minutes. The parents in the movie kiss a lot, and that wasn't even brought up. And that's the issue.
Look, the hetero smooching, not a problem for a conservative.
Wait, I was reading. Did they say what was the problem? Or she just said what wasn't the problem?
The hetero smooching was not a problem. Are
We
you
don't know what
reading
the
the
problem
chat?
was yet.
What's going on?
You don't know what the problem was yet.
Yes,
though.
we do know what the problem was. Were you
What
not
was the
paying
problem?
attention? She showed the movie Strange
The
World.
parents in the movie kiss. They're harmless. It's just a talked about crush.
Pay
They
attention.
talk about a gay crush.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the movie Strange World?
I don't. I've never even heard of this. I never didn't even know this was a thing.
It was a giant flop at the box office. I'm just, why are you showing the movie Strange World in your class? You're going to show a whole Disney movie in your class? It's ridiculous.
And it's only a couple lines in total scene time of just over 2 minutes. The parents in the movie kiss a lot, and that wasn't even brought up. And that's the issue.
Look, the hetero smooching, not a problem for a conservative school board member who has sparked this investigation. The real issue, as was noted in the video you just watched, had to do with the fact that the main character is not heterosexual and is attracted to someone of the same sex. But the movie isn't about that and barely even touches on that. In fact, what is the movie about? Well, Strange World, an animated sci-fi movie, was released by Disney in the late fall of 2022. The movie depicts a group of explorers who go on an adventure to find an exotic plant that serves as their society's source of energy. And conservatives don't like the movie, apparently. And look, I don't want to generalize. It's one conservative school board member who was elected into the school board last fall, and she tries to get books banned. This is like the #1 thing she seems to be pretty passionate about. Her daughter was in the classroom as this film was shown, and the main character of the film, Ethan Clade, is gay, played by Jabuki Young White. Clade's storyline includes having a crush on another male character named Diazo.
It's a fake
Critics blasted the movie as indoctrination, and Fox News said it was the latest in a year of woke disasters for Disney. And the film, to be fair to the right-wing zealots in the country, has been restricted in other countries. So, you know, they've got some company here, and that includes the Middle East, China, Indonesia.
Okay. Was there anything else worth watching? Or just
Yeah,
about the
let's keep
situation?
watching. Come on, I want to hear their commentary. You throw in your commentary. What do you got to say about
Well,
this?
okay. So from the beginning, I always said that the Republicans in Florida were fools, total dullards, total nimrods, total maroons for including gay in that bill at all. It should never have included gay. It should have only been about trans stuff. And they're totally fucking stupid to have ever included gay in it. It was a dumb fucking oversight. It totally helps them fall into the trap that the left always talks about how they just take gay people and they want to roll back everything. And now that they're extending it to upper level grades, they're further falling into that trap. And presumably there are some Republicans on the school board that, or I mean in the legislature, who just actually hate gay people, because I don't understand why you would add that to the law otherwise. There really isn't a concern of a gay social contagion, you know, in our country right now. So very stupid, very, very, very stupid of the Republicans in Florida to do this.
Well, do you think the teacher is showing this movie because it's got a good science theme for her class, or do you think that she's an activist that wants this gay relationship put in front of her students?
Well, so according to the story, it wasn't for educational purposes. It was a brain break, okay? Which is code for saying, I'm lazy and I don't want to teach class today. Here's a movie.
Right, but
right. So
well, I think she says later in the video that she picked it. Look, there's more of her talking.
Okay, if she's judging on what she said just alone, I can't make the determination whether it was intentional or not.
You brought up an article. Does it say what year they were? What class?
Well,
like
I mean, the
fifth
movie
grade.
came out last year, so it
No,
had
no.
to
What
be...
is it? A fifth grade class? Is
Oh,
it
oh,
a
oh,
fourth
oh,
grade
oh,
class?
oh. Fifth grade, yes.
It's fifth grade.
Fifth grade, yes.
And in fifth grade, you're 10.
10, yes.
And she's showing them a PG-13 movie.
That was PG, she said.
Oh, it's just straight PG. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is technically age appropriate.
Yes.
But my question is she doing this for activist reasons?
Maybe. It's definitely possible.
Right. So obviously they're framing this as the school board person that wants to ban everything is doing it for activist reasons.
Well, they're both doing it for activist reasons.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Can't we just agree? Like, let's not, like, if the parents don't want gay relationships in the classroom, is that wrong, or is that homophobic?
I'm sorry. If a parent says that they don't want the conversation, they don't want you allowed to be talking about gays in the classroom, is that wrong? Is that what you asked me?
Yes.
Yeah,
they don't want,
depends what the depends what
they
the
don't want
context
a
is.
movie shown that has, that's an activist movie with gay characters.
Well, okay, so it depends what the context is, right?
Right.
Like all things in life, when we're trying to figure out, was it justified for Daniel Penny to stop, to put a submission hold of some sort on Jordon Kneely? The context is important, right?
Right.
So if you play a movie where two characters are simply gay in the movie, and it's a PG movie, and they just talk, like, maybe they hold hands, or, they talk about that they're like each other or something, that's totally fine. Obviously, a movie that shows two guys, butt fucking each other, not really appropriate for public school, right? Especially when you're 10.
Well, not appropriate for any school if you're 10.
Yeah, right.
Jeez.
I don't know, I'm sure there's some college art classes somewhere.
Well, I do think it's ridiculous that fifth graders don't know about homosexuality. Like, let's
Obviously
be
they
real
do.
here. They're calling each other gay all the time.
They're calling each other gay. They're looking at porn on their phones when they're 10.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but my question is, it's just the thing that I don't like about it is it's activism in the classroom, and it's creating this toxic culture warfare in the classroom because the teacher's like, I need to teach kids about gayness.
Right.
Why can't they just learn about it on the internet like everyone else?
Sure, but here's the problem. So the move that the left does, which we've criticized a lot, is they start to put a bunch of shit. They try to insert a bunch of woke shit into something, right? And then the Republicans legislate against it, and then the woke people go, why are you trying to insert politics in this conversation, right? When it's just they're reacting to what the woke is doing.
Well, she herself says there's a bunch of heterosexual kissing in the movie.
Right.
Don't show the movie. Just don't show the movie.
Okay. It's fine to show a PG movie that has kissing in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can show Snow White.
They
or
should
Sleeping Beauty. I mean, it's fine. Like we don't go crazy here. When you're 10, you can see people kiss in a movie.
I don't think we got one fucking movie when I was in fifth grade.
Yeah, I don't remember.
They didn't show movies.
Right.
They didn't go here, put the DVD in. Let's watch Step Brothers.
Right. So as I said, so the left does this move where they try to shove a bunch of politics into something. Then the right legislates against it, and then the left cries and says, "How dare you try to legislate against our politics? Why are you so obsessed with the politics?" Right.
Yeah.
The problem is, I would argue that in this case, to some extent, the right kind of did that. Because if they just focused on the trans question or even the gender identity question, you could say, okay, they're just trying to push back against wokeness. They're just stopping that thing. But to insert the gay question into that, it basically creates the reverse situation where now the teacher can just say, well, they shoved their bullshit politics in the school by putting this weird restriction on being able to even mention homosexuality to 10-year-olds. And so they're shoving the politics in the situation in the first place, because that was already basically an accepted concept at this point.
Right.
So,
okay.
It was really dumb for them to include. It was from a strategic perspective. Obviously, I disagree with them morally, but just from a strategic perspective, it was so bafflingly fucking stupid for them to include the gay thing in the bill. I don't fucking for the life of me understand why they didn't take it out, or just when they updated the law to try to extend it, to only extend the gender identity trans stuff and to just leave the gay stuff at third grade or something. It's so bafflingly stupid. Such a fucking stupid thing for them to do, and such an easy thing for them to fix, and they just don't do it. So
I guarantee you the kids in this 5th grade class were laughing their ass off when they got to
probably not. They were just watching this dumb movie, and they're like, okay. They like weren't even like processing. Oh my god, there were gay people in this movie that liked each other.
I bet they were, to be honest with you.
I seriously doubt it.
They're like, oh look, our activist teacher's at it again. This is exactly that South Park episode. It really is.
It's not that. No, I don't.
It is totally. What's a teacher that comes in and wants to talk about his gay love affair over the weekend, and everyone's like, "Oh my god,
Mr. Garrison."
Mr.
That wasn't
Garrison.
activism, though. Even in the episode of South Park, it wasn't activism. It was literally him just gossiping about his own.
But it became
relationship.
activism.
Well, once PC Principal becomes involved.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Well, they don't have PC Principal. They have.
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, okay. You said there's some other quote.
They have anti-PC Principal.
You said there's some other quote of her later in the video, so maybe she does say that it's activism.
Turkey, Nigeria, Uganda, and other countries because of the very small LGBTQ storyline there. And Cenk, you said you've seen the film. I hope you didn't show it to your kids. I'm sure they were scandalized by it if you did.
Well, we did. We watched it together. And they remained entirely unscandalized, okay? They barely noted that situation. I don't think they noted it at all, actually. And so...
Cenk's kids are slow.
Well,
why?
It
because
could be
to
something
them,
very subtle.
It's not some weird or scandalous and outrageous thing for someone to be gay. It's a so what? And that's exactly what conservatives are worried about. They don't want it to be a so what. They want it to be a mark of shame to be gay. And they're really mad that it's not shameful anymore. And they want to go back to the bad old days where it is. And I like this, this last thing that Anna pointed out of like, hey, that's okay though. It is banned in other countries, like as the Republicans would say, Chinese Communist Party has banned it, and so are you proud? Are you proud that you're with the Chinese Communist Party? A number of Muslim countries have banned it. Uganda has banned it. So. Is that great company? Is that the company that right-wingers want? They're like, yes, we're with the fundamentalist Muslims. Well, say it loud, say it proud, okay?
Yeah.
And
don't you think it's a little straw man-y to not mention the fact that it really, like, it could just have to do with kids? I don't think the Republican Party is against. I think there are a lot of gay Republicans, so.
Well, okay. What you're saying is true-ish to a point.
Right.
However, my counter would be, it's hard for me to imagine that people that are saying that should not be allowed to talk about the concept of homosexuality to, someone who's 10 or someone who's 13. I don't believe for a second that those people are totally fine with gay people.
Right, they're probably against gay marriage, or probably.
Yes, those people are probably homophobes for the most part.
So they're just using the children as a shield, as a human shield for their own homophobia.
Because it's not like the trans stuff where we have this question of you putting, when someone comes out as gay, you're not like, oh, we have to put them on puberty blockers. We have to give them surgery. Like it doesn't, if someone's like, oh, I think I'm gay. It's like, well, okay, well, you can fucking fuck around and find out if you're gay or not. And you make the determination at some point. It's not like a big deal.
Right.
There's not some massive question of social contagion for gayness, which is then going to lead to gay regret in the future.
Well, I hear men can get pregnant now, though. What if they get gay pregnant?
There you go. That's a good point. They could get gay pregnant.
And guys, to me, the most important part of this story is we called it colloquially the "Don't Say Gay" bill, and Republicans freaked out. They're like, "That's not what it says, man. This is so for not sexualizing the kids, etc." But in that movie, I watched it. There was no sexualizing of the gay character at all. There was some of the straight characters, but not of the gay character.
I know, but the straight character stuff, totally fine.
Yeah, of course.
Which, by the way, I also think is totally fine. Like who?
It's not over.
But see, and that's the problem too. This is like, when Lindsey Graham put out his national bill for abortion, and Joe got very mad about that because it kind of destroyed the right wing's entire argument.
Yep.
I mean, that's what this is. This is just like, oh, so it really was a don't say gay bill.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job, Republicans.
They screwed up. Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Overly sexualizing. It's like kissing.
It's a PG movie.
Yeah.
It's a PG movie.
But I'm talking about the straight characters. The gay characters didn't do anything. They didn't kiss. They didn't do anything, okay? So when they say, oh yeah, we're bringing you up on this, they're basically admitting, yes, we don't want you to ever mention that there are gay people in the world.
Now, after
it's total straw man. They don't want them to mention gay relationships to 10-year-olds in the 5th grade class. Never ever in the entire
As I
world.
said, I'm highly skeptical.
Right. Well, certain people do, but I think there is a subset of people who don't want, they want to talk about this kind of touchy subject with their kids on their own. They don't want it, they want it kept out of the classroom.
Yeah, but okay. So again, as I said, it depends on what the context and the way in which the conversation, like there are definitely ways that I think that a teacher could have a very shit conversation about homosexuality in a classroom that would be completely not appropriate. Okay.
Of course. Yeah.
But in the context of this, where it's like there's literally a character in a movie who is just gay and that's it. Right.
Right.
And that's a problem. Like that literally is exactly what the left was saying was the issue with the don't say gay bill, and the right played right into it with this dumb fucking maneuver.
Well, how do you know that the teacher isn't using this as like a way to open up a conversation, though?
It doesn't matter if they were or not. That's irrelevant.
Well, it matters if they're using it to open up that conversation in the sketchy way that you're talking about.
No, because do you think that evolution should be allowed to be taught in school?
Yes, obviously.
Right. So the Scopes monkey trial was a test case.
Mm-hmm.
They said, oh, we know we're not allowed to teach evolution, so we're going to have someone come in and, intentionally teach evolution to get a court case out of it, right?
So you think that's what's going on here?
Well, no, I'm just saying that just because someone knows something is the law, right? And then they intentionally make an action where they say, oh, I'm going to try to do something to trigger someone, the legal system, to get mad about it. That doesn't mean that nullifies, or that somehow means that what they did was the improper action to take automatically. That's my point.
Gotcha.
Being duped by Rebecca Jones, I wanted to make sure that there was confirmation that this teacher is in fact being investigated, and she is in fact being investigated. Her name is Jenna Barbie, and the Hernando County School District confirmed a 5th grade teacher, and that's Jenna Barbie, is being investigated for showing Strange World, and that a parent complained to the principal about the movie not being appropriate for students. The complaint sent to the Hernando County teacher states the Department of Education's Office of Professional Practices Services has determined an investigation is warranted into allegations that you engaged in inappropriate conduct. Now, the letter was signed by Randy Kosek, who is the Chief of Professional Practices, under the words, "Please govern yourselves accordingly." And the situation needlessly escalated due to an overzealous school board member who was elected just last fall. Her name is Shannon Rodriguez, and you're about to hear Jenna Barbie talk about her in the next clip.
This is hilarious. I just looked up PG. Do you know what PG stands for?
Pig guts.
Parental guidance suggested. Parental guidance suggested some material may not be suitable for children. The film should be investigated further by parents.
Oh, you cannot believe you're making this
There
argument.
may be some content.
This is the worst
such
argument.
As language, violence, or brief
This is
nudity.
literally the worst argument you've ever made in your entire. Like, this is worse.
But they
than the
aren't
children's
so
argument. This is the dumbest argument. I can't believe you're saying this for real.
My understanding is like you should have some respect for the parents. That's my only thing. Like if your teacher is showing you a movie that has brief nudity in it, do you think that's appropriate for? Do you think the parent
didn't have brief nudity?
No, I'm just saying. Should the parent have the ability to veto the movie that has brief nudity in it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just because it's a PG movie doesn't necessarily mean that the parent wants their kid to see it.
Wait a minute.
That's the problem
no,
here.
Stop. Okay. There's no brief nudity or anything even comparable to brief nudity in a PG movie. That's what makes it a fucking PG movie.
Yeah, but the reason why it's a PG movie is because there's this other material that parents
Oh
need
my
to
God.
know.
PG is like fucking baby. That's a baby movie.
No,
Everyone
G.
knows it's a baby movie. That's what I'm
G-
saying. I can't believe
G
you're
is
saying that.
G is for general audience. Okay.
I understand that. Okay.
Right.
G is like
Our 10-year-old
G is like teeny tiny baby movie.
Our 10-year-old
PG is like once you're above 5, you can watch this fucking movie without getting scared, right?
Our 10-year-old's children.
No.
Okay.
They're not even human.
Look, all the conflict that we're having here, the disagreement that we're having is just over the parents having some say in how their children's education is
You
fucking
agree
playing out.
that parents should have some say in the education, right?
Of course.
But they shouldn't have say in everything.
Well, I don't want my kids being taught by some activist teacher.
So if a parent says, I don't like the concept of evolution, it offends me personally.
Right. Okay.
You don't think that they should be able to prevent their child from learning about it, do you?
Well, they can. They'll pull them out of class. Yeah. And I'm sure there are parents that do that.
No, I think if you want to do that, you go to a private school. Okay. You got to learn about evolution in public school.
Sure.
Okay. So we understand that there's some criteria.
This is not evolution.
Wait, I understand that. You just keep saying, I think the parents should have a say. I don't disagree with that. Okay. I'm just saying just saying the parents should have a say is not a blanket statement. It depends on what we're talking about specifically.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And in the concept of knowing that fucking gay people can just exist in the world at 10, I don't think parents should have a say, or they can't even acknowledge, a teacher can't play a fucking movie which simply has a character who's gay in it. I don't think that's appropriate for a parent to say, I don't even want my child to know that gay people even exist. I don't think that's appropriate. No.
You know, the whole reason that this is in the movie is for representation reasons. You know that, right? Like it's like an.
Well, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know at all why it's in the movie.
Right.
I don't know if it actually has anything to do with the plot, or if it's, as you say, it's very possible it could just be for representation purposes.
It is. It totally is. It's just shoehorned in there.
Okay, but again, so what? That doesn't have anything to do with whether it's right or not.
Right. Well, I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
Well, I haven't either.
I just know that obviously it's so obvious that the teacher's like, look, I'm playing this movie to piss off some parents.
Yeah, but that doesn't negate the action. It doesn't mean that the action's automatically wrong.
Right. You're saying that if the biology teacher is like, look, I'm going to teach evolution and piss off these parents.
Yes.
I would argue that the evolution debate is like a settled debate, but this I'm going to show gay characters to my kids is not a settled debate. And look, I think
the gay should kids be able to know that gay people exist. I think is a settled debate. Yeah.
Well, I think should they have a class that teaches about gayness in class? Should they include it in? I mean, the sex ed is in 6th grade. It's not in 5th grade. So.
Well, my sex ed started in 5th grade, so no.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yes.
So maybe
and I don't think
maybe 5th grade is appropriate then.
I think it's totally fine for 5th graders to learn the fact that, first of all, as you said, I don't believe for a fucking second that there's a single 10-year-old that doesn't know what the concept of being gay.
Of course not. They're calling each other gay.
I knew it meant to be gay when I was fucking in 1st grade, because I remember calling people gay as an insult in 1st grade.
Yes, I know. Me too. Exactly. No,
right.
I said that in the very beginning of this.
Yeah, but see, this is my problem, is that you're not accepting the fact that this fucking person, this idiot fucking dumb fuck on the school board, who's literally making every Republican look bad by doing this, is a virtue signaling twat. Okay, who's going, oh my God, there was a movie that had a gay person in it. Oh, like, what is this fucking pearl clutching virtue signaling bullshit?
Well, I'm sure
that's insane.
I'm sure at some level they are concerned about their children, and that's what I'm deferring to. I'm like, I get some parents.
Yeah, but so what? People can be concerned about things. Doesn't mean it's legitimate. The woke people are so concerned about white supremacy. Doesn't mean it's a legitimate thing.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't want him teaching white supremacy in the classroom either.
Right, because I mean, like, think if there was a black parent that was like, "Oh my God, I think that my child should learn about the 1619 Project. Okay, this is very important to me."
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'd be like, "Well, too bad for you. Go fuck yourself." I don't care.
Okay. Let's continue.
Okay.
I was told by every teacher and mentor at our school that our method for approval by administration of showing movies was to have a signed parent permission slip for PG movies. I had that from the beginning of the year. The whole 5th grade team had signed permission slips for PG movies with no objections to specific content. I actually had one student who did have objection to specific content, not showing the Buzz Lightyear movie, but she wasn't in my classroom.
Look at this. The Buzz Lightyear movie has a gay character too.
Oh, it does. I was like, what the fuck?
Totally.
What happened in the Buzz Lightyear movie?
So she knows. Look, all I am saying is this woman knows exactly what she's doing. Look, she has one student that objects to the Buzz Lightyear movie, and then you know why she's objecting to the Buzz Lightyear movie. And she's like, oh, wow, there's this other Strange World movie that has another gay character in it. I can show this movie. She totally knows what she's doing.
Okay, but again, that doesn't matter.
Okay, sure. Doesn't matter.
Anymore.
No, but you agree.
It wasn't a big deal. The reason I was turned in is because one of the split students was a school board member's daughter. That school board member is currently on a rampage to get rid of every form of representation out of our schools. She even spent days this past week going to all the high schools to get rid of anything that had to do with representation.
Okay, okay, you're jumping too hard on this, and you're making something that I don't think is appropriate to make without proper knowledge.
Okay.
Because if she goes up there and she plays the Proud Family, right, which I'm sure is rated PG or Y7 or whatever the TV equivalent is nowadays. Okay, she goes up there and she plays the Proud Family episode where it's the CRT episode, right? You remember that? You know, that was making around on Twitter.
Proud
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know the woke TV
right.
show.
You gave me the which is like the Adam's not listening.
So. Well, I'm half listening, but I
okay.
did understand what you said.
Okay. If she went up there and she played, even though it was PG, the Proud Family CRT, like
woke as fuck.
Yeah. Obvious, not just woke, but obviously designed for political indoctrination purposes, right?
Totally. Yeah.
Okay. That's a completely different scenario because you're like, oh, their teacher's literally trying to push some kind of political message onto the kids, right?
Yeah.
Having a movie that simply has a character in it who is simply gay is not doing that. It's not pushing a political message.
Okay. I hear you.
Okay.
But next week, this teacher's going to have that. What's it called? Modern Family or something?
Proud Family?
Proud Family, yeah. Next week, she's going to be showing Proud Family. I guarantee
Well, then kick her out for that.
I guarantee you.
Kick her out when it's actually legitimate, not for this bullshit.
Whatsoever. She even had admin escort her to a teacher's classroom that had a sticker of a black hand and a white hand holding hands, and the white hand had a different color fingernail for every finger.
So as I mentioned earlier, the school board member who was elected last fall.
The fuck did she? Wait, I don't understand what she just said.
She doesn't like the poster.
Of all the high schools to get that school board member is currently on a rampage to get rid of every form of representation out of our schools. She even spent days this past week going to all the high schools to get rid of anything that had to do with representation whatsoever. She even had admin escort her to a teacher's classroom that had a sticker of a black hand and a white hand holding hands, and the white hand had a different color fingernail for every finger.
So.
Oh, was it? They had like LGBT rainbow fingernails.
Yeah, rainbow fingernails.
Because I was like, if it was just a white hand and a black hand holding your hands, that's why the fuck
it was
would you
it was a gay hand.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
right.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the school board member who was elected last fall is Shannon Rodriguez. She was endorsed by the conservative group known as Moms for Liberty. And in her short tenure, she has argued there is smut and pornography on schools' library shelves and has asked for books to be removed. And in fact, at one point, the teacher, Miss Barbie, ended up having a meeting with her in order to discuss this complaint over this movie. And here's how that conversation went.
We had a meeting, And
but here's the problem. Okay, here's another problem. Okay, there is legitimate like weird fucky, and we've all seen it. There's like legitimate weird fucky, gross
pedo shit. Yeah,
pedo shit, right? That exists in some of these books, and that some teachers have been pushing in the classroom, and we've covered it and talked about it, a lot.
Of course.
Right. The problem is, and as we've talked about, Sitch and Adam's law of politics is, what do? It's, you take the extreme, case on the other side, on your enemy's side, and you use it to paint a broad brush with everyone on your side. Okay.
Right.
And so every single person on the left will now point to this as, oh my God, we told you. This is, Republicans hate gay people. Everything they talked about with grooming was all lies. All the real shit that was bad they got rid of, that was all fake, because they just want to get rid of the gays. Okay, that's what this story is, and that's what it will do, unless they actually drop the gay shit from the bill like they should have in the first place.
No, I understand your position totally. The gay stuff shouldn't be in there. The people do want. Look, it's a sensitive topic for people, I guess. I don't know that I want my. It's funny that it's always a female teacher, because I wonder how the male teachers feel about talking to the students about sexuality.
Well, first of all, I'm sure there's a massive disproportionate female teachers in the first place.
Of course. But I feel like the male teacher would be like, I'm going to get my ass in trouble if I am talking to these kids about sexuality. It's like, what the fuck? I'm going to get late.
I remember seeing some libs of TikTok with some, very woke male teachers with purple hair.
Did you?
Shit,
I don't look. I muted libs of TikTok because I couldn't take it anymore. It's like too weird for me, but
right.
Understood her perspective that, okay, she really doesn't want this shown at her house. I never saw that perspective before, so I didn't think it was a big deal. But seeing how upset she was, I told her, I understand my lesson. That's that. But come to find out, she had already reported me, and there was nothing she can do about it.
And she also claimed.
See, the woman is obviously distressed. She's like probably a hardcore Christian. I don't want my kids seeing this stuff.
I don't give a shit.
The devil.
Fuck them.
Look,
if you're so sensitive that the existence of gay people can't be told to your 10-year-old, then you need to take your kid and put them in a private school.
Okay.
Claimed that even though there were consent forms in the beginning of the school year, since the teacher did not send a specific consent form having to do with this specific film, well, then she can't say that she received approval from the parents to show this film in class. She also said this in an interview with the Tallahassee Democrat, quote, "It's not a teacher's job to impose their beliefs upon a child. Religious, sexual orientation, gender identity, any of the above. But allowing movies such as this assist teachers in opening the door for conversations that have no place in our classrooms." But the teacher says this wasn't about.
Let me tell you why it's a shit argument. Okay, that's a terrible argument. That's like saying you can't have a movie. You can't show a movie to the 10-year-olds that shows a heterosexual couple kissing, because that opens the door to you having to explain in graphic detail how fucking happens.
Well, I don't think. Why are you having a movie with people fucking kissing in it? What the fuck?
How is the guy who literally fucking would choke himself out with his friends when he was 8? Like, I don't know that 10-year-olds should be seeing movies where people kiss.
Look, we were watching science movies in class. We were watching documentaries. We weren't watching narrative fiction about gay characters.
There's
it's so obvious that this is
people
being
kissing
done.
Fucking Bugs Bunny puts on drag and kisses Elmer Fudd. Okay, you can't see against the concept of kids watching things that show kissing in it.
We weren't watching comedy cartoons in classrooms. Okay,
well, but that's a different question.
Look,
it's an entirely different.
I'm trying to think. I don't know that we saw any movies in school, but I mean, it's a new time. Okay, now teachers have all kinds of stuff all kinds of ways to shoehorn their ideology into the classroom. Look, it's so obvious what's going on here. That's exactly what's happening. You don't think so?
I don't know. What are you basing this off of?
Off of my professional expertise around the situation.
Okay.
Look, the parent is pissed. They know what the teacher's up to. The teacher knows what the teacher's up to.
Oh, they know what the teacher's up to. Okay. So when the black teacher says, "Listen, how dare you not talk about the, white supremacy?" I know what the teacher's up to. They're up to being a racist, right?
Well, first of all, I would argue that there's a difference between sexual content and content about racism. Like sexual content we usually save for, the parents or the right.
This wasn't sexual content. Having people kiss in a movie is not sexual content.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Okay,
so it's fucking
so
not.
You're saying people kissing in a movie is not sexual content?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, if they're people who fuck later and they kiss in the movie, I would argue that it's sexual content.
Yeah, the fucking is the sexual content, not the kissing.
If it's someone, kissing is sexual content though. How is it not?
If you had a child and they were 5-year-old, would you say, "I'm not gonna let you watch a movie that has people kiss in it"?
I mean, look,
yeah.
What I want my kids to see and what somebody else wants their kids to see is between them. That's this is the disagreement that we're having. Like I have this idea that parents should be able to control the level of sexual content that their kids see.
Or
at least feel as if they're doing that, because I feel like parents lose a lot of sleep at night thinking some fucking pedo is trying to feel up my kid at school. So that's why I'm like
It doesn't matter.
It's about
I don't give a shit what people feel, Adam.
Okay,
neither of us. Look, you don't care either.
That.
No one cares how people feel, because then we would give a shit when the way people say,
care.
"Well, I feel." No, you don't. Not on you. You care if you feel that the feeling is justified. Okay, so you have to make an argument that the feeling is justified. Just not that people feel
I
it.
care as much for the parent that doesn't want their kid to see the fucking evolution stuff. Okay, I understand the psychic pain that the parent.
Yeah, but that doesn't
feeling.
mean that we should have to acquiesce to that.
Well,
because someone feels that way.
You have a better argument for acquiescing in the case of sexual content than you do in the case of fucking evolution.
I would agree, but kissing is not sexual content.
Oh my God.
Okay,
that's ridiculous.
I've never heard
that is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
When a parent kisses their son on the cheek, that's not sexual content. Right. When a husband kisses his wife, that is sexual content. Okay.
So every time a parent kisses their spouse in front of their child, they're doing sexual things in front of their child.
They could be very easily.
See, I don't agree with this argument.
Look, do you understand that kissing can be sexual content or may not be sexual content?
Yeah, so obviously
you get that, right?
Well, wait a minute. So there's a difference between, we kiss, or I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna, oh my, we're gonna roll our tongues over each other, right? There's different types of kissing.
Do you know what kind of kissing is in this movie?
I'm assuming. I could be wrong. I'm assuming it wasn't that.
Well, we don't know.
Well, also, this whole argument about the kissing is kind of irrelevant because, as they said, the complaint wasn't about the kissing.
Yes, because
the kissing was between straight people.
Because the kissing is probably non-sexual kissing. So there's really no argument to be made about it.
Okay, well, it was probably not. It was probably because it was straight people kissing. If it was gay people kissing, they'd have a big problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Teaching the students about gay relationships. In fact, The subject matter in the film actually addresses some of the subject matter we've been discussing in class, and she gets into the details of that in this clip. Let's watch.
Just what you want. You want your you want your male 5th grade teacher to be talking to your daughter about sexual orientation. That's got to make all parents feel comfortable.
I chose this movie because it relates to our curriculum. Our unit at the time was earth science and ecosystems and how they interact. Plants, humans, animals. So this movie's perfect. My thought process was, what a better way to showcase all these standards, along with huge lessons of overcoming differences, spreading kindness, communication, and chasing your dreams, a lot of which are in our social emotional Florida Best standards as well. Is a character in the movie LGBTQ? Absolutely. Is that why I showed it? No. I have a lot of 5th grade students who have come to me this year, long before showing this movie, talking about how they're part of that community as well.
That's hilarious. Sitch, are you okay?
I don't understand why you're laughing. She just literally said the opposite of what you said. She said she didn't show it for the reasons of that there was a gay character in it.
Right. But she said she's had lots of her 5th grade students already come to her and tell her that they're part of the LGBT community.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means in the context that she said it.
Well, they're probably trans.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying I don't know. She said I didn't show it for that reason, and then she made that comment, which seems like a non sequitur. So I'm not exactly sure what she's trying to say there.
She's basically saying half our class is gay already. Like, I don't need to show the film.
Oh, maybe that's what she's trying to say, yeah.
It seems pretty obvious. This is like, I mean, it seems hugely obvious that this person is an activist. I
don't think you can say that this person is an activist because they showed a movie that features a gay character they don't kiss. We don't even know what the fucking extent of it is. And it's a movie about people exploring some underground cavern, and she thought it was relevant to earth sciences. And it's a fucking PG Disney movie. And I don't think you can say, well, this person's an activist based on that.
Okay.
And even if they were an activist, that still wouldn't mean that what they did was wrong.
Of course. Yeah.
And that's not, yeah.
Yeah. They could be a map activist.
I mean, the person trying to get this person in trouble is a political activist. Like, literally, they're on the school board, right?
Yeah, but the difference, I would say, is they're basically saying there is a conflict over this material, and therefore I think we should side on keeping the material that's causing the conflict out of the classroom.
But you acknowledge it's not that simple. Like, it can't be a single factor analysis on this. Right?
I mean, if the single factor is whether or not the content is sexual in nature, I think no. The single factor
is on just because people disagree. So just because something is controversial, people disagree on it, doesn't mean it shouldn't be taught in a public school.
If the single factor is sexual content,
okay,
we can
that's the
do
second
a single
factor. That's the second factor.
Analysis.
Single factor. Factor. Just because something is controversial doesn't mean that doesn't mean it shouldn't be taught in school, right?
Okay.
We both agree. Okay. Second factor, if something has something to do with sex, right? You're saying it shouldn't be. But even that's tricky.
Sex by nature is controversial. So
sure,
that's why I'm saying your factor is not necessarily needed. Because you could just say, let's keep sexual content out of the classroom because it's controversial.
Well, here's the problem. You have to be a little bit more specific, because if under we can't talk about sex in general, right? How do you do a 5th grade sex ed class in the first place? Obviously, you have to literally talk about sex, number one. Number two, you can't even have a normal biology class where you talk about, male and female sex, because that's controversial, because a bunch of woke people think that that's not real.
Tell me what you would think if this was a male student and or a male teacher, and at the end of the comment there, they said, half my class has already come to me and told me that they're heterosexual.
Okay, I don't understand.
Would that be a red flag for you? Would you be like, why?
Red flag? I wouldn't understand what the fuck I wouldn't understand why they said that.
Why?
If a male teacher said half the class came to me and told me they're heterosexual,
yeah,
I don't even understand. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
if the male teacher was aware of the sexual orientation of half the class.
I mean, you would assume that the majority of the class is heterosexual automatically, would you not?
Why? I don't know.
Statistically.
I don't know. I mean, as a male teacher, I'd be like, whatever their sexual orientation is none of my business.
Okay.
That's the way I would look at it.
Okay, but that's okay. That's all the teacher saying whatever that comment is about students come to me after class. That's information that's not relevant to the specific argument.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
The problem I have is there are certain things, especially unscientific things, that I don't think should be talked about in school. And very specifically, the trans stuff. The reason I don't think specifically that gender identity and trans stuff should be talked about in school is, number one, gender identity is not based on science. It's based on fucking gobbledygook, number one. And then I don't think the trans stuff should be talked about in school because I think that issue, very specifically that issue and that issue alone, has the danger of causing social contagion, has the danger of confusing children and getting them to transition and then regret it later in their life. There is no such equivalent to that for simply heterosexual people kissing or for the existence of gay people to be acknowledged.
Right.
And so I don't see how these issues should all be lumped in together.
Well, I'm saying that the comfort of the parent is part of the component, and you're saying I don't give a fuck about the comfort of the parent.
I'm saying that alone is not enough to merit one way or the other. Okay.
Well, it's enough for me. Okay. That's my position. I think the
only
comfort
when
of
it has to do with sex.
Sex is the most obvious, uncontroversial thing, obviously.
Yeah, but no,
I mean, if you want to have a
so
conversation about evolution, okay, we can. I would still empathize with the parent that doesn't want their kids to learn evolution, okay?
Well,
I've said that already. I know
they can take their kid to a private school if they want to do that.
Yes, but learning about sex is obviously
but you have to teach
uncontroversial,
one or the other, right? You can't have a woke parent can't say you can't teach my child in third grade that a man and a woman exist in your biology class because that offends me. Right?
We've talked about trying to make the classroom nonpartisan.
Apolitical.
Yes.
Yeah,
apolitical.
nonpartisan. Yes.
Apolitical. Exactly.
Yes. Right.
This is not that. This is completely partisan.
Having a movie that simply has a gay character exist in it is not a political partisan issue.
Okay, sure. I get it. The political part of it is talking to fifth graders about sexual orientation. That's the political part of it. And the movie is just the way to shoehorn that into the classroom.
So 30 years ago.
Seems pretty obvious to me.
Right. 30 years ago, we'd be having this conversation where there'd be a bunch of Christians saying, I don't want you to teach sex ed at all in my public education except for abstinence only education. And if you do, that's you shoving your politics into the school.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just saying that argument alone, to me, you need something more convincing than just simply saying those words together.
Look, we disagree. It's okay. Look.
Okay. I didn't know you were such. I didn't know that the guy.
We can still be friends.
I didn't know you're such a prude. I didn't know you're such a square.
Look, I care. Look, I'm. This is.
I'm just teasing.
This is a total libertarian side of me, right? The idea that people want to force their beliefs onto your children bugs me. Okay. It's completely. It's a level of intrusion into other people's lives that I personally find disgusting. I do. And I feel like this woman this is what she's doing. She's like, listen, I have to force my way into these people's lives in ways that are just inappropriate. They're totally inappropriate.
Okay. If she showed people, I don't know, what's a gay movie that's like really about fucking gay shit?
The Crying Game. I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking whatever.
No, it's not The Crying Game. But
Brokeback Mountain. She's like, look, kids, we're going to watch Brokeback Mountain this week.
There you go. That's much. See, if she was like, I showed my kids that were, in fifth grade, if I showed the 10-year-olds Brokeback Mountain, I'd be like, that's not appropriate. That's not an appropriate movie for 10-year-olds to watch. I don't even know why the fuck you would watch it. That to me, you're like, okay, obviously political, right? What the fuck's happening there? This is a movie that just features a character who's gay in it.
Right.
It's a children's movie that features a gay character in it. That's not a political statement, and I don't think it's fair for you to say that she's motivated by some sort of like massive political thing because of playing this movie.
There are all kinds of movies that have Christian themes in them, but they're not specifically Christian movies. Is it appropriate for them to play one of those movies just to broach the topic of Christianity?
It depends.
Look,
it depends on what you're talking about.
Is it The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe that's like the one that's
that's totally fine.
Got the Christian themes in it. It's like, oh,
yeah,
let's
the Christian
bring this
themes are
in the
like
classroom.
The Christian themes are shoved under like 10 layers of symbolism and allegory. Right?
Sure, but let's say we know that the teacher is a hardcore Christian, and their ultimate goal is to convert as many of these kids to Christianity as possible.
Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, so
because the kids aren't going to get it. They're not going to say, "Oh, I watched The Lion and the Witch."
Well, they're not going to get it until the teacher starts talking to them about it after class.
Well, that's a completely different thing. If this teacher after the movie said, "Did you all notice that there was a?" She said, "Excuse me, class. Did you all notice that there was a gay in this movie? Are any of you?"
She literally.
Because if you are, I want you to come to the front of the classroom and I want to paint your face with rainbow colors, and we're going to do fucking cartwheels and throw glitter around the classroom. If that happens, then I'd agree with you, Adam.
Sitch, that's what the last comment she said was all about. What do you think they're talking about after school? How do you think she knows that half her class is a member of the LGBT community?
Okay.
She literally says it.
Okay.
Look, here, let's listen to that last comment real close here.
Absolutely. Is that why I showed it? No. I have a lot of 5th grade students who have come to me this year, long before showing this movie, talking about how they're part of that community as well.
I have a lot of students that have already come to me.
Becoming
during class.
A better Barbie. Let's look at
coming to her during class, Sitch, or coming to her after class,
or
before class.
Barbie.
Do they raise their hand during the classroom and go, teacher, I want to talk to you about my sexual orientation?
It sounds like well, no, I think you're wrong in your interpretation.
So look, she literally says they have come to her. When did they come to her, Sitch?
Okay,
I'm asking you a question.
Okay. You are ignoring the context of what she's saying. Okay. She's saying this statement in the framing of, this absolves me of doing something for a political reason.
No, but
obviously you're not interpreting it properly.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. She said a lot of her students have already come to her to tell her that they are part of that community.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, when did they come to her?
I don't fucking know.
Well, do you think they came to her during class and said, teacher, I want to tell you something in front of the class here?
No, I think what happened was that I think they probably went to her grooming sex dungeon after class.
Okay, good.
And they said, indoctrinate me into the LGBT lifestyle, please.
I just don't know.
I found the video. We can actually watch her full video to understand what the fuck the context is that she's saying.
Let's do it. I gotta pee so bad right now.
You go pee.
Okay, I'll be right back. Don't read JMax Super Chat without me, though.
Doomer says children should be groomed in the chat. There you go.
No.
No? Did you go to the bathroom? Okay. How am I dodging Adam? Adam is making the argument that if there's a controversial issue about sex, it shouldn't be taught in school. And I've said, number one, he doesn't actually agree with that position because he agrees that school should teach that there are two sexes, number one. And number two, having a character simply exist in a movie and be gay is not teaching about sex. All right. So what am I dodging exactly in this conversation here? The gay character talks about blowing another dude. I'll let you know. Adam, the parent side permission slips. They were fine with the movie. The woman kid could have excused herself. I did that when I was hyper Christian. I knew the movie would upset my mom. It's a non-issue. Well, I think they signed a permission slip for
PG movies.
They didn't sign a permission slip for the specific movie, I don't believe. So
she should have sent home a permission slip for Brokeback Mountain.
yeah, see that, yeah, there you go.
That would have been good. Do you want to watch her thing? We can watch her thing instead if you want.
Yeah,
see how
let me,
bad it is.
Send you the link.
Oh, I guess I got it. I mean, you can put it in, right?
It's a TikTok video.
Oh no. Why?
I couldn't find it on YouTube.
Is it on Twitter?
It's on TikTok.
Oh, okay. Can I even bring up TikTok? I don't know.
I assume. I'll see if it's on Twitter. Maybe it is. Jenna Lynn is her name.
It's always a TikTok video, isn't it?
I type in Jenna Lynn and I get like some OnlyFans model. That's not who we're talking about.
Yeah, let's
And
not.
I get a
bring
bunch
that
of
up.
porn. Oh, interesting. Okay. So
Jenna
this is
Lynn,
what
huh?
happens. You type in the name of the teacher and you get a bunch of porn. They're teaching sex to children. Better Barbie. No, I think you have to watch on TikTok. The fuck? What do you want, Tamer?
Is Doomer coming on or what?
Is Doomer coming on?
Oh, Doomer's here. What happened? What took you so
I don't
long to
know.
get here, Doomer? Jesus.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I had a reason to ask for a link and I already forgot what it was. I know it was like a minute and a half ago.
It was like 2 seconds ago. Oh my god!
Let me just scroll up.
I only brought you on because I assumed you were gonna yell at Adam.
Adam was saying some dumb shit, but I wasn't paying that much attention on video games.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I guess bye, dude. What do you think to say or contribute?
Doomer wants to sexualize your kids. You heard it here first.
Oshasi says, Sitch, you're dodging the fact that it's really weird the teachers talking to their students about their sexuality. I will only say this one more time. Okay. I don't understand why you're so incapable of understanding this. It's like this is the performative stupidity. Okay. If this was a movie,
that's not fair.
This is a performance soup for everyone. If this was a movie, I'm only saying it one more time. This was a movie that was about a character who's like, I am a gay person. And it's gonna be about me living gay in the fucking world. It's about me being accepted about being gay because I'm gay.
He's not talking about the movie.
Stop.
He's literally not talking about the movie in the super chat.
I will address that in a second.
Okay, good.
If that's what the movie's about, then I agree with you. I say, oh, that's probably not appropriate. Okay. If it's just a Disney movie that simply has a character in it who simply is gay and it's barely even fucking talked about, that's not the same thing. Okay. Now, when you say the teacher is talking to their students about their sexuality, and you mean outside of the concept of the movie, right?
Yeah.
We don't fucking know what the fuck the teacher's talking about. Okay. At all. Yeah. That's why I wanted to watch her video. You, Adam, and Oshasi are making very big judgments and assumptions based off of a single sentence that she said.
Oh my God.
Without even a full understanding of the context, because you're not even interpreting her statement in the context that she obviously meant it to be interpreted.
Okay.
Don't say okay, like dismissively. She's saying this comment.
I feel like
do you acknowledge that she said that comment as it's supposed to be a defense against the claim that she's trying to indoctrinate children?
Yeah, she's stupid.
Okay. Well, so then obviously there's some context here that we don't understand.
That comment plays into the fact that she's trying to indoctrinate the children, obviously.
It could, or maybe it doesn't, because it's a fucking 5-second clip and we don't know and it immediately cuts off after she says that.
Roll the TikTok.
Do you have it up?
No, did you send it to me?
I did send it to you.
Why is Doomer here? Doomer,
because I thought he was going to say something.
I'm just asserting my dominance. Okay, I ask for a link, I get a fucking link. I don't need to contribute to the stream. I don't need to be a fucking dancing jester for your fucking entertainment. Okay, if I ask for a fucking link, you send a fucking link. And it's out of goddamn respect. Okay,
this guy's worse than that woke teacher.
How many times have you asked for a link and we've just ignored you?
Way more than we've sent the link.
See, I was going to send you a TikTok link, but now I'm not going to because it's funnier. Right now.
Where's this link at? Oh, here's the TikTok.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can put it in my...
Hi, my name is Jenna Barbie. I'm the...
Jenna Barbie. My God. Can you think of a worse stripper name
I
than
mean,
that.
that's unfortunate, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what's going on there? What's up with Jenna Barbie?
Can you put a TikTok link and watch together?
I don't think so, but I managed to
No, it's not working.
get it on the screen. I don't know if I can get rid of all this extra crap.
If you put a TikTok link into watch together, it should send you a link to a church. Could get some help.
It just steals your credit card information and sends it to China.
Okay, it's a 6-minute video, so it's just going to be painful, right?
A 6-minute TikTok? Those exist?
Yeah,
Let's
I didn't
go.
even think TikTok
Ready?
would be 6 minutes. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jenna Barbie. I'm the teacher that is under investigation with the Florida Department of Education for indoctrination for showing a Disney movie. I just wanted to come here and tell you my truth, my story about what actually happened. So I'm a first-year teacher and a first-time mom, so needless to say, I've had a lot of learning to do this year. So how the situation came to be, our students had standardized testing all morning. So some students didn't finish, so in the afternoon, part of my students who didn't finish went to a different teacher's classroom, and she split her kids amongst the other 5th grade teachers. So due to the fact that they spent their morning state standardized testing, I had a lot of students not in my room who typically are, and I had another teacher students in my room. I thought it would be a great time to give them a brain break by showing a movie that related to what we were learning about in school. Other 5th grade classes did this as well. So I want to bring up the issue that I'm in trouble for. I was told by every teacher and mentor at our school that our method for approval by administration of showing movies was to have a signed parent permission slip for PG movies. I had that from the beginning of the year. The whole 5th grade team had signed permission slips for PG movies with no objections to specific content. I actually had one student who did have objection to specific content, not showing the Buzz Lightyear movie, but she wasn't in my classroom anymore, so it wasn't a big deal. The reason I was turned in is because one of the split students was a school board member's daughter. That school board member is currently on a rampage to get rid of every form of representation out of our schools. She even spent days this past week going to all the high schools to get rid of anything that had to do with representation whatsoever. She even had admin escort her to a teacher's classroom that had a sticker of a black hand and a white hand holding hands, and the white hand had a different color fingernail for every finger. So the school board member called the Department of Education on me for indoctrination before ever coming to our school to talk with me or admin about the situation. When she did come to our school, she came as a school board member, and our principal said, no, you can come as a concerned parent, but then you need to schedule a meeting. So she did. She came, and later that day, and admin was in and out of my room, pulled me out, and we had a meeting, and I understood her perspective that, okay, she really doesn't want this shown at her house. I never saw that perspective before, so I didn't think it was a big deal, but seeing how upset she was, I told her I understand my lesson, that's that, but come to find out, she had already reported me and there was nothing she can do about it. So I chose this movie because it relates to our curriculum. Our unit at the time was Earth Science and ecosystems and how they interact, plants, humans, animals. So this movie is perfect. My thought process was, what a better way to showcase all these standards, along with huge lessons of overcoming differences, spreading kindness, communication, and chasing your dreams, a lot of which are in our social emotional Florida Best standards as well. Is a character in the movie LGBTQ? Absolutely. Is that why I showed it? No. I have a lot of 5th grade students who have come to me this year, long before showing this movie, talking about how they're part of that community as well. And it's not a big deal to me, so I just said, okay, that's awesome, do you. Not pushing anything, just being accepting. That's what I do. Does that have anything to do with why I showed it? Not in the slightest. The LGBTQ aspect of the movie, they're harmless. It's just a talked about crush, and it's only a couple lines in total scene time of this? Just over.
Okay, pause this. She literally, see what I said? You just listen to a couple more seconds of context, and it's the exact opposite context that we all, or not that you, I didn't perceive it the way that you and some of the other people perceived it to be. She literally said it dismissively. She's like, okay, that's great. You be you.
Okay.
She's literally saying she doesn't give a shit that they're gay.
Okay. Should we listen to more?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it
Well,
proves
look,
my point.
I
So
wanna hear-
I want to cut off while
Look.
while I feel validated.
I want to learn more about her personal truth. And her social emotional learning class.
And she also said, it's interesting. She also said that she said that she would respect. She did better than I did. She said she would respect the woman's position.
Yeah, because she explained it to her. Listen, she's like, these are my kids. These aren't your kids. Okay.
Well, fuck your kids. Your kids probably suck.
Yeah. Well,
wait, are they teaching people to respect women in school nowadays?
I know, terrible.
Let's continue.
Why?
Just over 2 minutes. The parents in the movie kiss a lot.
Okay.
And
Well, she
that
said, she said Florida social emotional, but it sounded like she was referring to some state standard. I don't think she was referring to the James Lindsay complaining about SEL.
No, she is referring to SEL. Yeah, social emotional learning.
Yeah, but she said it in terms of like, is there a Florida standard, like a Florida state standard that has a social emotional learning?
I don't know.
No, she's not, because I just pulled it up. Florida Department of Education, Social and Emotional Education Skills Development. Oh no, you're right. It is for SEL, but it is part of the law in Florida currently.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, DeSantis hasn't got to it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
no,
the
that's
things.
what
Yeah, but
Lindsay's talking about.
The things that she
finish
said.
Up on the video here.
Well, let me just say before people just go SEL and their brains melt. Okay. The things that she rattled off. You don't have a problem with any of those things, right?
What do you mean?
Overcoming adversity, like the
I think
3 or 4 things, right?
Look, I think kids shouldn't be exposed to overcoming adversity in the classroom. Right. That's horrible. No, of course. I mean,
okay, that's what I'm just saying.
Look, I don't care that much about the gay stuff. Like my conflict here is that the parents should have their wishes honored when it comes to sexualized content. That's all I'm saying.
So you think simply having a character be acknowledged as gay is sexualized content?
Yeah, of course.
Well, how does the inverse of that not also true?
What do you mean the inverse of it?
If you acknowledge a character as straight, how is that not also sexualized content?
I don't think it is. Well, I don't.
But I think that's the flaw of the argument there.
Hold on a second. I guess if there is a character in the movie that has, a romantic crush on a heterosexual character, yeah, sure, that's sexualized content, yeah. But I mean, you can have married couples and whatnot without it being sexualized content. I mean, I think you can even have a gay married couple without it being sexualized content. In this context, though, it was literally talking about a crush. So, but anyway, let's not get.
Well, but wait. So,
look, none of this has to do with my argument about the parents' comfort. Okay, we're talking about our comfort here.
I understand that,
which is completely irrelevant.
Well, no, it's not, because we both agree that just because an individual doesn't feel comfortable with something, it means that we're going to change all of society around that individual's comfort.
Unless it's about sexual content.
Well, no,
and there we
because
disagree.
Even then. So what if a parent said, "Listen, what if the parent was an asexual?"
This is so boring. We're looping.
No. Wait. Stop. What if there's an asexual parent in the Church of Asexualdom, and they say, "You cannot show the Super Mario Brothers movie to my child because he has a crush on Peach, and Bowser wants to marry Peach, and therefore there's sexual themes in this movie."
That's fine. Keep it out of the fucking classroom.
Okay. Well, I guess we just fundamentally disagree then.
Look, teach the fucking kids math. Teach them how to fucking read.
Well, she said it was after they've been
taking
standardized. They said this was after they've been taking standardized tests all day, and they were just.
You can't find one movie that doesn't have any political or sexual themes in it. Cry me a fucking river. That's not true.
I disagree, Adam. We shouldn't just teach them to do math and read. We should teach them practical skills like, how to download Grindr, stuff like that.
Yes, I agree.
There has to be movies that they can show them that are going to be non-offensive to all political parties. Show them those movies. My whole point is this woman knows. She's even got the prior Buzz Lightyear experience. So she knows that any sort of gay characters in the movie are going to light the parents up. So she's doing it on purpose. She understands.
So she's just lying when she says it wasn't
She's lying like a fucking rug.
Right.
Yes. She's lying because her job is on the line. She realizes, look, she's obviously referring to a written statement here. I don't know if you can see her eyes looking down right now at the statement that she's written out, because she's trying to save her fucking job. Look, she already got in trouble with the Buzz Lightyear thing.
Well, no, she didn't get in trouble. She said that someone said they didn't want to watch it.
Well, hold on a second.
Wait, what's the Buzz Lightyear thing?
I will bet. Look, I'm happy to bet you that if we dug into this situation, she showed the fucking Buzz Lightyear movie and got in trouble for showing it. I guarantee you that's why she knows that the one student the parent doesn't want to see the Buzz Lightyear movie. I guarantee
I don't know the answer
you
to that question.
I'm sure that's what happened.
It sounded like she was saying that they said, it sounded like.
Why are you giving this woman infinite amount of charity?
I'm not. What the fuck? Wait, you gave her zero credibility or zero charity. And it turned out I was literally right. That you were misinterpreting her statement.
Says you. She has not said anything that vindicates anything she said in my book.
There's a difference between a teacher saying like, I have all of my students come to me and they tell me whether they're straight or gay, right? And saying, look, I've had a bunch of students come to me and tell me they're gay, and I say, you do you, that's cool. And she says it in a dismissive voice, right? Those are very different statements.
In the statement where she's trying to save her job, do you think it's more appropriate for her to say, oh, I don't encourage them? Or do you think, she could be lying and she could actually encourage them? She could be like saying, oh my God, that's amazing. That's great.
Obviously, she could be lying.
Oh, yeah. She could be lying.
We don't have the information to make the determination the way that you're making that determination.
Well, we don't, hold on. I'm only bringing this up because we don't have the determination to make it the way you're making it either. That she just blew it off.
I'm just going by what she said.
Right. Okay. But you're taking the position that she's not lying, that what she said is gospel truth.
No. You made an argument interpreting what she said in a very specific way. And I said, I don't know about that. That doesn't make sense to me. We watched the context. She wasn't making that statement. She was making it in a more dismissive way. Now you can claim that you think that's possible. You can't claim you think she's lying. You can say it's possible that she's lying. Of course. I don't know that, but you don't know that. No one knows that.
Let's let her finish. Let's see how much more she has to say.
Because I fucked around and it's gone now.
I'm at 3 here. I'll back it up a little. I'm at 3:30.
3:30.
Just let her finish. Let her finish talking. You're like, oh, I'm vindicated. Look, she could be lying. You're not vindicated.
Okay.
We have no idea the personal relate. Look, she could be fucking one of these kids, Sitch. I see one of these teachers about her age fucking their students like once a week.
She could be having sex with the children, dude, but you don't know. She could be banging all the kids. They could be running trains on her, right?
Sitch, would you be surprised if this
I go to that class.
Would you be surprised if this woman was fucking one of her students?
This woman could really be an alien in disguise. Her head could open up because she could be one of those little aliens from Men in Black. And she's like, the universe is on Orion's belt. And you're like, who's Orion? She's like, that's the kid I was banging in the broom closet that's underage. And you're like, oh my God, this alien's a pedophile.
Oh my God. Do you think, look, if she was banging one of the kids, do you think she'd be honest about it in her TikTok video?
No, I don't think she'd be honest about banging children.
Okay, finally we agree.
Okay.
LGBTQ aspect of the movie, they're harmless.
I hit play. I forget we got to hit play at the same time.
3:30.
You ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Talked about crush, and it's only a couple lines in total scene time of just over 2 minutes. The parents in the movie kiss a lot, and that wasn't even brought up, and that's the issue. I also want to bring up the fact that none of my students cared or batted an eye. They didn't even know this was a big deal until the board member and the state made it a big deal. They're using it against me, saying they're protecting the children and it's for their safety. But what is this actually showing them? Their teacher showed a movie to help them connect to our curriculum and learn some valuable life lessons. But the minor representations that have nothing to do with the movie are such a big deal that now admin is in their room, pulling their teacher out, calling the students one by one down to the office to interrogate them in the middle of my lessons. And now there is an investigator from the Florida Department of Education coming to pull my students out of class again to investigate them individually. And by the way, they don't even have to have a signed parent permission slip for that. This investigator is allowed to come and pull them out, and a letter got sent home to some of the students, but I doubt a lot of my parents are even going to get it. And if they don't call and object, the interrogator is allowed to just pull them out. Do you know the trauma that is going to cause to some of my students? They are 5th graders. Some of them can barely come up and have a conversation with me and are just getting comfortable with me, and now an investigator is allowed to come and interrogate them? Are you kidding me? What is that showing them? This is the public education system.
You notice she just changed the page?
Where students from all backgrounds, cultures, and religions are welcomed and should be celebrated and represented. I am not and never would indoctrinate anyone to follow my beliefs. I will, however, always be a safe person to come to that spreads the message of kindness, positivity, and compassion for everyone. That is the key to the safety for our children. That is the key message that everyone needs to find in their heart and understand. I was taking stuff off the walls the other day, and I had a student come to me and say, Miss Barbie, why are you doing this? And it's because of the new law that was put out about everything being standards. And I said, well, this is what's happening. And they said, why don't we get a say? That's a good point. Why don't you get a say?
Why don't the kids get the
If you
Why don't
haven't
the
seen
10-year-olds
Disney
get a
movie
say?
Strange World, I highly recommend it. And for those of you who are throwing hate my way without knowing me or my true intentions, you may learn a thing or two from that movie. Follow your heart. Find the compassion. Find the kindness. It's the key to a better, positive life. Thank you.
Okay, Sitch.
There you go. I'm glad we watched the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She seems like a totally nonpartisan.
Yeah, she literally said, I don't want to teach.
Non-activist person.
She does, yeah. You're saying this sarcastically, but I don't know why. She literally said, I don't want to teach a kid about any ideology. I just want to teach them to be, compassionate and to not be afraid.
Right.
To talk to me about anything. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm sure if one of her students came to him and said, look, I think I'm a conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Can I talk to you about it, Miss Barbie?
Right.
I'm sure
she
would say, oh, yes, I'm very compassionate towards conservatives. Let me just talk to you about your conservative philosophy.
Right. She would say, how dare you say that you're a conservative? We're sending you to the penis explosion chamber to have your penis exploded. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what she would say. Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure she would.
Whenever she sees someone walking down the street with a red MAGA hat, she takes out her gun and she just assassinates them on the corner. She says, listen, that person made a threatening move at me. Okay. You don't understand. It's self-defense.
Look, she's obviously caught up in the politics of what's going on in Florida. Look, her whole classroom was in all kinds of gay acceptance posters or whatever. She's got to take them down. She's like, but Miss Barbie, why don't we, the 10-year-olds, get a say? You said you would protect me from my parents.
That's not what that you misunderstood. That's not what she meant.
Uh-huh.
She said they had to replace everything on the walls with specific standard things. She's referring to the things on the wall had to be referring to the standardized testing thing, not that there was a bunch of gay shit.
No, I think you're wrong, but they probably have standardized stuff that they can hang on the walls in the classroom. And she had to take down all of her gay stuff.
Right, but it doesn't mean it's a bunch of gay shit.
I bet it was, though. Let's be honest here.
God, gotta take out all my RuPaul posters, man. Goodbye, Trixie.
Yeah, there you go.
Look.
She had nothing but RuPaul posters and pride flags. All up the entire, literally, there was no wall. It was just wallpapered with actually, you know what it was? It was wallpapered with just pictures of drag queens dancing provocatively.
Did you get the TikTok video
drag queens
in the
reading to
watch
children.
together? I feel like you did.
Hi, my name is Jenna Barbie.
I tried to, and it didn't work, so I hit back. So I'm back in the text video. So.
Hi, my name is Jenna Barbie. I'm the teacher.
I mean,
so Sitch, I bet you expected President Sunday to have the worst argument today, huh?
So let's just look. I don't know if CT wants to clip this out. I feel like it was a spirited debate, spirited conversation.
You're gonna let that slide, Adam?
Look, Doomer, Doomer doesn't figure into my thinking at all ever. So I mean, I'm not really offended by it.
All right.
I don't think we need to finish the TYT video, right? I feel like we gave enough commentary on this situation.
Yes.
So CT, if you want to clip that out, obviously clip Doomer out because he offends the audience. So make sure he's not.
Well, it depends. So I'm sure there's probably depends how many clips. Like if you need to clip this out, yes, but I'm sure there's better clips from our Sunday stream and also our President Sunday conversation.
Right, but this is a current thing, and this would probably get a lot more views than any of those President Sunday clips.
Okay, if you think so.
Yeah, it's a current story, obviously.
I think people would like to see. People liked. It's funny. As much as people hated Katie,
they love the clips.
They liked the clips.
I know,
yeah, so I think people would like the clips of Sunday saying like goofy shit.
Well, that's political YouTube 101.
Hold on, Sitch. I really wish you would have said that before we did the video, because I really thought we were doing the video for a clip. Like, why did we even watch this thing?
I thought this was like when you kept saying that.
Look,
I
the
literally
whole
thought
idea of us watching this was to make a video.
Right. I thought
that was the intention.
I thought this was some like funny like short clip where we were gonna dunk on TYT, not like, oh, here's some
that. Hold on, that was the plan. And then you decided you wanted to simp.
To actually have a principled position on it.
You wanted to simp for the Florida groomer, okay?
Right, okay.
And that's when it turned into a completely different video.
Okay.
So, but
President Sunday entered the call again.
But I do feel like if you clipped out the Florida groomer video, I feel like that would probably get like 20,000 views. And one of these President Sunday videos would probably get like 4,000 views.
Right. You could if you think so, we can do it. I'm skeptical, but we can do it.
And I'd love to see what the comments say. Obviously, about I feel like the chat was evenly split. I feel like there was a lot of people in the chat for me and a lot of people in the chat for you, but none for
Sitch
Doomer,
defense
obviously.
child grooming.
There you go.
Yeah,
Adam with big angry eyebrows and laser eyes.
That would be an excellent thumbnail. Yes, Sitch defense child groomer.
Yes. No, here's the thumbnail. Strawman Steven for $2 says Sitch literally wants to have characters guzzle buckets of one another's gum and peg each other in children's films and show them in school.
Mm-hmm.
True. Thank you, Strawman Steven. That is what I want. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it is Strawman Steven, right?
That's true.
Could at least you saw that coming, right?
Right. Dr. Diller for $2 says, I feel like we're jumping the gun here. We have a homophobic parent who reported a teacher. You don't think the school board is going to launch some worthless report and then drop it after 2 weeks? Get back to me if she's fired. I mean, that's possible. I mean, the homophobic parent is on the school board. So that adds a whole nother wrinkle, which is probably why this is all happening the way it's happening. Like if a non-school board parent made this complaint, I don't know if they would have just ignored it because they've been like, this is preposterous. But
well, I don't know. They're doing a state investigation, and this is the perfect opportunity for, someone running for president to step in and say, "Oh, look at this, a groomer teacher. Look, they might make an example of her. This could be a big."
They could, or they could do he could do the opposite. They could dismiss it to disquiet the. Say, oh no, this is fine. We're not the whole straw man about our legislation is not true. See, we did investigation and we said this is totally fine. They could do that, or they could do no. We stopped another groomer. We got him. We got the groomer. So who knows? I guess we'll find out.
Chitachi.
What did Chitachi say?
Sitch obviously won. It was nice try though.
Thank you, Chitachi. Oh well, here you go, Adam. The big gay for $2.
The big
gay agenda. Says, I am inherently political. To have a gay is to have politics. I shall find and consume you all, especially Ben.
Right.
There you go. Not gay Ben, you got to watch out. Big gay is coming for you.
Did you read JMac's $50 super chat?
No, I'll
That's
read
the one I'm
I was reading the
interested in.
Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Academic agent. Look at that. It's the real academic agent for $2. Says, I know your real name, Sitch. There you go. I heard that when you learn a being's true name, you can control them. So I did extensive research, though I swore I wouldn't use it just to make you love me because I want it to be true.
God,
Or the secret
just
Nazi
go to
occultism
bed.
knowledge.
Just go to bed with him already, Sitch. Jeez.
No, I'm not gay.
Sure, you're not.
I just want the kids to have to learn about it in school.
I know.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, thanks so much, J-Mac, for $50. Says, when my kids were super young, I didn't let them see movies and shows that depict romantic relationships, hetero or otherwise. I've always felt like romance gets pushed on kids when they are super young, and it can create certain expectations or delusions. Sure, I don't disagree.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
Super young, yes. I wouldn't. I mean, I'm assuming Jay doesn't think 10-year-olds are super young, but
I don't know. 10 doesn't seem. I mean, I remember 5th grade. I was totally girl crazy. So I feel like,
right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Isn't
sure
that
I
true of,
discovered
like-
porn when I was 10. So
I didn't see any porn when I was 10 years old.
well, yeah, but
Yeah.
you lived before the internet days.
Of course, yeah. I guess if I could have seen porn when I was 10, I probably would have looked it up.
Right.
Bro, back in the day, my friend had a porn magazine he hid under a rock in the woods. Straight up, that's how we used to look at porn
There you go. There you
before
go.
the internet.
Yeah, I remember I was at like a summer camp once. I think I was like 12 or 13, and like we somehow got a porn mag, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen!" Like it's a porn mag. So of course, obviously, when you have like 8 12-year-olds in a circle looking at a porn mag, it kind of is detracts from the experience, right?
Yeah.
You guys mind if I borrow the magazine?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, right, exactly. Someone literally did that. We made fun of him.
Jesus Christ. Did you touch the magazine after that?
I didn't.
Yeah, sure. Likely story.
Let's see, where was I? Asme for 15 MYR says, if a trans lady can convince me they look and sound like a lady, I'll treat them as such. If you look like the director of The Matrix, then do better.
Ooh, ouch.
Jeez.
Otracy for $5 says, Penny wouldn't be in trouble if he had just listened to Master Ken. Stomp and restomp the groin. There you go. I don't know what that's a reference to.
I don't know.
CT for 2 Canadian says, don't make me bring the swords to you, Adam. In all caps.
Yeah. Just lock my door.
Metalworks for $11.90 for $2 says, so you're going to play with, quote, swords. Hey. There you go.
Okay.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically. That's a good name. Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5. Says, I have a JQ. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm learning to make latkes, but I don't have matzah meal. Should I substitute panko crumbs or flour? Thanks for the entertainment.
Get some matzo meal. What are you doing? No substitutions.
I mean, I think you should use panko crumbs instead of flour, because flour on its own is just going to be kind of boring, isn't it?
I don't know.
So,
I've never had
I would
these
use the
dishes.
panko. I would use the. It's just like a fried potato dish. I would use panko. That'd be my suggestion. Let's see. Gustav Sanchez for $20 says, "Can I call in? If not, then can you just tell me what your right and left wing value? Can you just tell me what are your right and left wing values? I mean, I get the gist. I think. What are our right and left wing values? What do you mean by that?
Well, left wing is your pro-choice, obviously. That's like a left wing value, right?
Right.
You're pro universal health care. You love FDR.
Well, no, I'm pro public option.
Right. Yeah. Public option.
Universal health care to me implies a state-run health service or something.
And your right wing values is you don't want to see gay characters in public school. And
there you go.
What are your right wing values?
Well, no, I assume that I think that the whole bootstrap ideology should be promoted. That'd be a pretty big right-wing value.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. My adherence to capitalism is a right-wing value. My understanding of that things should be framed in a self-responsibility framework is a right wing. The fact that I don't think that you can just pay people infinite amounts of money in welfare and they'll get better, as I say, fortunately, is a right-wing value. So,
Freedom of speech.
Unfortunately, freedom of speech seems like it's becoming a right-wing value.
I know.
It's kind of sad. So yeah, I mean, if we're gonna, I could go through the gambit, list all my every political position, and you could try to order it left to right wing. But
My left wing values that I hate white people. My right wing values that I hate minorities.
True. There you go. There you go.
Misanthrope.
My right-wing value is that I want the homeless scooped up and put in concentration camps.
Jesus Christ.
Ouch.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $2. Says Airplane has a PG rating and has boob flashes. Does Airplane have boobs in it? I don't remember that.
Wow.
Though that was
yeah, it
before.
does.
That was before the PG-13 existed.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. I remember the scene. Yeah.
Yes. So before PG-13 existed, there was all sorts of weird shit in PG movies. So there's a scene.
Wow, boobs
in
are
Airplane.
weird. Is that sexual? Boob flashes?
It's not boob. Well, if the scene is what I'm looking at, there's a scene where a woman's wearing a shirt that says "moral majority." She has like very big tits, and it, like the turbulence is bouncing her boobs.
Oh wow.
Is that the scene that you're talking about?
I don't remember it.
Okay. Well, I don't know what the other scene is in Airplane then. But I don't think someone in today's under PG-13, I don't think a movie where a little old white lady says, "I can speak jive" to black people would be considered a PG
Oh
movie.
yeah. Holy cow. I forgot about
Yeah.
that. I speak jive, and then he totally does ebonics basically.
Yeah, there's like black people talking, and the stewardess is like, "I don't understand what you're saying." She's like, "Oh, I can speak jive."
The boob scene is like there's some commotion at one point, and a woman with no shirt on, and you can't see her face, just like randomly pops up in the screen and then leaves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Gustav Sanchez for $10 says, it's sensible for Florida politicians to be up in arms over homosexuality being taught to children. Florida largely supports Republicans being gay because gay acts displayed in public schools are not appropriate. Well, so it depends what you mean by homosexuality taught to children. I think watching a movie which simply has a gay character in it talk about how they have a crush on someone of same sex is not gayness being taught to children. I think you can teach children that when they're 10, that gay people exist in the world and that some people are gay. So if you don't believe that, if you don't think that you should be able to tell 10-year-olds that gay people exist, then we just have a fundamental disagreement on things. So.
No, when Arthur had a gay wedding, that was the fall of Western civilization.
True. Fondue for $5 says it was more likely that the kids were bored out of their minds or on their phones watching an actually interesting movie. Now that is true.
Yeah, they were watching Brokeback Mountain.
That is true. Ooh, for $10 says 1,000 pennies. Well, thank you for the 1,000 pennies. I do appreciate it. Asme for 6 MYR says the road to El Dorado was rated PG. That's true. How many children's sexuality was fermented? Was solidified.
Fomented. Jesus fuck.
Fomented, thank you. How many children's sexuality, how many little boys and gay little girls' sexuality was cemented by the movie The Road to El Dorado?
I put in The Road to El Dorado, and the first thing is people also ask, is The Road to El Dorado racist?
Oh, really?
I wish.
What does that mean?
Have you never seen
Indigenous
The Road to El
rights
Dorado?
organizations criticize the movie for its sexist and racist themes.
I'm sure.
And for its lack of historical sensitivity. Look, it's got its own Wikipedia page.
Wait, this movie sounds lit. What is it?
You've never seen El Dorado?
I don't think so.
Doomer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's why.
Oh,
Doomer
you were
came
fucking
on.
talking shit about Charlie Kaufman earlier.
That's
I wanna hear
why
shit
you
from
came on.
How have you never seen The Road to El Dorado?
I may have as a kid, but I haven't in like
Have
the
you
last
seen
20 years.
The Emperor's New Groove?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. I mean, that's better than
The movie's great.
El Dorado's pretty good. And it's got Shell in it. She's like super hot.
Who's Shell?
That's the girl character. Everyone talked about how insanely hot she was for being in a kids movie.
All right, I'll Google Shell Rule 34. Let's see.
I knew that's what gets Doomer excited. Yes, that's all I had to say. So,
What the fuck is this? This is supposed to be the crazy hot character. Okay.
are you looking at porn on while you're talking to us?
Yeah, I have been the whole time. Why do you
You
think I
don't
keep
think
muting
Shell
my
is
mic?
hot, Doomer? This is gonna be your worst take ever.
Well, let me make sure I even know what this person looks like. Shell Road to El Dorado.
Yes.
I mean, she looks pretty hot to me.
Yeah, she's kind of hot.
Okay.
Good, because we were going to call you a racist.
Oh, yeah, otherwise
Look,
you gotta
I might be
racist.
racist, but my dick ain't. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Doomer is gay. He didn't notice her. True.
Oh my God.
I haven't seen the fucking movie.
CT for 2 Canadian says it's a Disney movie. She didn't show them Dread. True.
Search plus sized The Road to El Dorado shell outfit. Curvy
Wait, what? What?
Curvy cosplay costume.
How did you find this?
Search that real quick.
Wait, how did you find this?
It just,
Adam.
look, I clicked on shell and I went to images.
But you found this very specific plus size cosplay.
Yeah.
How did you find this specific thing?
Because it's in the images and it's just
Gonna be some fat lady in a shell outfit.
It is. It's totally ridiculous.
That's the one that's like an actual costume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not great. Not a great look.
It's so bad.
I mean, that's the costume. Just the model is not very good. Not very attractive. There you go.
Don't save the pictures.
I'm not saving the picture. Don't worry.
Click on more like this. I dare you to.
Gustav Sanchez for $10 says El Dorado fermented my sexuality. Not gonna lie. See, there you go. True. Listen, I remember seeing Roger Rabbit when I was young, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, Roger Rabbit was obviously. I mean, she's just drawn that way, right?
I know. I think Jessica Rabbit solidified my sexual orientation.
Yeah, pretty much everyone my age, it was either like Jennifer Aniston or Hillary Clinton.
Oh,
Hillary Clinton?
why you got to be disgusting, Doomer?
Really? Hillary Clinton did it for you?
I think he's joking, obviously. But
No, I think he's being serious.
Yeah, that's serious. I mean, I'm sure you've learned by now to not take anything I say seriously.
I mean, I try not to take. Yeah, that's true. Try not to take you seriously at all. Let's see. Aaron Villarreal for 5 months says Judas kissed Jesus, Adam, and that wasn't sexual.
yeah,
the chat's so mad.
we all agreed. There are some kisses that are sexual and some that are not.
Okay. Doomers, what is the chat? Chat's not mad. What are you looking at?
They definitely are.
About what?
About Hillary Clinton.
Oh, well, they should be. That's pretty gross.
You wanted to fight about adaptation, I think. That's why you came
We're
on.
not going to have a conversation about adaptation at 2:30 in the morning / night. And you're wrong.
Wait, it's 2:30?
I'm sorry, 12:30. I can't even see because I'm tired.
Duma, what time zone are you in?
Eastern? That's why I was confused when he said 2:30.
Right. Gustav Sanchez for $120. Thank you for all the money, Gustav. Says a 60-year-old science teacher rubs on a 12-year-old girl's shoulder and smells her hair. Why are you upset? It's not sexual. We should show this sort of content in Disney movies clearly. I mean, it's not kissing or explicit. There you go. That is the importance of context. True.
Yeah.
True.
Listen. It's just Joe Biden visiting the school.
I was gonna say, Adam, if you said, well, should we show Joe Biden sniffing a girl's hair at a 10-year-old side, maybe I'd agree with you. It's too sexually explicit for children.
Of course.
Yes.
Look, he was just trying to see whether or not he was having a stroke, okay?
Okay. Oh, I see. He's like, does your hair smell like burnt toast or is it me?
He was trying to see if he had the COVID, if he had lost his sense of smell.
I see. Doomer Media for $2. Hey, look at this. It says, yes, show children anti-natalist propaganda.
Yes.
Terrible.
Gustav Sanchez for another $5. Thank you, Gustavo. I'm saying Gustav. Gustavo says, final message, based JMac. True.
Yep.
JMac is based. And Gustavo for another, Gustavo, sorry, I can't say names. Gustavo Sanchez for another $2. Says, final message, based Doomer.
Oh, look, you got a fan.
Yeah, I got one.
Doomer.
Also, So I thought for a second that this whole drama was going down at a school I had gone to, but apparently not. Apparently it wasn't in Tallahassee. It was in like some other county.
Oh, really?
You still live in
Wow.
Tallahassee?
No, I used to.
That's what I said. You used to. Yeah, I didn't know that. You used to be a Florida man.
Tallahassee, Florida.
Mhm.
Look at
Wow.
this.
I grew up in Tallahassee actually. I lived there
didn't
for
know
probably
this.
15, 20
Did you
years.
ever tell us this before?
I don't know, maybe.
Look at this. Doomer used to be a Florida man. It explains so much.
Yeah, look who's talking.
I mean, listen, I don't live in Tallahassee. That's like redneck country. Okay.
Tallahassee is the shithole of Florida. Let's be fair.
Okay.
Tallahassee's not a great city.
Yeah, how
Is
do you
that
not
the
have an accent?
Panhandle area? Where's Tallahassee?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
far north.
Panhandle.
That's all the military brats and shit.
No, Tallahassee is just government workers and college students. It's basically the entire city.
Oh, okay.
And woke 5th grade teachers.
Yeah.
Ocracy for $5 says, Sitch, you're dodging the last part. Seems weird to me as teachers talking to their students about their sexuality and sexual preferences. Well, we found out that wasn't the case.
Sure we did.
We did. Ocracy for $5 says, Sitch, is your position that students telling teachers their sexuality is now so normalized that students just randomly tell their teachers their sexuality? It could be. I don't know what the context of anyone doing it was. Kids are super fucking woke nowadays.
Well, I mean, some of them read 4chan.
That's true. That's true. But are you asking me, could I see a bunch of woke 10-year-olds going up to their teacher and declaring that they're LGBT or whatever? And the teacher being like, okay, I don't know what you want me to do with this information, but good for you. Yeah, I could see that.
The fact that you believe that. Oh, it hurts so
Okay,
bad.
well, listen, I'm not going to assume she's lying based on nothing. So,
Look, none of us are basing it on nothing. We're basing it on her entire TikTok performance. Oh, I'm just here to teach kindness and openness and lovingness.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you about my truth in my social emotional learning class. And look, it's so obvious.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're right. What she should have done was she should have taken out a shotgun, blown away a Coors Light beer can, put on a MAGA hat, and then had an eagle pick her up and fly her over the Grand Canyon while she saluted. And then we would know if she was telling the truth.
What does that mean? What does that even mean?
She didn't do enough right-wing virtue signaling for you to believe, some political opinion about her.
You know she hates right-wingers.
Okay.
Oh my
God.
Do we know that?
Look,
apparently we do.
Pull up her TikTok. Now we have to literally find her TikTok.
We're not watching the TikTok.
Let's watch some other TikToks that she has.
Okay.
What do you think these other TikToks?
They're all about how President Trump is destroying America.
You think it's her complaining about Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light, or do you think it's about Trump? Oh my God, he's running for president again. We're on the verge.
I think I would rather watch ISIS videos than fucking TikTok.
Of course.
I mean, that's not untrue.
Look,
she has 3 other videos.
Okay.
One of them is her dressed up as Elsa saying, "Do you want to build a better you?" So she's obviously a big or she's dressed as Anna, not Elsa. She's obviously a big Disney fan. The second video, she's dressed up as the Lorax. So she's performing drag for her children, Adam. There you go. You caught her. She's performing drag for her children. She's dressed up as the male Lorax.
Oh my God.
No, she just has like a red outfit on with a red tutu and like a Lorax face mask looking thing. That's creepy looking. And she's in a field talking to a camera.
Yeah, here it is, guys.
And then the third video.
Oh shit. Don't press on it because it's obviously copyrighted music, but here, how do I turn the volume down?
Was she doing the Lorax song?
She's doing the Stand By Me. Yeah, I mean, you can play it. You won't hear it on your end. She's doing a song. It's like a 70s song, and she's dancing around the classroom.
Oh, and then that was the third video where it's just her dancing, which has no political content ever. But look, you can look at the room.
I know that's what I'm looking.
So it says something to build your dreams. I can't see what those little things are on the wall, but they're different colors, so it's probably a gay rainbow. And she has like Christmas lights around the top of the room, which are too multicolored to be Christmas, so probably also gay. And look at the top, she has like a thing that looks like a clouds with the sky on top of a light. That's pretty gay.
Oh, you finally figured it out, Sitch.
Yeah, there you go. This teacher is obviously grooming the children with all this subtle gay messaging. Yes. There you go.
Let's watch the Lorax one.
Not watch the Lorax one.
Nice super chat fondue. Holy shit.
Let's see this Lorax one. It's only 29 seconds. I'm the Lorax. Here I am. Are you gay, little girl? Are you gay, little boy? Let me teach you about gayness. I'm your 5th grade teacher. Your mama said not to talk to you about this stuff, so keep it a secret.
See, listen. She just did the line from the Lorax, then said, "Spread the light." She's a kind soul, Adam.
Right.
It's a gentle soul.
I'm just wondering why my 5th grade teacher never dressed up in fucking costume every other day.
Because they were lame.
I guess so. I mean, I feel like my 5th grade teacher was maybe 78.
Okay, so wait a minute. So we have none of her videos have any political content, unless you're considering the Lorax political because it's environmentalist. Okay.
No, I don't. Look.
Okay.
This is definitely a point in your favor, Sid.
Thank you.
This is.
We can ask Jeremy whether or not the Lorax is woke. I'm sure he'll tell us.
Oh, the quartering.
Oh no.
I hope not. Stug for fondue for $2 says, "I'd rather be in an ISIS video than watch TikTok." There you go. Where was I? Mystery Guest 01, thanks so much. Our surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest, for $20 says they should watch the movie Airplane. A girl shows her milkers, and that's rated PG. Turns some of that 50% gay class straight.
I don't think it works like that.
There you go. Well, I don't know. I mean, we don't know. According to President Sunday, it could work like that.
I think President Sunday was not telling us the full truth either.
Oh, okay. You don't think so?
No.
What are you saying, Adam?
Yeah, what are you saying, Adam?
I'm saying that I don't believe conversion therapy is possible. Is that controversial?
That's pretty crazy that in 1980 you could have a PG movie with a topless woman in it.
It was
How
great.
the fuck did that happen?
Yeah, we should go back to that.
We didn't have internet porn when I was a kid. We had to watch Airplane and
Because nowadays
pause it when the
boobs
woman's
happen.
boobs happen. Yeah.
So because it says PG-13 didn't come out until 4 years after this, 1984. But even nowadays, a topless woman, you couldn't have a topless woman in a PG-13 movie.
Really?
Right? No. Nudity is an instant R, is it not?
No.
Anything but like a butt maybe is an instant R?
I just read the PG is brief nudity.
No. It says that in 1980. I'm saying nowadays, I don't think you could have nudity in a PG-13 movie.
Let me look up PG-13 and I'll tell you.
Can you have nudity in a PG-13 movie?
Parents strongly caution some material may be inappropriate for children under 13. This rating is a stronger caution for parents that content included may not be appropriate for children under 13 preteens. This may include strong language, extended violence, or sexual situations and drug use.
Oh, here you go. There was a nudity in a PG-13 movie, though. It's really rare. And you know what movie it was?
What?
Fucking Titanic.
There was nudity in because he
when he paints her naked.
He paints her naked, yeah.
You see her boobies.
You see her butt.
Yeah, but that's because James Cameron, paid them all off, right?
You didn't see her butt. You didn't see her boobies. You saw her butt.
What was the rating of the old
backside.
Shakespeare? Because didn't you see like an underage naked girl in that movie, like naked?
Shakespeare in Love.
No, the original Shakespeare movie, which I did watch in class, and it did have nudity though. I think we had to sign. Our parents had to like sign a waiver because they're like they're gonna watch Shakespeare, and there was like some bush in it or something.
You saw Bush.
They said bush.
That's what it said. Yeah.
You saw Bush.
What, a cranberry bush?
In class with other students.
I think they show Bush, right? Well, okay, I could be. Maybe I'm always confused that scene because they make fun of that scene in Life of Brian, so I don't remember which one is which. In Romeo and Juliet, you either see like a naked woman or a naked guy, like dick or something. Because swore you see one of these things. In the 1968 Romeo and Juliet, yes. It was 1968. I don't know what the fuck ratings were back then. Let's see. Romeo and Juliet.
Can't believe Chitachi threw me under the bus. I'm devastated here.
Oh no, you see the guy's butt. I don't know if, and I think you see the guy's butt and the girl's boobs.
Nice.
So there you go. I'm pretty sure the actors are underage. Shocking. Shocking. Anyways. Eyes Full of Skies for $2 says, Sitch converted me from A-Team to A-Team Premium. There you go. Well, there you go, Adam.
Oh, so nice. Someone's on my
Yes.
side here. Thanks.
Patrick for $2 says, 10-year-olds in charge, let them eat paste. True. Well, Adam, see, you agree with letting the kids decide because you think the kids should vote.
It's totally different.
How's it different?
The parents get the vote.
Oh, okay.
The parents literally get the vote.
Why would you
Fondue for
incentivize
$5
having
says,
children?
I get Sitch's point, but my gut is hitting me with red flag alerts from that TikTok. There you go.
Of
That's
course.
how Adam is operating. Yeah. I understand.
Look, it's pretty
I understand.
obvious.
The gut. Mystery guess 01 for $20. Thank you, Mystery guess. Says make a poll about who won the groomer teacher debates. Well,
I mean, I
think
can
that's
do it.
So.
Are we
Well,
almost?
I have two more
Do you want me to
super
just tell you
chats.
the result?
Well, I know the answer. The answer is I won.
Who won the groomer debate?
Asme for 6 MYR says, speaking of beer, did you see the Miller beer ad? Yeah, now that, listen, I am very worried about that. Here's why I'm worried. I'm worried the right will not get as energized to boycott Miller for that ad. When that ad was 1,000 times worse than the Dylan Mulvaney situation.
You don't get to vote in the poll, do you?
Adam,
What's that? Say it again.
did you
Dylan
see the Miller
Mulvaney.
Lite feminist commercial?
Yes. The whole time I was thinking, isn't printer ink toxic? I mean, can you really do that? I feel like you'd be.
Is printer ink isn't toxic? What do you mean?
I think it is.
What, you think you can drink printer ink?
No. They're just like inhale. Like what are you talking about, Adam?
The ad where they grind up the posters and turn it into fertilizer.
Oh.
So those
I don't know if
posters
they were
are
okay. They weren't
those
literally
posters
turning
are-
into fertilizer. It was metaphorical fertilizer. It wasn't
no. Those posters are filled of toxic carcinogens.
Right. No. I don't think they were going to make the Roundup posters into literal fertilizer.
That's what they did. That's literally
I thought they were
what they
being
did.
metaphorical. I think
I
they were
was
being
like,
metaphorical.
look, I was like, it figures these women are fucking stupid because
I mean,
that
if they were doing that is insane.
because
That is
that
stupid.
beer that first of all you're completely contaminating the ground with printer
Right.
ink and toxins.
I'm pretty sure it was metaphorical. I
That
don't
beer is
think
going
it
to
was
taste like
literal.
shit.
Right.
Look here, let's just put a tub of oil-based ink
Right.
in your beer. Yeah. I was like,
No,
this
Butter
is
says-
perfect for women. They're stupid.
Butter says that you can compose ink.
hmm
I wouldn't think you could. Shichachi says you can compose newspaper.
Oh, you can?
So I don't know. I would not have thought you could, but
Well, they were doing posters though, and posters. Especially poster
It's a little bit
paper.
different, yeah.
Poster paper has a bunch of different binders in it too that I think are
Right.
yeah. Anyway, I would like do a toxicity check of the soil after I
I
pulled
wouldn't do
something
it,
like
yeah.
that.
But no, what I'm concerned about with the Miller situation, the Miller ad, I think, was way worse than the Dylan Mulvaney situation, like significantly worse. Because the Dylan thing was just, here's a trans person, right? And they're promoting a product. The Miller thing was a very specific, fuck you, we're going to shove this political message in your fucking face, right? Like, how dare you find women attractive? How dare there be attractive women in ads? But I'm worried that there's not going to be this massive boycott over Miller like there was over Bud Light. And so they're going to get away with it.
Maybe.
That's what I'm worried. So,
well, the trans thing really gets a lot of people more upset than the male gay stuff. Well, men are used to being hit with that.
So that's what I'm worried about. I hope I'm wrong. I hope the Republicans and the right in America galvanizes the base against Miller. If you really want to show corporations that wokeness doesn't sell, if you have Bud Light kind of stumble into this and then Miller intentionally jump face first into it, you have to fucking destroy Miller, essentially. Or at least make them suffer as much as you made Bud suffer. And if that doesn't happen, that's going to be a major victory for wokeness everywhere. So hopefully that happens, and hopefully they take Miller down for that. Ostracy for $5 says, I need a vote for Sitch won the first half and Adam won the second half. Well, there you go. There's the true enlightened centrist. So
there were halves? I don't even know.
There you go.
Look, I got my finger hovering over the trigger here for the end poll.
As soon as you're like, if it starts to go against me, I'm going to hit end real quick.
Like right now, I'm up 54.
Right.
Keeps bouncing around though. That thing gets to 50. I'm hitting end poll. Just
Dr. Trujillo says, galvanize the base. There you go. There you go. I mean, I hope the right comes out against the Miller situation, but I'm not confident that they will.
Really?
Yeah. Because that's what you said. The emotion about like the trans issue, because it gets tied into kids, just seems, and because it has something to do with like sexuality, it just seems like it's triggers people emotionally a lot more than like the male gaze shit.
Yeah, it's the war of the sexes.
Right.
This is about like protecting my children.
Right. But the Miller thing is significantly more overtly political, and especially after they're doing it after the Bud Light thing, they're doing it to like put the thumb in the face, essentially, say "fuck you," right?
Yeah.
So,
anyways, is that it?
That's
Look, I didn't even have to end the poll early.
There you go. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, President Sunday, for coming on, having a spirited conversation with us. And no thank you for Doomer for coming on and adding nothing of value to the stream at the end. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. And we'll see you all on Sunday.
Bye-bye!
Fuck you, Sitch.
I think you were too slow on that.